Okay, if everybody could grab a seat, that would be great. We are ready to begin the Boulder City Council's meeting for December 6, 2016. Lynette, you want to do the roll?
Councilmember Applebaum. Brockett.
Here.
Burton.
Here.
Jones.
Here.
Morzell. Shoemaker. Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
Young.
Here.
We have a quorum.
I think Lisa will be coming,
Okay.
but not Andrew and Matt. Okay, before we get started, we just wanted to remind people that we are doing a gift card donation drive. It's at a good time of year to be thinking about folks in need, our homeless, our hungry families, children, and other residents in need. And so we are asking folks who can to consider donating a gift card from supermarkets, grocers, or a variety of stores around town. Basically, you go, any store like Safeway and buy a gift card. And then we will be giving those to local nonprofits. We'll use them to help individuals and families in our community get food and basic necessities. So I'll just remind people, no matter how small, your donations matter and they count, and they are about our community taking care of each other. And once you buy a gift card, you can drop them off all over the city at the North Boulder Rec Center, the East Boulder Rec Center, the West Boulder Senior Center, here at the Municipal Building, or at the South Boulder Rec Center. I could just say at the rec centers here or the Senior Center. So we hope people will pony up, and let's make sure we help feed the folks that need it in our city. Thank you. So with that, we are going to start out with a bittersweet announcement. If David wants to come up. So I think most of you know that David Driscoll is leaving us for wetter pastures and heading out to the Pacific Northwest. And I think we're really blessed here in Boulder to attract the best and brightest. You are certainly among them. And the cream of the crop, if you will. But the sad thing about that is we don't get to keep the best and brightest forever. They are often sought after by other locales. And so I'll just note that we have a resolution that sums up the long legacy that you leave here in Boulder. You have had fingerprints on a lot of planning and sustainability efforts that are really integral to what we do. I will note that we've always had a strong planning and sustainability department. So you are a shining star among a lot of other stars, and we're going to miss you. But let me read this official resolution. It's going to take a little while because it turns out you've done a lot. So you can just stand up here and squirm. So, and just for those of you who don't know, David first joined us back in January 2009 and served 6 months as the deputy director, and then from then on he's been the head chief, the executive director of the planning department and sustainability department, and now in its many iterations, it is now the planning, housing, and sustainability department. So David has modeled his department's mission to partner with our community and colleagues to create a truly sustainable, resilient, and inclusive city, worthy of its setting, where we can all thrive together. David's climate leadership, which is, it's appropriate that we are going to address our climate commitment tonight. You had a lot to do with that. David's climate leadership played a formative role in many of the city's climate initiatives, as well as in the development of both the North American Urban Sustainability Directors Network and the International Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance. This leadership has put Boulder on the forefront of global cities in the areas of climate and sustainability. David has been resolute in honoring the community's rich planning legacy while also addressing the issue of affordable housing. Under his guidance, the city has created an additional 900 affordable housing units and embedded the values of diversity, equity, and sustainability in the city's housing strategy. David has fostered creativity and public engagement, including partnering with CU and the Boulder Valley School District to form Growing Up Boulder, which played a really wonderful role in the civic area plan and the visioning process around that, which encouraged innovative approaches, which involved the youth in the arts community in coming up with that vision. And it included an ideas competition and resulted in statewide planners recognition for excellent community engagement. And there's more. David's leadership in implementing the Transit Village Area Plan began with the development of the Hyatt Place Hotel, the RTD Underground Bus Facility, and the Depot Square project, as well as the groundbreaking multi-way boulevard along Pearl Parkway. On to the second page. And under David's leadership, the city's Design Excellence Initiative was initiated to support and achieve high-quality building design outcomes, including the city's first form-based code in the Boulder Junction area, and played a critical role in several highly sustainable urban infill projects, like the Google headquarters at 30th and Pearl, the Wenzel building at 13th and Walnut, and the Pearl West building at 11th and Pearl. David always engaged in this work in the spirit of collaboration and with integrity, creativity, intelligence, and good humor. And therefore, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares Friday, December 9th, which is his last day, as David Driscoll Day. And let us all give him a huge round of applause. Yeah. And I'm just going to add on a personal note that we're going to just flat out miss you in addition to your excellence because of the spirit you bring to all this. And your humor, your humility. And there's not that many people with charisma and excellence who also don't have a huge ego to go with it. And anyhow, you've been a delight, and we're really going to miss you. So.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I hope that there are bars in town that have free drinks for David Driscoll Day.
Great idea.
It's humbling to work in this community. The level of dedication and leadership from our council, the partnership with Jane and with Tom and the rest of the directors, and the incredible team that I get to work with every day, and the partnerships that we've had with the community, which I'm really excited later tonight to highlight one of those areas, which is in the climate commitment. It's really a fantastic community, a really unique place in this country and in this world, and it's been an honor to play this role and serve this community. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Good. If I can I'd just like to throw
Yes,
in a
please.
word, just that I served on the planning board for 5 years when the department was under David's leadership, and I just learned so much from you and just have the highest respect for your work. So I'm going to make a motion to deny your request for a transfer. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay. All righty. And with that, we have something a little bit more,
Exciting.
exciting.
So the next is a certification of the 2016 Special Coordinated Municipal Election held on November 8th, 2016. That's me. Tonight we'll be certifying the results from the Special Coordinated Municipal Election on November 8th, 2016. As the City Council, you sit as the General Canvassing and Election Board. I serve as the Secretary. And so to start this, can I please have a motion to convene as the General Canvassing and Election Board for the City of Boulder Special Coordinated Municipal Election?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So first, I'm going to take roll. Councilmember Applebaum, Brockett,
Here?
Burton,
Here?
Jones? Here.
Morzell, Shoemaker, Weaver,
Here.
Yates,
Here.
Young. Here. Okay, now I will administer the oath. If you'd all raise your right hands, I'll read the oath and then you can say I do at the end. We, the undersigned, do solemnly swear or affirm that we will perform the duties of the General Canvassing and Election Board for the Special Coordinated Municipal Election held in the City of Boulder, County of Boulder, State of Colorado, on the 8th day of November 2016, according to the law and to the best of our abilities.
I do.
Thank you. So now I need a nomination for someone to serve as the chair of this board. And typically, it's the mayor that does this, I learned.
I nominate Suzanne Jones to serve as the chair of this board.
Okay.
So far, so good.
By acclamation, the mayor will serve as the board chair. So as secretary for the board, I would like to certify to you the following documents, and I will pass them out in a minute. We'll have the public notice of the election, the official ballot, the election returns, and the reconciliation report. Before that, I'd like to read the results on the record. So the city of Boulder had 4 ballot measures in 2016. We had 2H, the product distribution tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. 32,767 voted in favor, 28,021 were opposed. We had Measure 2I to clarify and amend the blue line. 40,149 voted in favor, 11,066 were opposed. We had Measure 2J to provide insurance benefits to council members. 33,195 voted in favor, 21,636 opposed. And we had Measure 302, term limits for council members. 31,951 voted in favor, 21,961 were opposed. So for 2016, the city of Boulder had 72,700 active voters, and the county counted 64,717 ballots. So we had about an 89% voter turnout. Yeah. So let's see. The official results, as well as historical information, is available on the Boulder County Elections website, if anyone wants to take a look at that. And then now we will have a public hearing. Chair Jones, if you'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. Has anyone signed up to speak?
No one has signed up.
Does anybody want to sign up? Excellent. We will close the public hearing then.
Closed. Okay, now I will pass these things around for you to look at and to sign. But before we do that, can I have a motion to approve the election returns for the City of Boulder 2016 Special Coordinated Municipal Election?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I'm going to pass these around, and I will wait for your signatures. There are 2 tabs where you need to sign.
You're going to wait until we sign them right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Or if you promise to get them to me, I can keep going. Let's keep going. Okay.
Going. Yeah.
So then that's all for the election, and just we need a motion to adjourn from the General Canvassing and Election Board and to reconvene as the Boulder City Council.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to move on to open comment. So this is where you get to talk to us about anything that is not subject to a public hearing today. And the 2 issues that are subject to a public hearing tonight are we are making amendments to our marijuana regulations and also our co-op, the issue of co-ops. And I'll just note, we will have a public hearing on the marijuana regulations later. We have already had a public hearing, we've had 2, on co-ops, so we're not going to have another one tonight. We may have another one later on in the process, some weeks from now, but we're not going to have any more testimony on that tonight. But you are welcome to talk to us about any other topics. And with that, given the number signed up, everyone will be limited to 2 minutes apiece, and if you could start out with your name and address, that would be great. And we'll have folks queue up. I should mention that the fire code doesn't allow people to stand in the aisles unless you're just waiting to speak. So if everybody could find a spot, that would be great. And with that, we're going to start with Kim Strong, followed by David, and then Molly. And I understand if people are waiting downstairs, there may be a little bit of a time delay. So if you come up from downstairs and we've moved on, we'll just fit you in when we can, when you get up here. So Kim, is Kim here? Okay. Okay, so we'll go to David. David, are you here? Okay. Molly May. Is Molly here? Wow, that's going to go pretty fast. No. Geraldine. Is Geraldine?
Oh, am I first?
It looks like you are.
Okay, well, I had this to 3 minutes, so I'll do my best to make it 2. I'm Geraldine Dakota, and my address is Post Office Box 3103, El Dorado Springs. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council in support of Resolution 1200, which is the resolution in support of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe's opposition to the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. I'm a member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians in North Dakota and a 32-year resident of Boulder and El Dorado Springs. In my tribe, the women are the water carriers, and it is serendipity that as a lawyer, I worked many years on water rights for tribes. The Standing Rock Sioux Tribe is a sovereign nation with rights under treaties and the laws of the United States applicable to this pipeline. Many laws, I'll just give acronyms, EPA, NHPA, Antiquities Act, ERFA, NAGPRA, and the proposed pipeline crosses land reserved to the Sioux by treaty. The treaty has been violated, but it's still the law of the land, as the U.S. Constitution provides that all treaties are. The applicable laws have not been followed, resulting in disregard of tribal authority over its resources and disregard of serious environmental impacts, including potential irreversible damage to water. The water protectors have raised critical issues for all Americans. Indeed, people from around the world have joined the water protectors. People from indigenous groups, environmental groups, U.S. veterans, people from Boulder, and many other groups concerned about the potential effects of oil pipelines on the water that human beings depend on for survival. 2 days ago, the Army Corps issued its decision to deny the easement needed to construct the pipeline under the Missouri River and to seek alternative routes. That is a limited victory because it is unclear whether, after consideration of alternatives, they might still approve this one. And it is unclear what the Trump administration can do to change the decision of the Army Corps. That's why this resolution is very relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Kim Strong, David, or Molly here?
Kim is here.
Kim, you want to come on up?
May I present also my co-presenter?
Absolutely.
I'm concerned, post-election, my name is Kim Strong. I'm a Boulder County resident, and I'm a student at CU. I had a PhD program in the School of Education. I'm concerned, post-election, the climate of fear, hostility, and discrimination against some of our most vulnerable members of the community, specifically undocumented immigrants. I believe human rights don't exist on the mountain that they're protected. They only exist so much as we enforce them and we respect them and we protect them for our community's most vulnerable members. They're not something that you earn, you're born into, or that you get because the color of your skin or the language that you speak or the country that you come from. You get them because we all protect them for one another. And I urge you to adopt a symbolic measure of protecting and honoring our neighbors, our friends, our family. I'm concerned about bringing her up in a world where we say some people are less important and some people are less deserving of dignity and respect, love, protection, and compassion because of the country that they come from. I'm concerned about having to explain to her someday why we let human beings be targeted for hate speech that we said it wasn't that important because it's happening to them and not happening to us. I recognize that if we don't take a stand and say, you can't do it to my neighbor, you can't do it to me, you can't do it to anyone, we're sending a strong message to the government that we don't take human rights, we don't take our neighbors, we don't take our freedoms and protections very seriously. I don't think this is a political issue. I don't think it's a left versus right issue or a Democrats versus Republican issue. I think it's an issue of defending our freedoms that our forebears fought and died for to protect for us. I believe we're only as strong as we are willing to take care of one another. Our freedoms are only so intact as we're willing to fight for them and defend them. And I'm worried in the future that targeting immigrants is the first step of watching these freedoms slowly fade away. Please take a stand for everyone in our community, that we are united. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, is Katya here? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Katya Hayfitch. I live at 4783 Tantra Drive in Boulder, Colorado. And I'm here today to speak in favor of the climate commitment, which we'll be discussing later tonight. As a native of Colorado, I moved down to New Mexico, where I grew up in a very dry and arid climate. And I moved back to Boulder to study alpine hydrology at CU Boulder and join one of the many 3,000 climate scientists that live here in the city of Boulder. We've all heard the facts many times. Sometimes it's good to hear them again, that we have the highest levels of greenhouse gases currently in the last 800,000 years on our planet. Colorado has experienced a warming of 2 degrees Fahrenheit over the past 30 years, and we can expect at least that in the next 20 years. And as part of one of the first generations to feel the effects of climate change, we're also one of the last to do about it. And so I urge you all to pass the climate commitment tonight. As a young person, as a renter in Boulder, as a university employee, as a scientist, and as a resident of Colorado and this planet, the time is now. And I encourage you to listen to the years of community engagement work that has gone into the climate commitment and the excellent work that's been done by the Climate and Sustainability Department here. Thank you.
Thank you, Katya. Well, hey, thank you for your enthusiasm. We're going to ask everybody to not either clap or boo or any of that, just so that everyone feels comfortable saying what they need to say. If you want to agree with somebody, you can do this. And with that, let's go on to Robin. Robin Reedy. Is that Robin? Okay. And after Robin, go ahead and line up. We have Dina, Gumina, and Manuela.
Hello, thank you so much for having me here tonight. My name is Robin, and I live at 444 17th Street in Denver, but I'm a PhD student in the education program at the University of Colorado Boulder, and I'm here tonight to ask that the City Council passes a resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to undocumented residents and visitors. My undergraduate degree was in international studies, and so the idea of global interconnectedness and a global village is something that I'm really committed to. My argument tonight is an economic one. It's about international students. According to the Institute of International Education, international students represent about 5% of the 20 million students enrolled in U.S. colleges and universities. Over the past decade, the number of international students has increased by 73%, and many of these students are from predominantly Muslim countries. With the election of Donald Trump and the corresponding increase in hateful rhetoric, universities are already seeing a drop in applicants from international students. These students feel that it's safer that they pursue their education in the UK or in Canada. This isn't just a loss in a financial loss, it's a lost opportunity in innovation and ideas. With divestment in public universities, international students bring necessary dollars and community development and research. International students and faculty not only bring cultural diversity and tuition dollars, they raise families in the United States, and they invest time in our local schools, our local communities, and our local economies. In order to remain a leader in research and development and innovation, the city must continue to attract the world's best and brightest. So by declaring Boulder a sanctuary city, this symbolic step is necessary and needed to reassure promising students and their families that this is a good investment.
Thank you, Robin. Dina. Is Dina here? Okay. And if folks want to line up close, that would be great. So Manuela and then Norma, if you all want to queue up, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Dina Gumina. I live at 1636 South Wolcott, and I am also a PhD student. I'm here in solidarity with Kim and Robin and some of our other colleagues, and I'm also speaking about the symbolic sanctuary status of the city of Boulder. We have reviewed kind of the agenda of the symbolic sanctuary status for Boulder, and we understand that one of the reservations about making this step is financial. And as Robin was talking about, there is also a financial impact of not making this step. So in the state of Colorado, undocumented immigrants specifically contribute over $50 million in a net profit to the state of Colorado. Immigrant workers as a whole added over $21.6 billion to Colorado's gross state product. And the undocumented workforce itself accounting for over 7.4 billion of this GSP. Legalization rather than mass deportation would lead to over almost $300 million in tax revenue, which theoretically this money could fund about 6,600 teachers or about 4,300 registered nurse salaries a year. If we considered sanctuary status, we could motivate immigrants and undocumented immigrants to stay in the city of Boulder and stay in the state of Colorado and continue to contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Dina. Manuela? Excellent, thank you. And then Norma?
Good evening, Council. My name is Manuela Cifuentes. I am a resident of Boulder, and I want to quickly say that I do support your vote in favor of sanctuary status for the city of Boulder and in support of Standing Rock. But I'm here to talk to you about something that's probably at the 10 p.m. part of your meeting, which is the City of Boulder's Climate Action Plan. And I have been working with an initiative on campus called the Just Transition Collaborative, and we have worked closely with some of your staff to provide. We reached out to some of your constituents that don't always participate on civic matters, and we're able to gather some input from. I'm here to speak on behalf of the input that we got from the Latino community. In favor of the Climate Action Plan. And I wanted to, I don't know if all of you saw the article that, it was an op-ed article a couple of weeks ago in the Daily Camera that my friend Elena Aranda submitted about inequities when it comes to healthcare and Latinos in Boulder. And just the way we don't have to think about faraway places like Flint, Michigan when it comes to water in Boulder, I also wanted you to consider the Climate Action Plan really looks at equity, and it looks at as we are developing leadership in the city on transitioning and moving away from fossil fuels to a green economy, that we don't leave vulnerable members of our community behind. So that's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuela. Norma? And then Emma and Deborah Yin.
Good evening. My name is Norma Johnson, and I'm a long-time resident of Boulder and Boulder County. I'm here to speak to the resolution for Standing Rock. I want to commend this town for bringing this forward. As a person of color, in particular Black in this country, there's been so many wrongs that have been done to people. And the way that it hurts hearts and families and generations of people is immense. It's immense. And it takes a long, long time for the harm to right itself. And what's happening at Standing Rock is atrocious. And it's not new. People have been standing for 400, 500 years. Anything we can do to acknowledge that, to acknowledge the fullness of the history of this country, of this town, of this community, I can't even tell you how much that means. How much it means to have a town like this to say, we see you and we support you. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure that it's right, because all our future is tied together. Every single one of us. There's no way out of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Emma? Is Emma here?
Actually, in interest of time and number of people signed up, I'm going to pass. But pro-co-housing, pro-climate,
Thank you, Emma. Deborah Yin. And after Deborah, if we can have Drew Romano lined up. So here's the thing with the fire codes is the rest of you got to sit down, but the people that are supposed to speak should queue up. And who are we saving those chairs for in the front? What does that say?
Reserved seating.
Okay, well.
They can sit.
Yeah, why don't folks can sit up here if they need to. Thanks. Deborah.
Hi, I'm Deborah Yin. I'm on the Landmarks Board, but I'm not speaking to you as a Landmarks Board member, or just as a resident. I live at 3016 9th Street, and my notes didn't upload to my Dropbox, so I'm going to wing this. Sorry. Jack Rudd and I submitted to council a letter with a matrix or a table, and the table was intended to address the different types of neighborhoods that exist in Boulder. And I'm speaking about the co-op ordinance, by the way.
I know, I was going to say, we're not taking testimony on the co-op
Oh, you're
ordinance
not?
tonight.
Okay. Okay.
We had asked everybody not to.
Right.
So, but we did get your email, and it has
Okay.
spurred a lot of conversation. So,
Okay, good.
know that it was received. Thank you, Deborah. Drew?
Hi, my name's Drew Romano. I live at 1013 Portland Place, and I want to thank you for having me here today. I just want to ask you guys to please support the resolution to stand with Standing Rock. I've been there personally, and pictures and stories and accounts and news articles really can't do it justice. What is up there is just so surreal. And when you're there, the energies that you feel and the people that you meet, you just know that you're on the right side of history. And here in Boulder, we're kind of like a lighthouse for the rest of the country. People look up to us and they model things after us. And if we can't stand with Standing Rock, then who's to say that someone in Alabama can't stand with Standing Rock? So I would just ask you guys to not think of what is right for right now, but what is right for the future. And standing with Standing Rock will set a precedent that we're gonna stand with people. We're gonna stand with people of color, people of minorities. And we're gonna say that we stand with them and that we are an ally in every shape, form, and fashion that we can. So I just ask you guys to please consider that and please support Standing Rock. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Ann Brexa? Are you here, Ann? Okay, Phaedra? And Phaedra, it looks like you're pooling. Are the
I am.
the two people you're pooling with?
Tiara Noputi will also be speaking.
Well, you can't pool with somebody you're speaking.
We each have 2 minutes?
Yes, yes, okay.
We each have 2 minutes.
All right,
That's
as long
all
as
we're
you're going
doing.
with 2 minutes,
I promise.
you're good.
Great.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Phaedra Petzullo. I live at 640 Yale Road here in Boulder. I'm an associate professor at CU Boulder. I'm also the director of Boulder Talks, which is a center dedicated to fostering community and knowledge through democratic engagement. I want to thank you tonight for your climate leadership on your vote later tonight, as Manuela said, much later tonight probably. It's easy in Boulder to take for granted climate science and that climate communication matters and can change culture, but it's important to remember that this vote is very significant tonight. I also want to thank all the people working and volunteering for the city over the past year who solicited public feedback and listened to a wide range of voices. We kind of have a joke on campus that we're all working with your planning department because we all see them so much. Brett and David are around and open to listening to us, whether we're scientists or artists or humanities scholars or social scientists. And Boulder Talks attempted to help the city listen to a range of voices as well, working with your neighborhood liaison and the Latino Chamber of Commerce event. So I also want to affirm that we're not alone, that you're not alone. We're ready on the ground. Organizations like C3, many CU campus organizations are ready to help build your capacity. We know we ask a lot of you all the time to be leaders on climate, and we want to affirm that we're there to build your capacity to talk to not just traditional environmentalists, but also science and technology and business and people who care about social equity. We want to help foster meaningful topics and meaningful conversations with the community on questions such as how are we going to create electric car infrastructure, and how are we going to foster training for solar panel job installation. So these are some of the difficult questions that I think maybe haven't gotten as much attention so far in Boulder. Finally, before I turn the floor over, your vote matters beyond the city limits. When I was at COP21 in Paris, and I would tell people I was here from Boulder, universally, anyone I met from any country, the Philippines or wherever it was, said, you're so lucky. And I just want to affirm that we are really lucky because we have amazing leaders like you. And Mayor Jones knows how important cities are right now in the international arena on climate action. So I just want to affirm and thank you for knowing that the city level really matters at this time of ecological and political uncertainty.
Hafade guahusi tierra napati mafanyago gigita guahan. Gracias para natin midu esta na ocasión para proteger and defender dan ilahan mona, dan tasi, dan tanusiha. Hi, my name is Tiara Napati, and I begin by paying my respects as a genuine attempt to understand where we are meeting and an opening an obligation to start with honoring the peoples of this land and part of my Pacific tradition of respecting our ancestors, skies, waters, and lands, as well as all of those working to protect them. I want to thank you for making a climate commitment in Boulder. I've only been a resident of Boulder County since August 2016 when I began my work in the Department of Communication and with Executive Committee of Boulder Talks. First, thank you for committing to rename and rededicate October 10th as Indigenous Peoples Days this year. I truly believe that climate commitment in Boulder is a profound way to honor the earth and all of those of us who are dependent on this planet for our survival. Now more than ever, it's in a time to adopt clear goals and targets for a just transition. Tonight is another opportunity for you all to commit and rededicate and put Boulder at the forefront of cities addressing climate change. And I also want to thank you for listening today. I know it's going to be a long night from what I hear. In my relatively short time here, I too have been listening to folks working tirelessly to bring climate commitment and comprehensive reports before you today, listening and working together with people in a range of venues and throughout different communities in Boulder County, listening to elders and community members, and thinking about the community input through the process of addressing climate change. We are, and I am, listening hard because listening to people must be a priority before decisions are made that impact all of us and have consequences on our shared environment. For Standing Rock Sioux and other water protectors in North Dakota, for Flint, the case is teaching us that the people and the pitfalls that we can see of people, of not listening to the people, of bypassing Native American tribes and not agreeing. I'm sorry.
I think your time is up.
Oh, I had it at 2. Thank you.
We appreciate you being here. We really do.
Thank you so much.
We have 50 folks signed up tonight, so, okay, thanks. Okay, Michaela, are you here? Okay, and you're pooling with 2 people? Raise your hands, and those are 2 people that aren't speaking? Oh, they are speaking. So you're not really pooling if both, oh, you're not speaking, okay. Okay, so you, sorry, that means you have.
Yes, I'm the only one speaking.
4, sorry.
Great. Good evening, Council. My name is Michaela, and I'm a resident of Boulder. I'm here today because I'd like City Council to support a resolution in support of Standing Rock. For context, the county commissioners have already voted yes on a resolution in support of Standing Rock, and we know that the City Council can step up and be issues on this leader as well. The decision of the Army Corps of Engineers was a major win, and we don't want to diminish that. But the project was not defeated. It only was put on hold. With so much money still in it and a Trump presidency looming, we have certainly not reached the end of this fight. In summation, the resolution specifically asks that City Council lend their support by proclaiming the City of Boulder's support for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe's opposition to the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Boulder has previously taken excellent steps in terms of supporting Indigenous rights, such as passing Resolution 1190 in 2016 to recognize the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Boulder, as well as Boulder also being home of several prominent Native organizations, including the Native American Rights Fund, founded in 1970, which is the largest nonprofit law firm dedicated to defending the rights of Indian tribes, organizations, and individuals nationwide. So I'd love to see the City of Boulder continue progress in this area. In summation, the 4 demands within the resolution include Section 1, the City of Boulder standing in full support of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. Section 2, the City of Boulder condemning the militarized and disproportionate response to the water protectors. Section 3, the City of Boulder calling upon the United States and the Army Corps of Engineers to obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. And Section 4, the City of Boulder respectfully calling on President Barack Obama to take swift and meaningful action to address the concerns of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. Again, I want to emphasize that this fight is not over, and it's merely the beginning. We know that Donald Trump will take office soon, and that he has a conflict of interest because he is invested in the completion of the Dakota Access Pipeline, and he has speculated to very possibly overturn President Obama's decision. The 2 ways that he would go about doing this are acting through the Army Corps of Engineers, and the other approach would be to act with the assistance of Congress. And I would like to remind you that the House and Senate are now majority Republican. We also know that Enbridge Energy Transfer Partners is confident and determined to complete the pipeline, saying that they would either complete it without a permit, paying a fine and completing it in the same location, or rerouting it. And I want to highlight the beautiful opportunity that the City Council has during this historic moment to stand with the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe and water protectors by passing this resolution in support of Standing Rock. With all the political challenges of the current moment, it's more crucial than ever that City Council passes this resolution while you all still have the chance. While this resolution won't stop the pipeline in its tracks, which could only happen from the permanent removal of funding through pressuring the banks through divestment and ending business with them, particularly ending business with Chase Bank, which I have a letter that was signed by over 500 civil society organizations around the divestment and particularly around ending banking with banks that are supporting this pipeline. This resolution still represents a monumental and historic opportunity to show up for this fight on the part of the City Council, and it is one tangible step in the right direction that the City Council can take to stand in solidarity with Standing Rock. So I hope you'll join us, City Council, and be champions in this fight, and that you will pass this resolution tonight. I'm also happy to give out this information.
You can just hand them to the clerk. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much.
Mayor, we have David Kiplet right here.
Okay, David, come on up.
Great, thank you very much. So my name is David Siplet. I'm Interim Executive Director of the CU Boulder Just Transition Collaborative. The Just Transition Collaborative was created in July of this year to support leadership of underrepresented groups to foster more equitable energy, climate, and employment practices and policies. Based on input gathered from several community workshops that we helped to facilitate, we recently authored a report called A Just Transition for Boulder's Climate, Energy, and Employment Future. The report was intended to inform the city on the ways that the climate plan specifically can benefit low-income Boulder residents and other socially and economically marginalized groups. And we want to commend the city for including Just Transition as a central frame in the climate plan. This includes objectives to make policy processes inclusive, to generate socially just economic and employment opportunities, and to promote equity in energy costs and ownership of green technologies. With this roadmap, Boulder has an opportunity to really be a trailblazer among U.S. cities, the first that we know of to really incorporate Just Transition as a central frame in climate planning. And by building inclusive policy processes, the city can show the world that it's possible to respond to our demands of climate change in ways that improve the lives of all members of our community, especially those that have most at stake in this process. We want to highlight that climate and energy planning is intricately tied to issues that matter most to socially and economically marginalized communities. This includes low-income housing, living wage jobs and economic opportunities, healthy communities where children don't have to breathe dirty air, affordable electricity, which can account for upwards of 20% of income costs for low-income households, accessible transportation systems, and governance processes that are inclusive. Being at the front of the transition to renewable energy offers huge possibilities for improving equity, particularly in terms of job opportunities in the green economy. And we think this is a huge opportunity for really bringing social justice to the front of climate efforts nationally and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Okay, Amy Zuckerman. Amy, are you here? Oh, there you are. Okay. And then Evan Ravitz.
Good evening. My name is Amy Zuckerman. For 5 years, I was a member of the Human Relations Commission, and my term ended in March. I've been sick for a few weeks, and my voice is fuzzy, but my conscience is clear. I urge you to approve the resolution in support of Native Americans at Standing Rock. I would like to address just 3 points: consistency with council decisions regarding Native Americans, ethics in the face of human rights abuses in this country, and Boulder's own values. I would also like to make the point that oil issues are always connected to Native American issues. I grew up in a state, oh, I'm sorry, Shirley White is pooling with me, and she's there.
Is there another person? You have to have 2?
I have to have 2, okay, well, never mind. First, the resolution is consistent with 3 recent council decisions. First, your permanent establishment of Indigenous Peoples Day, recognizing Boulder's specific and often horrific history with Native Americans. Second, your declaration of Boulder as a place that values inclusivity and the minority experience. And third, your respectful agreements made with several tribes when Valmont Butte was purchased 11 years ago. Second, our sense of ethics should drive us to support Native Americans even though they are a few states away. Remember, our state boundaries were made by white people. We have been watching perhaps the greatest human rights struggle of our time, and our actions should demonstrate our ethics. Third, I want to share something personal with you tonight. When I initiated bringing Indigenous Peoples Day to Boulder, researching it, etc., meeting with many people in the community, it wasn't out of pride, it was out of shame. Shame that no one else in the community had stepped up to make it happen. A religious person told me that I had heard the call. I hadn't heard anything. I had read what was happening in other cities, and I was disappointed that we had not led in this area. We used to lead on human rights, and we now follow. How do we, just finish my sentence, how do we get Boulder back to leading with these values? Thank you.
Amy, can you send us those comments?
I will, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Amy. Evan. Is Evan here? Okay, Alexander. And then Ben Walsh. And then Laurel Herndon. Is Alexander here? Okay, Ben, are you here? Okay, okay.
Hi, I'm Ben Walsh. I'm a PhD student at CU, and I currently live in Louisville. I came here tonight to speak a little bit about my own experiences connected to whether or not Boulder should be a sanctuary city. I was a high school teacher for 13 years. I taught over 1,000 immigrant students. Hundreds of these students were refugees. Hundreds of them were undocumented. Almost every one of these students was part of a project in my class that involved interviewing family members about surviving a difficult time and retelling these stories in a variety of ways. Most of these students told stories connected to why their families moved to the United States. What I discovered was that regardless of whether they were refugees or asylees, documented or undocumented, most of these people had not moved to the US for opportunity. They weren't after a big house, a yard, and a Cadillac. They had moved to escape oppression and gross human rights violations. In many cases, they moved because they didn't want to die. People don't abandon their homeland and leave behind the people they love because they see a good opportunity. They do it because it's their only choice for survival. This is no different than when my Irish ancestors who moved here to avoid starvation and persecution were branded as an inferior race. Politicians proposed building a wall around the country to keep out the Catholic alien invader. Today, there are more Irish Americans than Irish. Turns out we didn't ruin the country after all. This is no different than my wife's Jewish ancestors from the Ukraine who came here to escape death squads after the Russian Revolution. Her people were alien invaders too. Thankfully, unlike much of Europe, America has been a comparative haven for Jewish people. This should be the least we aspire to. We can afford to protect people who need protecting. I implore you to choose a policy that doesn't inflict further violence upon a group of people whose heroism and sacrifice would probably look very familiar to our ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Laurel.
Hi, my name's Laurel Herndon, 520 Sky Trail, and I run the Immigrant Legal Center of Boulder County. Immigration is unlike any other area of law, carrying enormous penalties but none of the constitutional protections of our criminal justice system. Let me give you one example. A man from Mexico earned his green card back in 1991 by working in the fields. The green card was only for him. It didn't include his wife and 2 children ages 12 and 14. He petitioned for them to come to the United States, but due to a 6-year waiting line and bureaucratic delays, they arrived at the interview on the oldest child's 21st birthday. Officials wished him a happy birthday, then told him that he could not join his family in the United States because he was now 21 years old. There was no due process right to argue that he should not be penalized for government delays because basic notions of fundamental fairness don't apply to immigration. Congress finally passed a fix to this harsh age-out law in 2002, but they didn't make it retroactive. In hindsight, we know the son would have been separated from his family for another 11 years, but like many, he didn't wait. Forced to choose between his family and an arbitrary immigration law, he chose his family. He has lived here in Boulder for almost 20 years and has children in our schools. His employer supports him and understands just how unfair the system can be. The possibility of banishment from one's family without due process is not the American way. Our immigrant community members deserve sanctuary while the federal government puts its own house in order. Immigrants are also facing problems obtaining driver's licenses due to DMV office limitations. Boulder could help by issuing municipal ID cards, and I urge the City Council to refer this idea to the Human Relations Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Christine. And after Christine, we have Marin. Okay.
Hi.
Hi there.
My name is Christine Zabala, and I live in Broomfield, Colorado, but I'm a PhD student at the University of Colorado Boulder. And I'm here today to speak up in favor of declaring Boulder a sanctuary city for undocumented people, and more importantly, passing ordinances to that effect. So I'd just like to thank you in advance for your time and your attention. I would like to call on the inclusivity resolution that the City of Boulder recently passed in support of diversity. On December 15th of last year, the City of Boulder passed Resolution 1178, the inclusivity resolution, which stated in part that, quote, some members of our community continue to experience discrimination, harassment, and intimidation based on their culture, religious, or personal beliefs, end quote, and that recent events had, quote, triggered a spate of hateful and harmful rhetoric and actions in America against refugees and people of certain religious faiths and ethnic groups, end quote. This assessment of the national climate was true in 2015 and is even more so today. As an example, CU Boulder's Office of Institutional Equity and Compliance reported receiving 9 reports of bias-related harassment between November 1st and 16th of this year, as compared with 0 reports in the same time frame last year. And this is only on the campus. In the inclusivity resolution, the City Council also restated its commitment to be, quote, an inclusive community and explicitly welcome all residents regardless of their age, race, ethnicity, and country of origin, end quote. I would like to reiterate that the national climate puts in jeopardy real human beings with lives and families, and if we as a city are to continue to be a welcoming community for all people, we must take a stand against bigotry and xenophobia. I urge the council to make good on the promises that the city made just 1 year ago. In closing, I'm strongly in favor of the potential ordinances prohibiting employers from asking about immigration status and prohibiting the city from expending any funds to enforcing immigration laws. And human beings are not illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Marin, and then Peter.
Good evening. My name's Marin Hallwickert, and I live at 2900 Aurora Avenue. And I just have a short statement prepared about the possibility of Boulder becoming a sanctuary city. Across the United States, a number of our largest cities have either newly affirmed or reaffirmed their commitment to undocumented residents. The list of cities that have made public statements regarding noncompliance with federal immigration officials currently includes Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, and San Francisco, among others. Denver has yet to publicly affirm this stance in a statement, but Mayor Hancock has indicated in interviews that local law enforcement will not do the job of cooperating with federal immigration officers. It is imperative that as residents of Boulder, a place which prides itself on being progressive, we take measures to ensure that all inhabitants of our city are protected regardless of the ill intentions of our federal government. As a state, and by extension as a city, we have been out of compliance with federal law for at least the past 16 years since the passage of Amendment 20, which allowed the use of medical marijuana. If we are willing to risk noncompliance with federal law to allow the sale of marijuana, I see no reason why we cannot fight federal immigration policy and take local efforts to ensure the safety of the undocumented residents of our city. I find the idea that we would disobey federal law to allow the sale of marijuana while allowing our friends and neighbors to be deported on the basis of federal policies vulgar to my sensibilities as a citizen of this country and a resident of this city. Many of those that stand to lose the most from aggressive federal deportation policies are our friends and family. We cannot sit idly by and allow our government to fail them. Therefore, I believe that the City Council, as an extension of the goodwill of the people of Boulder, should take steps to make Boulder a sanctuary city in the immediate future. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter. And after Peter, we have Joseph Stein and Tim Hillman.
Hi, my name is Pete Dignan. I live at 2000 Dartmouth Avenue in Boulder. And I'm here to comment on the climate commitment that you're taking up. And specifically, well, first of all, my background, I'm the CEO of Renewable Choice Energy here in Boulder. We help companies to adopt renewable energy at the utility scale. And so I wanted to comment specifically on the staff's assertion that the proposed greenhouse gas reductions and renewable energy targets are achievable. And I just want to strongly agree with those statements. We help companies like Amazon, Philips, Johnson & Johnson get into 100 megawatts, 150 megawatts, 200 megawatts in 6 to 9 months. So 2030 should be very doable. And I just wanted to make that comment in support of the plan. I think it's highly achievable. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph?
Good evening. My name is Joseph Stein, and my address is 540 South 45th Street here in Boulder. I am a senior at Fairview High School, and I'm here representing Fairview High School's Net Zero Environmental Club. As you are aware, Mount Calvary Lutheran Church in South Boulder has recently been slated for reconstruction as high-density affordable housing. Now, while I and Net Zero applaud the city's expansion of affordable housing and applaud this effort in particular, I'm worried by the city's increasingly vigorous promotion of high-density housing at the potential expense of the environment. Given that it is impossible to expand the city beyond its current limits, any increase in density necessarily means an increase in population. The population that commutes in and out of Boulder every day will, in this plan, be located to Boulder and thus commute within the city, which is clearly a huge boon to the environment. That being said, in the past, Boulder has proven surprisingly reluctant to change its infrastructure to accommodate drivers. Should density continue to increase, which, given the benefits to the environment and the economy, it should, we will need infrastructure reform. An increasing number of drivers on our current roads would worsen the already dire traffic situation that exists at rush hour and likely lead to frequent gridlock. Now, in a gridlock scenario, we're looking at an increasing number of cars polluting more than is currently the case, and we're also looking at each one of those cars on the streets for longer periods of time, thus leading to an overall increase in carbon dioxide emissions, as described in a 2001 MIT study. Indeed, it appears already to be the case on Hanover Avenue, where major developments were made this summer. I know the city understands that one of its duties to its citizens is to do its part to mitigate climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and for this reason, I urge the city to consider the potential impacts of new high-density housing projects on traffic flow and plan for those impacts. We will likely need infrastructure reform that combats gridlock in the near future, and if these projects are to be undertaken in an environmentally responsible manner, which is beneficial for everyone, we must begin planning now. So I urge you to consider this in future expansions of high-density housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Hillman? After Tim, we have Ula Mertz and Patrick Murphy.
Good evening. Thank you. Tim Hillman, 1429 North Street, currently the chair on the Environmental Advisory Board. And you've been hearing a lot tonight. I wanted to stop by quickly. You guys have read our endorsement resolution of the climate commitment. I believe we're going to move forward. And I want to say a couple things related to my observations that the board, in its discussions, working really closely with city staff on the climate commitment for a while now. We are preparing our written letter to council, our annual letter. So keep an eye out for that. There are a number of key things that we see, at least in the resolution that we recently passed. Clearly, we've got a strong endorsement of the climate commitment. I believe the city's going to move forward with that, and I commend again the city's efforts related to climate commitment. And the dialogue that we've been having is a fascinating one among the board in that I think we see upcoming a number of tremendous challenges, which I think are going to be really fun, exciting challenges as the community moves to press achieving the goals that are lofty goals. Hopefully we'll achieve them before 2050. And so as we move forward in our efforts to achieve those, the board would like to just extend our offering. It's going to be an opportunity for us to further engage the community with the city government and city council's efforts to help us extend reduction in our emissions, which are lofty and are going to be very challenging. So as you'll see in our letter, we're going to extend an opportunity that we'd like to see take us up on it. I'm going to be stepping down from the board as my term's up, but we have some tremendously talented and very dedicated citizens sitting on the board right now, and I've really appreciated their dialogue and input as they come from diverse backgrounds. And so we're basically extending an opportunity if City Council would like to take advantage of it. You guys have plenty to do. We really applaud and appreciate your efforts. That if we can do anything more to support your efforts, we would really like to extend some working sessions so that we can continue to make sure we achieve those goals in the future.
Hey, would you like to serve up here? And we're
You're doing way too good a job for me to do that.
okay. Thank you,
all.
Tim.
Appreciate it.
Ula.
Good evening. My name is Ula Metz. I'm a co-owner of Bookcliff Vineyards, a Boulder, Colorado winery, making wine from 100% Colorado-grown grapes. I want to thank City Council and especially staff for a quick response and decisive action on the liquor occupational tax. When I first heard about it, I was very disheartened and almost had the impression that City Council wants to get rid of small breweries, wineries, and distilleries, especially given the high rate of the occupational tax of $2,957.50. This high rate would mean or means a very large financial burden for Bookcliff Vineyards and many others in the industry. I want to thank you for opening the path to a future solution, and I look forward to working with you and staff on an alternative solution for the occupational tax in 2017. And I'm glad you want to keep us around and are supportive, and so do all the other wineries, brewers, and distilleries on the Boulder Beer Trail, wineries and distilleries too. Thank you so much.
I think we're going to need you in about 6 hours. Yeah, Patrick.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. As the camera survey revealed, the Muni effort is losing support, and it was thin support to begin with. Muni supporters fail to critically review the Muni. They find it easy to criticize Excel, but miss the ongoing failures of the Muni itself. Everyone would like to reduce our carbon footprint. The only thing standing in the way of that goal is the Muni itself. We have spent 5 years and over $12 million with not 1 ounce of carbon reduction. Perhaps 4 or more years and $500 million would have to pass before that would change. There is over 1 year of additional litigation and expense ahead, and we will have to vote to continue this waste next year. Here is a list of muni failures that supporters, and perhaps you, just continue to ignore. Hiding the true cost by charging other city departments for muni employee time. Failing to include the loss of over $6 million in undergrounding in the true cost. Trying to force gun barrel into the muni when they didn't want it. Trying to take Excel's infrastructure outside the city limits when we should have known we shouldn't. Wasting time and money going to the FERC for no good reason. Annexing new areas into the city when those being annexed would rather they weren't. The most frightening fact is that besides the supposed maximum $214 million for the infrastructure, we could be stuck with an additional $200 million that Excel could claim for going concern damages and an additional $300 million in stranded costs. Boulder Energy Future claims that if we would have to pay damages, we could vote on whether to continue. But they also say that we would not get to vote on the stranded costs. Including bond costs, we could be looking at $1 billion muni monopoly. Boulder-based solar incentives, wind incentives, and a REX broker are all we really need. We don't need a muni boondoggle. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Next up, we have Richard Noon. Thank you. Ray Roper. Is Ray here? Okay. Katie Malsbender. And after Katie, we have Audrey Tobin and Carla Fredericks.
Hello there. My name's Katie Malsbender, and I live at 20 South Boulder Circle in Boulder. I am the U.S. campaigns organizer for the Climate Reality Project as well, and I'm here to support the City of Boulder committing to 100% renewable electricity by 2030. And I urge you all to vote in favor of the proposal. Here in Colorado, we're feeling the impact of a changing climate, from wildfires to drought to reduced snowpack every year. It's impacting our way of life, our economy, and the beautiful places that a lot of us here grew up in and that we all hold so dear. In order to avoid the worst impact of a changing climate, we need to quickly shift away from fossil fuels, which are causing the problem, and repower our society with clean, renewable energy. And Boulder, with its international reputation that we've already touched on here today, needs to lead the way in doing that. The Climate Reality Project's I Am Pro Snow program is working with mountain communities, ski resorts, and other outdoor recreation-based businesses to transition to 100% renewable electricity. In the last few months alone, we've helped 28 cities and businesses commit to 100% renewable electricity, and adding Boulder's commitment will signal to other communities across the state and around the world that transitioning to 100% renewable electricity is not only critical for our environment and public health, but that it's technologically possible. Thank you all so much for all of your work on this critical issue, and I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, Katie. Audrey? And then Carla Fredericks and Magnolia.
Hi, I'm Audrey Tobin. I live at 3437 Cripple Creek Square in Boulder. I was born and raised in Colorado, and I work at a local business in South Boulder called Weaver's Dive and Travel Center. You guys have all the facts and figures on how carbon emissions are affecting our climate, and all the facts and figures on Muni versus going with Excel. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the climate action plan. I just have a little anecdotal story that can maybe show how it affects normal people besides wildfires and droughts and floods. I worked at a ski resort this past summer in Rancagua, Chile, and over the past 5 years, they have had little to no ski season. I was there for 6 weeks, and in that 6 weeks, we saw snow one time, and it was during their peak winter season. Due to the lack of snow, they're looking at a really costly change of moving the whole base of the mountain up to the mid-mountain, as well as all the housing that is located at the base. They're either gonna do that or have to close their ski resort forever. A lot of people have already left their jobs there and begun working in the mining industry. And I fear that Colorado may face the same consequences at our local ski resorts. So to protect our snowpack, our economy, and eventually our water, I would vote you to pass the renewable electricity by 2030. And thank you for all your hard work and consideration with this.
Thank you, Audrey. Carla?
Good evening, members of City Council, staff, and staff. My name is Carla Fredericks. I live at 1585 Kendall Drive.
I'm an enrolled member of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara Nation in North Dakota, and I am director of the American Indian Law Program at CU Law. Since August, we have been providing legal support to the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe in its historic fight over the Dakota Access Pipeline. I want to thank the Boulder City Council and the Human Rights Commission for bringing this Resolution 1200 forward. To consider issues the people of Standing Rock are facing as serious human rights issues is important and timely. Dakota Access threatens Standing Rock's human rights, its right to culture, right to clean water, and right to participation in government. The American Indian Law Program recently asked the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights to ask the United States government to remedy the Dakota Access situation by complying with its duties and obligations outlined in the Declaration on the Rights and Duties of Man, as well as other prevailing international human rights instruments, including the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. For generations, Standing Rock and every tribe across the country has been burdened by infrastructure projects that have been approved to benefit others without regard to the costs and harms these projects impose on the tribes and their people. When federal decisions are made, the interests of private companies and non-Indians are deemed to be vitally important, while the interests of tribes and Indian people are given lip service or totally ignored. The thousands of people gathered at the Ocheti-Sakiwa encampment on the Cannonball River have said enough is enough. They have risked grave injury to protect not only their rights as peoples, but also to protect the drinking water of millions of downstream citizens in the Missouri River Basin. Sunday's action by the Army Corps of Engineers is by no means the end of this fight. I also understand that the city holds funds with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, an investor in the Dakota Access Pipeline, and I ask that the City Council consider an amendment to Resolution 1200 to also end its banking relationship with Chase Bank. This is also an important connection to the city's work on climate because J.P. Morgan Chase Bank is a signer to the Equator Principles, and in agreeing to fund this infrastructure project, they're actually in violation of their obligations under the Equator Principles. So again, thank you for your time. My time's up.
Can we ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you just say that the
Last
Equator Principles, can you?
Yes.
Elaborate.
So JP Morgan Chase Bank, along with many other international financial institutions, has signed on to the Equator Principles, which is a series of principles not only on climate, but also on human rights. And in approving an infrastructure project like this one that is so perilous to the climate and then also has serious human rights implications, those international financial institutions are in violation of the Equator Principles. And that's been the grounds for divestment by several of the large institutional investors throughout the world, including most recently the State Bank of Norway.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here. Magnolia. After Magnolia, we have Miriam, and then Christopher.
Oh. So my name is Magnolia Landa Posas, and I'm a resident here at Boulder, but I'm also a student. And I'm here representing FLOWS, which is the Foundation for Leaders Organizing for Water and Sustainability. And it's under the Energy and Climate Justice Program at the University of Boulder. And first of all, I want to recognize that I'm very grateful to stand on Cheyenne and Arapaho land today. FLOWS works together on energy and water upgrades with low-income housing while providing the members with leadership training and great job skills. More importantly, it is a space that recognizes that we all have cultural knowledge that can bring positive impact to the environment. As is often the case, the communities that face the most amount of environmental burdens are those that are left out of the conversations and solutions that are spoken in spaces like these. For that reason, FLOWS has been working to ensure that the voices of our communities are heard and included in the Climate Action Plan. We work to help inform the Climate Action Plan and create opportunities for low-income community members, and are so very happy that the city incorporated community feedback and issues of social equity. By not pitting social issues against climate action, and the city is showing wisdom that so many others have not yet done. We hope that the city will adopt the Climate Action Plan tonight and then continue to incorporate these important elements as it moves forward in climate action, mitigation, and we hope to stay involved. More importantly, I want to bring attention that we cannot achieve real sustainability without social equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnolia. Miriam?
Hello, City Council. My name is Miriam Paisner. I live at 3250 O'Neill Circle, Boulder. My issue has nothing to do with climate change or Standing Rock, although I agree with all of that. My issue is with the Dairy Center of the Arts. My human rights have been hurt by the Dairy Center and subsequently by Boulder Ballet Company. I have been teaching Hawaiian hula and paying 10 years of rent to Boulder Ballet, who rents from the Dairy. On Sunday, October 23rd, our old CD player did not work, so we asked the house manager to help. We thought he was a young man, but I saw his name tag was Cassie and knew that she was a female. Being an active supporter of gay rights most of my adult life, I try to identify myself as such. After class, Cassie was in the hallway, so I attempted to speak more about gay issues and asked about the new binary terms. All she had to do was to stop me from being so nosy or inquisitive and cut me off, but she didn't. Instead, she went and followed talking to the manager of the dairy, executive manager, who spoke to the executive director of the Boulder Ballet Company, whose name is Ren Combs, who called and asked me about what happened, and I told her my story. Following Sunday, October 30th, I tried to apologize to Cassie in the lobby. She would have none of it. She again spoke to the director of the dairy, and who in turn spoke to Ren, who called me and said we had to leave the Boulder Ballet immediately and didn't have to pay a November rent instead of the earlier promise to let us stay until December 18th. I feel I have been discriminated against and am a victim of heterophobia, my word. I tried to meet with the directors, Aaron, Mr. Obermeyer, and Ren, but none have the courtesy or to see me or even to write to me and let me explain my nosiness in person. No answers whatsoever, email or phone. I have contacted the Human Rights Commission several times and sent my emails several times, but to no avail. I even asked Carmen to call me, but she has not. This is not settled until the dairy and Boulder Ballet apologizes to me.
Thank you, Mary. Christopher Mallory.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Christopher Mallory, representing Americana. I'm only going to speak just really quickly. We just wanted some updates on the ordinance that went through back on the 1st. We spoke on November 15th about...
Are you talking about marijuana that we're going to deal with?
Not the map. This is the ordinance that went through with the annexation.
Okay.
Sorry. We still haven't heard anything back about the fees yet. We have heard from Boulder County that they're not going to be refunded anything, but if we can get some updates on the fees, we're going to be paying, we're under 60 days now, so it's kind of coming to crunch time. So if we can get an update, that'd be great. And a couple other clarifications in the actual ordinance. 6C mentions limitations being waived for the labs and the product manufacturers. Until it's amended, it is going to be amended in the map, so we just want to make sure that we're still in that 2-year period of having those be waived. Section 6H, transfer of licenses, it says transfer, but we just want to make sure that means, in your definition of transfer, as in 100% of the business being transferred, sale of the business, just clarification on that. And then one other thing with limitations would be plant counts. You guys assess fees over 1,000 plants, $1 per plant. We just want to get a little bit more information on that because the fees are definitely higher in the city. If it would be possible to maybe waive that on the first renewal and maybe we pay on the second renewal, just something to kind of mitigate the high fee factor. So if you guys can just give us updates when you can, that'd be really great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try to do that. Thanks. Hey, Lauren. And after Lauren, we have Wendy and then Joe Morgan.
Hi, I'm Lauren Gifford. I live at 3725 Birchwood Drive, and I'm a member of the Human Relations Commission, and I'm also a PhD candidate at CU, and I have an expertise in environmental policy and social justice. And I'm here to encourage your signing of the resolution in support of Standing Rock. I understand that some of you might not feel that it's a local issue, so I'm here to tell you 2 reasons why it absolutely is. First, the protests at Standing Rock have come to represent a broad movement to empower poor, marginalized, disenfranchised, and marginalized communities. Given today's political climate, many folks have come to speak at the HRC to say that they're scared and they feel vulnerable. In supporting the resolution, you send a message to the folks who voted for you that you support them and you see them as valuable members of the Boulder community. The second reason I urge you to support the resolution on Standing Rock is because the situation there is much like the experience of Native people who lived right here at the mouth of Boulder Canyon. There's a statue on the Boulder Creek path to Chief Niwot, who was a member of the Arapaho tribe and one of the first natives to negotiate with the white settlers who came to Boulder Canyon looking for gold. Those settlers were lied to, forcibly resettled, ultimately murdered, including Chief Niwot. Right now at Standing Rock, peaceful, unarmed Native folks are under siege being pushed aside by those seeking access to and control of natural resources. In many ways, what's going on at Standing Rock is a modern-day version of what happened to the Arapaho, whose sacred land is precisely where we are congregating tonight. The oil in North Dakota is a 21st century version of the gold in Boulder County, or Boulder Canyon. So I encourage you all, when you vote on the resolution, to think of the people who lived here before us and to think of the people who live here now. Your support sends a signal to Boulder residents that you indeed care about diverse interests and representations, and that you are truly working to make Boulder safe and welcoming. Thanks.
Thank you, Lauren. Wendy?
Good evening, all. My name is Wendy Baringould. I'm a resident of 536 Maxwell Avenue. And as others have said, this is an opportunity for Boulder as a community to make the beginning efforts to make amends for the genocide that occurred here not so many generations ago. If you, as our elected representatives, can stand beside and behind the Native American communities at Standing Rock, it will make a statement of atonement for what our forebears did to Native Americans here. It is still a local issue because we still live with that history. As Norma said, these histories don't die. They carry forward. And so I urge you, as my elected representatives, to speak for my heart and to support them. I think this is an opportunity for local communities to speak, and I think the next thing we're going to have to speak on is being a sanctuary city to support and protect people who are apt to, not have that protection from the federal government. So thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a good and very long evening.
You'll get that. Yes, I was going to say. Joe Morgan, and after Joe, Paul Keaton and Athena Lund.
My name is Joe Morgan. I'm a resident in Mapleton Mobile Home Park, a 501c3 residential nonprofit. 137 units on 15 acres in the very heart of Boulder. How much is this property worth? 20 mil? The residents, that's me, of this 501c3 residential nonprofit have no rights, in spite of the fact that the rights of the residents are supposedly protected by the city, that's you, and state and federal laws. We have become a police state. Hitler, Vladimir Putin, I'm sure not even Donald Trump can hold a candle to Race Calgill, our consultant. Race will lie, cheat, and kill to protect his $1,800 a month that the MHA has been paying him for the last 3 years. It is a proven fact that he is a liar, and he makes up the laws as he goes along. Thistle Communities loves him. The more lies, the better, as far as Thistle is concerned. In the city manager's and Jeff Yagin's memo of 12/23/15, they state, the city has two primary responsibilities with the MMHP, enforcing affordability and ensuring infrastructure replacement is completed. In addition, the city supports resident control and potential ownership of the park. When is the city going to exercise these options? Infrastructure should have been completed 8 years ago. But this will ask you not to exercise these options. My next question is more of a statement. Whatever Thistle wants, Thistle gets. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Paul?
Thank you. I'm Paul Keaton, and I live in the Mapleton Mobile Home Park. It was a dozen years ago, nearly to the day, that our resident-controlled mobile home park was established with no plan for how it would be managed and no standards to protect the rights and privacy of our residents. When I first informed the council that there was no management plan, I was sure that it would be obvious how such a situation would deteriorate, because everyone has read Animal Farm, haven't they? Yet staff and council have made it clear they have no intention of correcting the discrepancy and every intention of supporting those who are abusing the situation. The city-funded mediation produced ample documentation that the Mapleton Home Association and Thistle Communities know they are defying the law. For instance, they insist that the board may arbitrarily ban a resident member from board meetings without due process, despite the imperative in Colorado law which states that board meetings must be open to all members. In fact, the board even got Boulder police to help them violate this particular civil right. Apparently, compliance with state law is not a condition for getting funding from the city of Boulder. Staff has informed me that they would only be concerned with violations of municipal ordinances, and the council's efforts to avoid considering the legal issues have echoed that stance. I'm hoping we can move beyond personal issues of whom to blame and whom to protect, and acknowledge that the city of Boulder did not function well a dozen years ago when our resident-controlled community was established, and loose ends are still dangling. If you get nothing else from my efforts here, I hope you will at least somehow internalize the connection that when the city of Boulder does not function well, the inevitable result is that the quality of life for the residents is diminished. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Athena, and then Adam Candle and Neil DiMuccio.
Good evening, Council. My name is Athena Lund. I've been a resident of Boulder, Colorado for 20 years. I'm at 142 Granite Drive, Boulder. And I'm an immigrant from Norway. That's where my accent is from. I'm happy that City of Boulder is considering a resolution of supporting Standing Rock against the Dakota Access Pipeline. I've been to Standing Rock with Jill Stein as a witness and a photographer, and so much of what was truly happening there. Here are some of the reasons I believe it's important for us to support Standing Rock. According to Robert Kennedy, Jr., when DAPL, I'm going to shorten it for DAPL, do their EIS, the Environmental Impact Statement, it will show that it will mostly benefit the owners of the company and not the workers. Mr. Kennedy Jr. and Amnesty International and other important groups has stated that there are transgressions in human rights by the militarized police who has been deployed by the DAPL, which also has been proven by thousands of video footages. City of Boulder is known to be a health-conscious and leading city in many ways. The DAPL is too problematic in many ways. It will affect one of America's biggest aquifer. There are always leaks, especially this company has significant records of that. Sorry about that. I'd also like to see a change of your bank connections, of Chase, that has investing in DAPL. My Norwegian bank, DNB, has pulled their investment, which has significantly invested 10% of DAPL. So that's pretty big. Thank you.
Thank you, Athena. Adam? And then Neil, and then Donna George.
All right. I'm Adam Kendall. I've lived in Boulder for 11 years, and I do business with Boulder Fermentation Supply. I'm one of two co-owners there. It's the local homebrew shop supply. And recently, as of 2015, we've added on an auxiliary business, which is a small brewery, which is even smaller than a microbrewery, smaller than a nano brewery. It could even be called a pico brewery. Well, pretty much echo everything Ula said. I'm really happy with the prompt response by Mayor Suzanne Jones and Council and City Manager Jane Brategam for responding quickly to our concerns about the new occupation tax that was about to be assessed as of January 1st. At its current implementation, or what was on track for that, would have severely affected our business. And I know that some of our larger peers in the industry have also voiced their concerns, which was encouraging to hear. I really appreciate the responsiveness from staff, city manager, and attention by you all on this matter. So really, we're really happy that we might be able to talk further, and really look forward to working together and having sufficient time to consider the best approach. Our local craft beer, wine, and distilling industries appreciate your ability to address this important issue. I think I'm kind of reluctant to come up and talk and try to stand up for myself and the other 13 businesses that signed on, of which there are more who didn't even get the memo because it was really quick. And I really want to just say thank you for hearing us and responding so quickly to that.
Great.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Neil DiMuccio, and let's see, I rent at the Timber Ridge Apartments. I work, live, and am an activist here in Boulder for the Boulder chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice. And I'm here tonight to encourage you to do the ordinance in support of Standing Rock. I think that in the context of historical oppression, legalized white supremacy, you know, we have to sort of realize that we've never done right by the natives. We've never done right by the Native people. And this isn't an ordinance, it wouldn't be doing right by them, but it would be a step. So I thank you for your efforts, and I ask you to hear the people and to show your support.
Thank you, Neil. Donna George. After Donna, we have Rebecca Dixon and Shirley White.
Hello, my name is Donna George. I live at 4661 Tally Ho Court. A crystal ball on linkage fees. The guest opinion written by John Tier of the Boulder Chamber of Commerce and Betsy Martins of Boulder Housing Partners recommended a $12 per square foot commercial affordable housing linkage fee. I thought it odd that the city's housing authority would be advocating for such a low amount when the consultant firm hired by the city determined the actual cost to be over $100 per square foot. I attended a Boulder Housing Partners board meeting where I asked why they would advocate for such a low affordable housing linkage fee. I was told that they had already deliberated on the linkage fee amount and that the decision was political. At the Boulder Valley Real Estate Conference's Affordable Housing Linkage Fee session, a consultant for both Boulder Housing Partners and the Boulder Chamber of Commerce spoke about how she can count to 5 and that they had the numbers for a $12 per square foot linkage fee. I and fellow citizens took time out of our evening to speak at the City Council meeting on November 15th concerning affordable housing linkage fees. After the public comments, I listened to council deliberate on the matter, and in the end, voting 6-3 for, guess what? A $12 per square foot linkage fee. The 3 dissenting votes came from Weaver, Morzell, and Young, who asked for a higher amount. The mayor, Suzanne Jones, also advocated for a higher amount, but in the end voted for the $12 per square foot fee. I highly recommend that all citizens view this November 15th meeting on the City Council website, 206 to 446 on the tape, with council deliberation at 3:53, and watch how it all plays out. Are public meetings just for show when decisions on the issue have already been made? Make your own conclusions and really think about whom you want representing you in the future. I also want to note that in the newspaper today, it says on Tuesday night the council is expected to approve the ordinance on second reading of the co-op. How does they know this when there's all kinds of new information that's coming up? So our special groups.
Donna, you're done.
Where's the timing?
It just went off.
I know, but aren't we supposed to get a warning? I just want 2 more sentences. Okay, Donna. Our special groups getting access to, this is really important. Our special groups getting access to council with decisions being made in advance of thorough public education and input on the issue.
Donna, I gotta
public
interrupt
process
you.
and decisions affecting citizens need to be truly open, thorough, and fair. Predetermined agendas should not be passed through
Donna.
after 4
Donna.
public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Dixon.
Hi there, Council. Rebecca Dixon, 1055 Waite Drive here in Boulder. I'm chair of the local Sierra Club, and thank you for your work, Council. I know it's an awful lot of work. So I want to say just 3 quick things in regard to the climate change or the climate commitment. Let's make Boulder's goal, let's make our goal 100% clean electricity by 2030. We can do it. We have the technology. Let's just do it. Excel will not make that their goal. Excel is not going to make it a goal to have 100% clean electricity in Boulder or really anywhere else by 2030 because they're coal-driven. So let's boot Excel to the back seat. Let's not let them be in control of our climate decisions. Let's please continue the process toward Boulder's Muni. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Shirley? Oh, she took off? Okay. 46, Amy Mateer. And after Amy, we have Tamil and then Nikhil. If folks want to get ready. Oh, I thought that was Amy. Is a person? Okay. So, Heidi, I'm confused. Is somebody giving this presentation?
Amy was supposed to, so I'll turn it back.
Oh, is Amy here? Okay, Tamil it is.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tamil Maldonado, Director of Barrio A, an organization founded since 2012 in the city of Boulder to foster Latino arts and culture in the state of Colorado. We produced the first Colorado Latino Festival and established the first community and multicultural center in the state of fostering civic engagement, support for artists, and the promotion of education of all cultures through a year-round program. From our experience there, we believe that multicultural community centers are the transformative tool to inclusion and equity to all. It is vital to continue being a catalyst, nurturing an accessible, thriving venue for expression and fair distribution of opportunities with year-round programs. Cultural equity is critical to the long-term viability of society, including the underrepresented sectors, to produce an inclusive and vibrant city. And everyone deserves equal access to a full, exciting, creative life, essential to a healthy and democratic society. There are many inequities and safety issues in our society to address, and we believe that Multicultural Community Center can be a key and starting point to make a difference. You, the City Council, and the City of Boulder has made significant statements and strides to make sure that we are becoming a welcoming and inclusive city, including tonight making a stand and maybe discussing how to become a sanctuary city to protect all residents of the City of Boulder. We applaud you for these efforts. And we are requesting to even go further in the accountability and responsibility of making our city safe and welcoming by developing and supporting a multicultural community center in the civic area and should be part of the civic area plan. A center place for connectivity that should have a physical space where everyone feels represented, welcome, and safe. For years, there have been conversations about community centers or cultural centers in different cities of Boulder and including the city of Boulder. And we believe that this could be a really good time, especially now after the political era and politicians that is happening. Thank you.
Nikhil. And then it'll be Kyle and then Jose.
Nikhil Mankik of Boulder, Colorado. I'm a member of the City of Boulder Human Relations Commission. I just want to begin tonight and just say rest in peace to Rashan Salam and his family. Thoughts and prayers with them, and thank you for bringing so much joy to us and our community. I'm speaking on two issues tonight, so hopefully I have enough time. One is the Standing Rock resolution that the Human Relations Commission sent to you. The declaration we sent to you. This began last October at the Indigenous Peoples Day celebrations and discussions between members of the Indigenous community, myself, Carla Fredericks of the CU Law School, and some members of council who had asked that suggested this would be something good for the Human Relations Commission to take up and send to you. So that's exactly what we did, and we voted unanimously last week to send it up to you. And at that meeting, we also had about over 80 people in the audience, which is kind of unusual for us, but all of them applauded strongly in support of it. And beyond that, I think between the Native American Rights Fund, the CU Indian Law Clinic, and the many, many people I've met, activists who have gone to Standing Rock from the city, I believe we have sufficient and special local ties to that movement. And beyond that, just when you see what's happening up there in the violent oppression of it's peaceful protesters practicing civil disobedience. And I think we have to come back to that and think about it when we look at those videos and people come back and tell us what's actually happening. You know, that's unacceptable, and the least Boulder can do is live up to its values and pass a declaration in support of Standing Rock. The second thing I want to talk about is sanctuary cities. Again, the 80 people who came to our meeting, many of them spoke in favor of it and asked that we, the city, do something about it. So last sentence on that is the presidential election became a campaign of hate, and it affected a lot of us disproportionately. So I ask, it's not that complicated. Please do the right thing and protect all of us, especially the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikhil. Kyle? And then Jose? And then my list ends.
Hey everyone, my name is Kyle Hulsman. I am the policy manager at the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition. Wanted to come here today and thank you all for putting together the Sanctuary City memo. Super appreciate you all putting some deep thought and really coming out with a sophisticated analysis of what's possible from the city level. I am here on behalf of CERC to support strongly the second proposal in that memo, which essentially states prohibition for city funds being used to support federal immigration enforcement. I think that there's a big advantage right now in terms of City of Boulder moving towards substantive policy change rather than making a symbolic statement around Sanctuary City, and really getting into these pieces of how can we move, how can we create a safer space and protect undocumented families in the City of Boulder through substantive policy change. And we really see that second point as being an avenue to do so. On a broader context, all 64 counties in Colorado have stated policy at the sheriff level that they don't honor detention requests coming in from ICE without a judicially approved warrant. So the entire state of Colorado at the county level is already named as a quote-unquote sanctuary city. And so we're really, City Council tonight has an ability to move a proposal that fits in with that broader context and really is able to move some substantive change. So we'd love to continue those conversations, bring in some other proposals from cities around the country who've been able to move forward on some important legislation here. I want to thank you all again for taking steps and moving some of the sanctuary city policy forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Kyle. Jose.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jose Beteta. I serve the Latino Chamber, Barrio A, and the Human Relations Commission. I'm here to talk about two issues. The first one is I wanted to thank you for a lot of the things that the city has been doing. Martin Luther King Day, the resolution on Immigrant Heritage Week, Standing with Standing Rock, living wage. All of these issues are very important. We need to house them. We need to have a physical space to be able to house and welcome everyone on a daily basis. And this is where the city needs to really get down and invested on creating a physical space to be able to bring everyone together from all kinds of backgrounds. So I'm here to tell you to please support Community and Multicultural Center. The second thing I wanted to talk about was my support for Sanctuary City. A few years ago, most of you, some of you have moved on already, some of you are new, but you chose me unanimously as the first undocumented person in the whole country to serve in a board or commission. You did that because you saw value in being able to include everyone in this city, no matter what their background was, as someone who could contribute who could bring a voice to other people who may be staying in the shadows and who might need representation. So I'm here to ask you to please support the sanctuary city status, protect me, protect other people like myself who are, could really benefit from this, and we can continue helping each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose. That's the end of my list. Are there more people that signed up? Oh, here we go. Okay. Audrey Fishman. And then Mark and Stephen.
Hello, and thank you for allowing all this to happen. I stand in solidarity with the most eloquent speeches of Kim and Dina, Nikel, Ben, Laurel, Amy, Tamil, and Jose about the ordinance for a sanctuary city, and I so appreciate the city's, and the HRC has been very busy, unfortunately, to try to protect rights and make, and you all to protect rights, to make Boulder a safe, equitable, respectful, and inclusive place. And I hope that still remains a priority for you all. And I was so happy to hear from CERC that along with the work of a resolution or an ordinance, I would love to see cities across the country and states across the country to join in and in a quick manner so that before the new administration in D.C. Knows that the majority of American people believe in a fair, just, that America should be a fair, just place. And if there's a way we could do it, if CERC could help, I don't know. But I think hopefully with your action, I know a lot of cities across the country and states are stepping up and standing out and speaking out. But if we could make that into a great number of municipalities and states. I would, if anybody has any ideas, I'd love to work with you on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Audrey. Mark?
Mark Elban, 505 College. Thank you. I'd like to start by saying that I agree with DAPL, with Sanctuary City, with our city's climate goals, but I think it's kind of interesting that we have DAPL up here just because as a government that we have a history of speaking with forked tongues, so to speak, and that human rights certainly start with our city, and that's there are a bunch of homeless people tonight on the coldest night of the year that still can't sleep with a blanket in this town. And so to talk about safe and welcoming places and not allow a human being to sleep with a blanket or a sleeping bag is just absurd. Second, if we're going to talk about safe and welcoming cities, then we should talk about the fact that there's a huge discrepancy between people living in a home who are quote unquote related in our occupancy rules and those who are quote-unquote unrelated. The 3 undocumented citizens sleeping in my home for the last few weeks feel safe and welcome in some ways in this city. They definitely feel safe and welcome in my house. Hopefully one of my neighbors won't turn me in for violating our zoning rules, and they'll have to move out. I also want to say that occupancy as a sense of what we've heard here with regards to creating a safe and welcoming city is it's very clear that the relationship criteria in our occupancy rules are directly addressed at students. They happen to be an unprotected class under federal law, but we're talking about protected classes tonight. And I just want you to imagine if that rule applied to one of those groups.
Thanks, Mark. Steve Keenan. Steve here? Okay, Anna Casas. Ugh, I just butchered your name. Please tell me how to say that right.
Hello, my name is Ana Karina Casas Ibarra. I live in 4500 19th Street, number 468, Boulder, Colorado. I am here today to speak to you about my family and me. I am a DACA recipient. I came here to the United States when my mom brought me in 1999, undocumented, me and my two brothers. Under Obama's administration, my brother, Luis Alberto, was deported in early 2010. In 2012, my other brother was parked in an alley and then was approached by police, asking him his name and then telling him he looked like somebody they were looking for. And then he got arrested and put in a police car. When I arrived and to see what was happening, the police they pushed me away. They said that I was gonna get arrested if I didn't leave after I told them that they didn't have the right to search his car because he hadn't consented, and told my brother that he had the right to remain silent. They pushed me away and into the ground. So these, and then just last year, my dad in Denver also got arrested for traffic and then put into protection proceedings. So this all happened under Obama's administration. And I'm just super scared about what will happen under Trump's administration. So I am here to ask you to please support sanctuary cities, and I will talk to you soon in next council meeting because my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Erica. Oh, Stephen, come on up. Yep.
I'll make it quick, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Jones. Stephen Keenan. I'm on my way to Washington, D.C. for the third time this year. Meetings with Ukraine. But the reason why I'm here, and it's nice to see y'all, is obviously we have a non-socialist, non-pot smoking Attorney General soon. And what I would suggest is that we send Tom Carr to meet him in Washington, D.C. And I'm being very serious about this. Let's use the publicity this will do for us. Let's know that we're right about this and he's wrong. You know, this is a guy from Alabama that if he thinks he's going to be sending the feds to Colorado and be welcomed, he's wrong. And I think that we should either invite him to Boulder or we go to Washington, which would probably be better. Suzanne, you like going to Washington, D.C. And I'm going to roll him a big spliff, I promise you. Every day this year coming up, I'm going to roll a big spliff. I'm not a pot grower, but I do inhale. I am going to roll a big spliff. And I'm going to mail it to our new Attorney General every day. Every day. I promise you this. Because Tom knows the medical benefits. And, let's ignore the financial. Let's focus on getting this guy who most likely is going to be our new Attorney General. Let's get him educated on the health aspects of this. Rather than waiting for the feds to show up in downtown Boulder, we should go to Washington. And I think Tom would be an excellent representative. I'll even mail some spliffs to Tom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For lightening our evening. Okay. Erica.
That is a tough act to follow. I'm really sad that
What are you going to mail
after
us?
that. Yeah. My name is Erica Blum. I live at 2233 Mariposa Avenue in Boulder, and I've come to talk about sanctuary cities. I want to thank the city attorney and city manager and chief of police for putting together this incredible document. As my coworker said, I also work for the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition. So mostly what I just want to say is that I know you're still studying the different aspects of sanctuary city that we might be able to propose here in Boulder, but to piggyback on Kyle and Jose and Tamil and Ana, we already have the ICE detainers throughout the state of Colorado, so that's already done. And so what we really need to do is like have something with teeth to actually protect people. The proclamation is great. The city of Montrose and the Western Slope made a proclamation last night to declare itself a sanctuary city. So if the city of Montrose can make that proclamation, let's do something that has actual teeth. And I look forward to talking to you in the coming weeks about what that could be. And then just to amplify what Anna said, what her family has been completely violently torn apart by immigration enforcement in Boulder under President Obama. So we need to take this incoming administration with utmost seriousness and act now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Erica. I'm just curious, how many more after?
We have a total of 60.
Okay, so this is it. Okay, home stretch. Rook.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rook Stavish, and I am a freshman at CU Boulder. I'm here tonight to voice my opinion on the Boulder Climate Commitment, which I am strongly for. As an aspiring environmental engineer, I think this is not only good for the environment, but also good for the future of me and many of my peers. As well as that, I believe that could set a precedent for other communities in Colorado and other states to follow up. And Boulder loves to pride itself in how environmentally sustainable of a city it is, and I believe that this plan seems like a very logical step in the right direction to keep up that plan that we like to see. And other than that, it is also obviously vital for the well-being of the planet. A study done by Sergio Munoz and Joey Taylor from NASA shows that 11 of the past 12 months have been the hottest ever recorded since data started being collected 136 years ago. So climate change is no longer something that just might be happening. It is definitely going on. And this has obviously been seen with this year a lot, just with how late winter has started and how a lot of the ski resorts have had to push their moving dates back, which has also affected the economy because they're losing money there. And I don't mean to start any sort of political debate, but as we all know, President-elect Donald Trump has voiced his opinion against environmental programs and how he is trying to back out of the Paris Agreement, which is a plan to limit greenhouse gas emissions, which have been proven to be a large factor in climate change. And I'm sure we've all heard someone say in regards to environmental issues that, oh, I don't care, it doesn't affect me, I'll let my grandkids deal with it. Well, that's a poor way of thinking, and also it's no longer applicable because climate change is a real issue that we're already seeing the effects of today. And I believe that passing the climate commitment plan is the absolute least that we can do. And voting against it would be detrimental to not only the environment, but also to the image that the city of Boulder has spent so long to build up and works very hard to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you, Rook. We're going to just pause for a second here. You okay? Okay. Mercedes. And then Andrea.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Mercedes García. Tengo 19 años viviendo en Boulder. La historia mía es de mi esposo que fue deportado en el periodo del 2008, desde que estuvo hasta ahora Obama. Es muy triste separar a las familias y yo estoy aquí también para que ustedes apoyen para que la ciudad de Boulder sea una ciudad santuario y así podemos evitar tantos problemas. Se pueden reabrir casos y que no estamos aquí porque somos unos delincuentes como se nos ha tratado anteriormente. Venimos a trabajar, a ayudar al país.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Garcia. So under Obama administration, 2011, my husband was deported and I was left a single mother. Yay! I am looking for you guys to honestly make this a sanctuary so that I will not also get deported and my children will not be left by themselves or to fend for themselves. So I am pleading you to do this so other families like ours who are in our situation or will become in the situation are not left to fend for themselves, or children born in the U.S. have to go back to Mexico and, lose the opportunity of the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Andrea. And then Eric Anderson and Bryce Carter.
Hello, Andrea Menegel, speaking on behalf of the Boulder Chamber, 2440 Pearl Street. And I just wanted to come here tonight and speak on the letter that we had submitted yesterday on behalf of 14 different breweries, wineries, and distilleries, small businesses in our community. And wanted to come here and say it is very important for us to thank city manager and staff for their responsiveness to this issue. Thank the mayor and council members that took this issue with a fair amount of urgency to try to resolve it, and express a desire for action. We look forward to being a partner and looking for options to move forward, and just wanted to come here tonight and let you all know that as you look at solutions in the next year. Thank you.
And got to give a little credit to Bob Yates on that one as well. Thank you, Andrea. Eric.
Thank you. There are so many things you're addressing this evening I'd love to comment on if you wanted to stay here till midnight, but I won't.
Well,
if you want to stay here till next midnight.
Yeah.
But I especially would like to speak out on the Standing Rock Dakota Access Pipeline resolution. I am coordinating the response from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Boulder's Racial Justice Ministry to the Standing Rock issue. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for taking up this resolution. I would ask that you consider going further and strengthening it. The statements of support are wonderful, but there are concrete actions we could take too. We could look into businesses that are funding or involved in the construction that we could try to stop doing business with. We could look into relationships we might have with government entities, either in the state of North Dakota or supporting it, that we might be able to back off from. Energy Transfer Partners has indicated they have every intention of disregarding the Army Corps of Engineers' decision against them and drilling anyway. Statements of support are great, but I don't think they're going to stop them. Anything we can do to put actual meaningful pressure that will be felt would be really good. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, Bryce. Last up.
Wrapping it up. Good evening. My name is Bryce Carter, and I'm the Conservation Programs Manager for the Rocky Mountain chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm here tonight to thank Boulder on behalf of our 60,000 members and activists in Colorado for its leadership on taking climate action for Colorado and our country. We're no strangers to the impacts of a changing climate, having been on the front lines of historic fires and floods in recent years. We proudly organized dozens of our partners and well over 100 volunteers to support cleanups in the days and weeks after the 2013 flood here in Boulder County. There's a revolution happening in this country, and we know it's not happening on the federal level. It's happening here at the city and state level, where cities like Boulder are taking on commitments for achieving a renewable energy future. A 100% renewable energy grid means cleaner air and water, a stabilizing climate, the creation of many jobs, and what we like to call a local neighborhood stimulus, keeping energy dollars in the pockets of our local communities. We ask Boulder to continue your leadership in ensuring a just and equitable transition in the months and years ahead so all can reap the benefits of a clean energy economy. Tonight's vote not only carries on a commitment made for the city to achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2030, but also is a signal for other cities looking for their own pathway to achieve such a goal. Our Ready for 100 campaign is advocating for 100% renewable energy commitments across the country, supporting countless cities for the transitions ahead. We're excited to highlight Boulder as a leading example of what can be done and hope to offer you all as a resource for others. I'll note we have an active campaign, actually multiple active campaigns in Colorado, including in Pueblo with a growing grassroots movement. Their city council wants to learn more, and we're here, and they are looking here to support. So we're going to be providing an invitation to hold a learning community town hall in Pueblo in the months to come, and we're working with groups like NREL to host this. So we hope you all will be able to join. So again, we support the Climate Action Plan, and we look forward to being a partner here in implementing it and sharing it with the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Okay, we're going to close open comment.
Yeah, so I do have one response to some of the items that came up tonight. Several speakers talked about the idea of taking a look at our investment practices. And what the council already knows, hopefully, is that on January 31st, we do have a study session scheduled in which we will be reviewing our investment policies. So I'll make sure that our finance department staff is also looking at the divestiture issue and providing information on the viability of that for City Council for that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Way to anticipate. Do you have anything else? Okay. Okay, Mary.
Jane, one of our speakers also brought up the editorial that was published a couple of weeks ago by Ms. Aranda, and I know that there is an update on that, and I was wondering if you could share that. If not, I could.
Remind us what that is.
So the topic was water quality issues.
I'm not sure why this isn't working. Oh, it is working, okay. Our staff has been looking at that editorial and has been investigating the situation and talked with Ms. Aranda. And what we found out is that she was referring to a mobile home park that is actually not in the city of Boulder and does not actually receive city water, because our city water that goes to all city residents is completely clean, and there's no difference between one molecule of water that goes to one part of our city or another. It's all clean, and it's all meets and far, far exceeds federal standards. We do know that the Public Health Department may be looking at water quality issues in that particular location that she was speaking about in the editorial. And in the event that there needs to be a change, we will work with the owners of that area to try to provide water. That's what I know. Do you know more than that?
No, that's what I need.
Okay,
thank you, Jane.
Sam.
So Jane, I just wanted to make sure that when you have staff prepare for that study session, that we look particularly at the equator principles and how that applies in this situation, because I was interested to read here that it looks like it's more than just one bank, it's 4 banks. So it's not just Chase, it's others as well.
Right. So I don't know a lot about the equator principles. What I know, I learned tonight, so thank you, whoever talked about that. But we know that there are more banks involved, so we will look at that.
Right, thank you.
Great, and I think everybody in the audience knows we're going to be dealing with the 3 topics that everybody spoke the most on as the night progresses. So unless we have more comment, we're going to move on. Y'all are welcome to stay, but if you don't, thank you all for being here and providing your input.
Next is your consent agenda. You have items A through N.
Okay. This is kind of a pretty straightforward, albeit long list. Any discussion? Mary?
So I will be voting against item 3J for, and that is the resolution 281 amending 26 downtown commercial district fund, formerly KJIT budget. And my two reasons are that it is expending funds that are likely subsidizing folks who do not need subsidizing, and it also undermines our transportation master plan.
You're talking about the D2D?
Yes.
Any other comments? How about a motion?
I move the consent agenda.
Second. Oh, good. Sam, got it.
Any more, anything else to be said? Okay.
Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Lisa's not.
Should we wait?
Seal's probably be in before we know it.
Okay.
Very, Lisa Morzel. Oh,
There we
there
go.
she is. We're voting.
We'll begin with Councilmember Brockett,
Aye.
Burton, Jones,
Aye.
Morzell, Weaver,
Aye.
Yates,
Aye.
Young.
Aye, except for 3J.
Okay. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Your first public reading for tonight, public hearing, second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt emergency ordinance 8157, implementing the recommendations of the Marijuana Advisory Panel.
Sandra Yanis, Senior Assistant City Attorney, who staffed the Marijuana Advisory Panel, will be making the presentation this evening. This is Sandra right here. Sandra. I said Sandra, didn't I?
You did.
You gotta get that, you want me to get it up for you?
Yeah, I don't know how to do this. I'm technologically challenged. And how do I go to the next screen?
You want to?
It's up. What?
Are you ready?
Yeah, it's there. There it is.
You can do it online.
We're doing it off of Heidi's.
You got it over there? Okay. You're just gonna say next slide?
Sure.
You want me to, you want her to push that?
She can. It's just.
Should just say
I'll
next
just
slide.
say next slide, that's fine.
Sounds good.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Sandra Yanis with the City Attorney's Office. Tonight, we are going to be talking about the work that the Marijuana Advisory Panel has done, and I'm looking very much forward to that and discussing all of the changes that we are proposing tonight. So with that, I'll just dive right in.
Please.
As a roadmap, this slide just describes what I'm going to be discussing in the presentation. First and foremost, a brief history of the Boulder Marijuana Code. The Marijuana Advisory Panel was a collaborative process. High points on recommended changes to the code. Resolution of items from first reading. And brief comments and feedback from two panel members who are here tonight. We have Kate Thompson with Skinny Pineapple and Heath Harmon with the Boulder County Health Department. We also have city staff here available for council questions. Michonne Cook with licensing, Kathy Haddock with the City Attorney's Office, and Officer Bev Bookout. With respect to the history of the marijuana code, in November of 2000, Colorado voters passed Amendment 20 to the state's constitution. This effectively legalized limited amounts of medical marijuana for patients and their primary caregivers. Even before the state acted, the city adopted an interim code for medical marijuana in November of 2009. The state adopted the law in May of 2010 and their first set of medical marijuana regulations in the fall of 2010.
Hey, Sandra, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I think we wouldn't mind if you skipped forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the memo for this was really, really helpful and I think pretty clear,
Okay.
just in the interest of time.
Sure, absolutely. The next slide just goes over the amendments. Essentially, there were 6 amendments done to the marijuana code and 2 to the recreational code. Formation of the panel. At the direction of Boulder City Council, a 12-member panel was formed in January of this year to take a comprehensive review of the existing city code related to marijuana regulation and to make recommendations related to any potential changes to topics related to advertising, public health impacts, licensing, zoning, and more. Representation included 3 marijuana businesses, the Chamber on behalf of the broader business community, a medical marijuana patient advocate, public health, education, CU, and Boulder Valley School District, a private practice marijuana attorney, the state of Colorado, and the broader Boulder community. A meeting facilitator and several members of city staff from multiple departments supported the panel. The panel met for 12 three-hour meetings with additional subcommittee meetings occurring offline to explore issues and bring back proposals to the full group. All meetings were publicly noticed, and all agenda materials and minutes were posted to the city website. The panel invited public comment at the end of each meeting to ensure additional perspectives could be heard in the process. Focal points that guided discussion. The following points guided the development of the city code to date and were considered in panel recommendations: minimizing negative impacts on neighbors, eliminating presence in residential areas, preserving diversity of business types by preventing concentration of businesses, enforcing regulations for responsible businesses, protecting public and first responder safety, and ensuring fees cover costs. The first meeting of the panel took place in February and was dedicated to identifying and prioritizing topics for consideration. Each discussion on regulation started with a presentation from staff regarding the current code language and the reasoning behind it. Panel members then asked questions to ensure a shared understanding about the issue from the city perspective, including any additional legal implementation or other concerns. They asked one another questions to learn what the interests and perspectives of the various parties were, offered draft recommendations for change to the city code, and then discussed them as well as additional considerations along the way. Asked subcommittees to explore options offline and bring back recommendations at a later meeting if needed. At the end of the day, they reached compromise on all recommendations by consensus. Sharing perspectives. The collaborative nature of sharing perspectives led to an understanding of how local regulations work in relation to state law and how they impact the community and local businesses. The focus was to better align the local code with state regulations while considering the points outlined by the charter as our purpose. The Marijuana Enforcement Division representative emphasized to the panel the state's recognition for dual law and licensing at the state and local level. The panel learned about the interrelationship between the state and city marijuana codes, recognized the coexistence was intentional as the state and city regulate different parts of the industry, and eliminated areas of potential conflict between the state and city laws resulting from new rules that went into effect on October 1st, 2016. Okay. You want to just keep. So there was a study session in August, and then the panel met again to discuss the details of the code changes. Recommendations table. So then that's attachment E and F. And then the high points. Hit it again. So the high points: advertising, business operations, licensing, merchandise, and zoning, which was included in the study session, but is not going to be proposed here today. And I will explain that in a moment. And then, if you want to go to the next one, city manager rules. The panel asked for guidance on how code items would be interpreted. Creating city manager rules is the optimal way to deal with these issues. If council approves the proposed ordinance, staff will prepare rules consistent with council's decision and previously approved panel recommendations. The panel will have an opportunity to provide comments on those draft rules prior to initiating the rule adoption procedure. The rules are intended to provide examples and clarification of code provisions that give guidance to businesses without undermining the ability to enforce the code. These issues are particularly related to giving examples of the different types of modification of premises, and by example describing what type of advertising is allowed and what is not allowed. As you can see, there's the list of items that would be included in the city manager rules. There were a couple of items from first reading, 3 to be specific, and city staff worked closely with the panel in drafting the code changes and ensuring that they align with the panel's recommendations by memorializing the meeting notes and communicating in person and by email. After first reading, there were 3 issues that arose. All have since been resolved. The first issue dealt with the definition of appealing to minors and was resolved to remain the same as in the first reading ordinance. The second issue was related to a staff error regarding grandfathering provisions. That has since been corrected. The intent was to allow licenses to be transferable even in a grandfathered location. And if the grandfathering was because the business was too close to a school or more than 3 businesses within 500 feet of each other. Previously, any marijuana business location that was grandfathered for those reasons or because they were in a residential area could not be transferred or sold. In order to accomplish this intent and only prohibit transfer of licenses for marijuana businesses located in residential areas, there was a subsequent change to the ordinance that's being proposed tonight. I'm sorry, I forgot. There was a third item, if you could go back, was related to company materials being distributed at an adult event. After consultation with panel members, the panel's intent was to allow company materials as well as educational materials at adult events. Therefore, that change was also made to the proposed ordinance that's being presented tonight. This slide just describes that the panel will meet one final time in the fall of 2017 to analyze whether the code changes that are adopted tonight are working, to address any emerging issues and revisit other topics related to marijuana, and also to engage directly in response to state legislative updates prior to the annual code update, and as well as addressing any community issues and to take public input in order to reduce city council time in dealing with marijuana issues and potential code changes. And lastly, address draft policies that are under discussion at the state legislature. The panel discussed and reached agreement on a number of refinements that have already improved the working relationship between industry, city staff, and other stakeholders moving forward. Examples include daylighting and revising the criteria that are used to evaluate prospective business managers to ensure equal access to advancement while maintaining high-quality management. Secondly, reorganizing and revising the schedule of penalty guidelines to increase clarity for industry and to ensure that health and safety violations are penalized at an appropriate level. Lastly, creating tiers of modifications that can be made to businesses and clarifying and revising the fees associated with those changes. Looking ahead, the improved understanding and collaboration among stakeholders was both helpful for the work of the panel and should help create a stronger foundation for future efforts. I'd like to give special thanks to all the panel members and city staff and law enforcement for their incredible work on this panel. It's important to note that many panel members made concessions in order to reach consensus during this process. With that in mind, adoption of the panel recommendations as a total package is the preferred approach. Staff recommends adoption of the proposed emergency order
Ordinance 8157. And lastly, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all of the members of the panel for their great work. And in particular, there are a few that went above and beyond. Kate Thompson with Skinny Pineapple, Heath Harmon with Boulder County Health, Travis Howard with Green Dream, Alana Malone with Green Dot Labs, Andrea Menengo with the Boulder Chamber of Commerce. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. City staff are available for questions.
Did you want to hear from the panel members first, or?
Yeah, I think that was the
Okay.
the plan. If they're here.
Hello. My name is Kate Thompson. I work with the farm, the director of compliance there. Thank you, Sandra, and City Council for the opportunity to speak tonight. This experience as part of the panel, this team, has really been incredible both personally and professionally. The variety of its members was obviously well planned, as there was a good range of knowledge in regards to industry, regulation, and community values. I think that I can speak for most of the panel members and say that we were pleasantly surprised by everyone's ability to respectfully listen to one another and discuss options for compromise, as we had quite a bit of content to look through. As you can imagine, some of the issues were easier to explain and tackle than others. Although we didn't always understand how we could get through the process or the unanimous consent approach, it obviously paid off. With any kind of compromise, as Sandra said, not all parties are fully satisfied, but we find common ground to move forward, and that this is the most important step in this collaboration. Although the city staff was not on the panel, they offered insight and opinions in regards to the history of regulation in Boulder and potential roadblocks. We as a panel really strived for their support with these decisions, as we knew their perspective was essential for the city as well as to council. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Heather and Katie from Peak Facilitation. They did a really great job to ensure that each topic and each discussion, all voices were heard and documented. Many times we had to lean on them for direction and recollection. I also want to send my sincere appreciation to city staff, especially Sandra, Michonne, Kathy, and Bev, who devoted so much time at the meetings, prior to meetings, and after meetings, especially responding to my emails and inquiries about code language. Their hard work and collaboration efforts should not go unnoticed. And of course, I want to thank the fellow panel members. We did incredible things here, coming up with agreements on over 30 issues. The city was not only able to recognize the need for this panel, but make the decision to spend city resources to make it happen. And we were able to make it worth that time, hopefully, and time will tell. As someone who cares very much about these recommendations and the time and effort it took to get to the language that's in front of you, I thank you all for your role within that, and we encourage you to support this ordinance as we do. And as we move into the future, we as the panel look forward to reviewing the current and future city manager rules relating to marijuana, since they are what helps to interpret and enforce the code in the city. This will be the first time for many businesses to see these rules, and since we have made many changes to these recommendations, it's a great time to reevaluate and disseminate them. We believe it is important that these rules are readily available for the industry, since it's where the rubber meets the road. Finally, as I'm sure the other panelists are interested to know, we are curious of the decision regarding the future of the map. As this industry, our state regulation, federal environment, and community values evolve, so must we. We view this as an iterative process and that this is the first step towards balanced regulation in a developing industry in this new era. Thank you again for the time to speak, for setting up the panel, your support, and your attention. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. Heath Harmon with, Boulder County Public Health. I joked around with Kate a little bit earlier that I would prefer that she spoke first, and then honestly I could come up, be very brief, and just say ditto. Honestly, I don't know that that's much of a joke. I would really echo everything that she said. There's no doubt there was tremendous compromise by this group dealing with a lot of difficult issues. A lot of them had to be untangled. They're relatively complex. We had a diverse group. We had stakeholders from the industry, from the community, from schools, from health. And I think the time that we all put in paid off. There's no doubt, as Sandra and Kate had both already revealed, that basically consensus was reached. And I know actually going into this, that may not have been the impression either of us as panel members or certainly as of council members and city manager when the panel was being selected. But I think it was the right group of people, so we appreciate that opportunity to do good work. There's no doubt, I think the time spent, one of the most important things that we all gained was that common understanding. So more times than not, over the previous 2 years, all of us as stakeholders would have an opportunity to basically speak in sort of 2 or 3 minute increments in front of council. So we did not necessarily take advantage of opportunities to create the relationships. The panel created those relationships. I think what we ended up doing, in addition to the common understanding and the perspectives, is really then finding that common ground, being supportive, respectful of one another. And I can't speak enough about the integrity of every single panel member. I would also share my thanks and appreciation to Heather and Katie at Peak Facilitation. City staff was phenomenal in terms of the knowledge that they brought in, not only in terms of licensing and sort of the legal perspectives, but each time that we had a question that maybe focused a little bit more on a different departmental expertise, those staff were brought in to provide perspective. Extremely helpful in really building that common foundation for all of us. There's no doubt as we walk away from at least this round of work and these recommendations, we know that there's better relationships that exist between industry, between health, between the community, and between, I think, the licensing office. Sandra did a really good job providing a couple of key examples. They're examples that I would echo as well. Lastly, I would just say this, it was 9 months of work in terms of a calendar coming to consensus on those recommendations. Countless hours above and beyond in terms of subcommittee work. But ultimately, we did reach that consensus and support for these recommendations, and we hope that you actually reach the same outcome as we did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. Okay, so questions, and let's jump right in. Jan.
I've got 3 questions. And first of all, I want to thank the MAP, unbelievable amounts of time you put in, and the recommendations we got back from you were so amazing and so actionable. And I'd also like to thank the staff for all the time and effort they put in. I know their commitment is amazing in trying to get a balanced approach and then execute on those. So thank you very much. I've got 3 questions. One is, in the redlined version, attachment D, there were a few highlighted lines, and I remember seeing somewhere that I thought that had to do with the county regulations and the businesses that are coming in from the annexation, but I can't really remember. And along with that, I was wondering who is going to work through the discrepancies between the city and the county in terms of these businesses that are going to come in through annexation. And then my final question is the penalty schedule. When does that go into effect? And will it be backdated, or do we begin from tonight if we pass the emergency ordinance? If you understand my question.
Yes. So with respect to your first 2 questions, I'll defer to Kathy Haddock since she's been very involved in that. With respect to your last question on the penalty schedule, that will go in as a rule, a city manager rule. And so once we go through the rulemaking process, and actually even before that, we'll have the panel provide input on those rules. But essentially, we've already come to an agreement as a group on what that should look like, so there really shouldn't be anything changed. And so it should happen rather quickly. As soon as those are implemented, published, and then it will go into effect.
So basically, as of tomorrow, the new penalties will be in effect.
No, so it will take some time because we'll have to publish. We have to go through the rulemaking process, and we'll have to publish them for 15 days. Wait to see if there's any comment from the public, and if there aren't any comments, then they do become effective immediately. But there is a process that has to happen. In addition to that, they are guidelines, so it's not like something that would change a penalty that we have in the code. So they are guidelines.
I mean, there's a very clear schedule.
Right.
You do this, that's the penalty. Is that a guideline or is that the penalty?
Well, no, that is the penalty, but we also have a section that talks about guidelines as well related to that.
Okay.
Do you want me to answer the first two questions? And I can add a little bit, sorry, about the penalty schedule too. I'm Kathy Haddock with the City Attorney's Office. The highlighted portions, you're right in your memory, that they were changes that the 55th and Arapahoe businesses had asked for, and they are highlighted because MAP had not seen them. And they seemed innocuous to me, but I wanted to make the MAP aware that we want to put them in this ordinance too. So that's why they're highlighted. They weren't actually recommendations from MAP, but they're ones that MAP was okay with.
So they will become part of the ordinance then?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep. And with respect to aligning the county regs and the 55th and Arapahoe turnovers, that staff is doing that, and we've done several things. We've had a couple meetings with them already, are having another meeting with them next week, and having monthly meetings hereafter so they can answer questions. We can answer questions as a group. In addition, they can call at any time. So we are trying to work that out and phase in the fees for license applications rather than have them all do at once. So we are working on that. And with respect to the penalty schedule, the reason why there's guidelines is because sometimes there's very aggravating circumstances or very mitigating circumstances. And so you're right, in most circumstances, and I think everything that we've done, this schedule has been followed. It's Michonne as the designated marijuana licensing authority that makes the decision. She's always used a schedule, and we've always had it for the court to try to get more broad understanding to the court of what we're doing. We're asking for more official adoption of it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I'm going to jump in with a couple questions, Kathy. One is, were you here when Christopher Mallory testified earlier?
Yes,
Okay.
I heard it.
Can you, one thing is that, you raised a few issues. One has to do with their fees, but anyhow, that can be separate. He had some clarifying questions. It was also in that email about how the interpretation of these new ordinance provisions.
Yes, and I didn't get the email, so his comments were the first time that I've heard anything because he has not brought them to staff before. We'll definitely be addressing them at the meeting next week.
Okay. Then I have just two other questions. I'm not sure for who. One is, so we talked about MAP meeting a year from now, but we also have talked about MAP is going to weigh in on the manager rules. And I'm just curious, is MAP going to meet together to give input, or how's that going to work?
The idea was that we would just do it by email. There wasn't going to be a formal meeting. Like I said earlier, a lot of the rules that we're going to be proposing have already been discussed by the panel, and we already have final documents. So it's really just a matter of a couple of definitions that we are going to be looking to the panel to provide some input. But again, it's just going to be through email.
Okay. And should I keep going?
But I have something that goes on.
Okay. The one issue that really seemed to be real important to wrestle to the ground was sponsorships and what exactly was allowed. And I think I kind of understand, but one of the manager's rules is going to provide examples. And I guess, is everybody clear in the marijuana industry now about what sponsorship allows in terms of nonprofit sponsors and all of that? I'm sorry, marijuana business sponsorship of nonprofit events and all that, because that was a big thorn point.
That was definitely something that required a lot of discussion, and I do believe that we do have a clear understanding now. I don't know if, Kathy, if you want to jump in and talk about the details related to what the code changes are, but...
Well, just real briefly, if you have an event out there, just tell us if the one incident that came up, which was, I think, a marijuana's business's sponsorship of an Out Boulder Pride event.
Mm-hmm.
And can you have an event? I mean, can you have a booth, et cetera? Can you go ahead and tell us paint that picture just so that we're all clear about what is allowed now if you sponsor an event out on the
I want to make sure that I'm really right, is why I'm fumbling for the materials. But basically, the way that it works is any type of doing anything with an event is advertising. Advertising is one of the biggest issues
Yeah,
for
yeah.
youth and all that kind of stuff. So what ended up happening, kind of a big picture thing, is that there's different rules if an event is not open to children versus if it is, and if access can be controlled. So that's one of the differentiations generally through the
Correct. And so if it
thing.
is an adult, let's say it is an adult event with controlled access, there can be booths.
Yes.
And they can have educational and company materials, and that's it? Do I have that right?
I hate to say that's it because I believe because they can have the booths with banners on them, but as far as for things that can be distributed, that's it because they're considered part of advertising.
Okay, one last question. An adult event is controlled access, but there's also something about about whether or not the public can see in, i.e. kids can see in.
Right.
So I'm just curious, as applies to the Civic Park area along Boulder Creek Path, even if you had a beer garden, but still it's visible to the public, I'm just curious, is that an adult event or will there ever be booths out in the Civic Park under these rules? I just want to understand, because people will ask this stuff, and I'm like, I should know.
And I can go back to the sponsorship to answer that, but the general answer to your question is no, because a booth is an additional level than sponsorship. So for sponsorship, if a business is sponsoring a nonprofit event, they can have their name. You know how on a nonprofit event they list, here are our sponsors, and they list them all. So whether it's a booth, it's whether it's the banners or the programs or the T-shirts or whatever, the marijuana businesses can be listed there. As far as different kind of advertising, they can't do that.
Okay. Even if it's in a beer garden, even if the access is controlled, but you can see it from the Boulder Creek Path, say, for
Now,
example.
see, this is why we have to have examples in the rules.
Well,
because
exactly.
then we get
That's
questions
the
like
one thing that comes up.
Right.
And I'm just curious, did you guys wrestle that example to the ground?
Yes, we did, and I'm just terrified I'm going to say it wrong, is why I'm looking.
Well, you could let us know. I just think that's the most common example, and we should all have a clear understanding of what those answers
And just to follow up, with the Civic Center question, those are public parks, and so it would be, we can't have them closed off to the public, and so then you have an issue of control, and so.
But when we have beer gardens there for events, yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take up any more time, but that is, I would love to understand those nuances with regards to the civic area.
Okay, and we have tried to make it very clear in the code, but the reason for the additional things in the rules is because there are real specific examples that come up, and rather than writing a law that tries to do that thing, we're trying to give examples and all work together.
Okay, and so the manager's rule that will include examples, what's the timing on that?
They've all been written, so if council passes this tonight, then we'll go ahead and process them.
Okay.
The normal process is a 30-day comment period after they're made public, and this one we're adding MAP at the front end, so they have an opportunity to comment before they're published, and the public has 30 days to comment.
Okay, I think Lisa was trying to piggy, and then Sam.
Yeah, it had to do with the retention of the map and the group, because it sounds like it was a pretty good process and a good group of people. And specifically in here, one of the issues of transfers that came up was transfer of a license to a new location. And we're not addressing that tonight, and it was stated that that would be addressed at a later date when other land use regulations were going to be discussed by MAP. How is that going to happen, and when is that going to happen?
I can answer that question. So we had Susan Richstone, Deputy Director, come to one of our meetings, well, the last meeting actually that we had, and she explained the process, and from her perspective, it was going to be a work plan item that needed to be addressed
Right.
at the retreat. And so I guess that remains to be seen how council determines what the priority is in relation to the other work that that department has to do.
Right, but it seems like it's almost a catch-22 because there's businesses, at least my understanding, there are businesses that want to transfer their license to another location, and if they can't do that, then they're kind of stopped until.
Well, they could always apply for a new license. That's what happens in liquor licensing. We don't do transfers to new locations. It's just a new license.
Okay. And then I had a question about just the recommendations that came out, and it seemed like everybody was kind of kumbaya and pretty much in consensus. But then in the memo, it says there's a couple things that staff doesn't agree with, and they're recommending not to include that. And it's against what the map kind of, and so I'm a little confused about that because this did seem like a very diverse group, and I did have questions as to whether you guys would come up with something. So I'm just curious.
So, yeah, you know, I think that, one, we're not saying you shouldn't do it. I think that if you look at attachment E under staff considerations, those were just issues that staff had identified as perhaps some policy issues that might be in conflict with what council had proposed in the very beginning as to how to deal with some of these things. So as an example, under hours of operation, the recommendation is to extend the closing time from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And the way that the panel addressed this, the concern with respect to how it might impact neighborhoods and residences nearby, was to address it by requiring the business to provide some sort of mitigation planning to try to prevent any sort of negative impacts. And so kind of a plan, so making sure that businesses are being thoughtful about how they're doing their business and whether, you know, it's lighting or noise or whatever the issue is, that they're thinking ahead and trying to mitigate that. The staff consideration under that item was that there was a concern about the ability to enforce a neighborhood responsibility plan and to mitigate impacts to the residential area. So not to say that we are opposing it, but just sort of raising the issue that, yeah, this is one way to deal with it, but it may not be the best, so.
And then there was something on merchandise and whether a marijuana store could, a business could sell more than 20% non-marijuana merchandise. And if I read it right, the map said, yeah, that was okay. And staff said, no, under state law that we're trying to treat marijuana the same as alcohol, and that in alcohol, tell me if I'm not right, you can only have 20% of non-alcohol related merchandise in the liquor store. So I guess I'm, again, trying to figure out this discrepancy between MAP and staff.
I'm happy to answer that. There actually isn't a discrepancy there, and I apologize if it came across that way. What we have, what the panel has recommended is actually aligning with the state. And the issue of the 20% rule actually came up in the study session from a council member's question. And to be honest with you, there just wasn't enough time to address that. So the staff hasn't taken a position one way or the other about it. So it's kind of an open question. If that's something that council would like to include, we could include it in the ordinance, but it was never fully fleshed out
with the panel because, like I said, we only had one meeting after the study session. So.
It's just I don't understand what all of the issues are around it, and
yeah,
that's it.
And just to, if I can just follow up from that, but just to clarify, the staff expressed reservations about a couple of the items, but still your overall recommendation is that we adopt the package without modifications, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are you done, Lisa?
I am, thanks.
Sam?
So thank you for this. I also want to follow up by asking a question about the recently annexed businesses and their concerns. So I want to say thank you again for getting them in here so quickly, because that was very responsive and very rapid. And it's my understanding that the MAP saw these and thought that they were okay. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we received an email on Sunday afternoon from Chris Mallory representing a few outstanding items. Now, I don't know if that went to everyone, staff, because it was addressed individually to each council member and then some others. So I would just point out that there are still some outstanding issues. They're what they are. It's a little, I won't ask you to respond to them now. I just wanted
If you
to.
could forward the email to us, we'll
I
work on it.
just forwarded it to a couple people, to Kathy and Sandra.
There's a meeting scheduled with those folks on the 14th, and hopefully they'll address them then.
Okay, I just wanted to raise, so what's in that, which was just received, doesn't have anything to do with the ones that you've already included? So I think I understand. I got the answer to my question with your response.
And the meeting that's happening next week is which one?
Kathy.
It's with the annex businesses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and
You better
this is
introduce
Michonne
yourself.
Cook, and I'm the licensing administrator. And for the annex folks, I apologize. I just didn't get the invitation out today, so I'll send it to you tomorrow. It will be in this same room in the morning of next Wednesday on the 14th, because we wanted to schedule a follow-up meeting to answer any other questions about the applications. So.
And I'll go ahead and forward what I've received to you as well, Tom and Michonne, and so the four of you should have it to look at ahead of time.
Right, and can I just follow up on that? So have the fees been resolved for the annexed properties?
That's still in process. We're trying to figure out how to do that right now.
Okay, and you think you'll have that figured out by the 14th?
That's the plan.
Okay.
Okay, shall we move to the public hearing? Okay, we have people signed up?
We do.
Yes, we have 10.
Okay, ooh, we better jump on that. So that means you guys can speak for 3 minutes. You don't have to. Especially if you just want to say, it's awesome. And why don't you just at least give us the first name? Oh, there we are. Jeff Gard.
Greetings. Nice to see you all again. I came here primarily to speak to address issues that had not been included from MAP's recommendations in the draft ordinance, and I sent you all a letter on November 8th addressing primarily the transfer of licenses and the grandfathering issue. That issue now being sort of resolved after that. I'm not going to waste time with it, but what I would tell you, a lot of you weren't here in 2008 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and some of the things that Sandra had referenced. And this map and this spirit of cooperation has come through a lot of conflict, a lot of through war comes peace, I would say, is probably the best way to put this recent spirit of kumbaya that we talked about. If we recall back this time last year with the outgoing council, we didn't have a process other than 3 minutes a person to try to make changes, to try to harmonize things between the state law and the local governments that surround us. And we had a lot of tension, a lot of different views of this. And we got a lot of things done right away at the very last minute, thanks to many of the council members here. But there were a lot of things hanging out there, and that's when the map kicked in. And I think that is a really good process. I think of it more like NATO now, okay? It's not something that ought to be disbanded now that we have one good first step of cooperation between city staff and the industry and the players within the industry. I think it's important because we're not done yet. I mean, hearing Mayor Jones talk about the advertising issue, it's very clear that some of the things that we talked about doing back last October have not been done, and people would still be in trouble in the same way that we were concerned they'd be in trouble for sponsoring the Pride Fest that were there. So there's more work to be done. There's marijuana social clubs to deal with. There's the annexation of the 55th people. There's all kinds of things to be done, and what I would encourage council to do is keep the map intact and continue to work on marijuana issues through that process. Don't make it so that Jeff Gard has to come up here every few months and tell you what all my clients are concerned and worried about and have these 10-hour meetings. Let's do it in the process that worked, and let's keep going what we've achieved so far. I think it's working, and I appreciate everybody's work on that. Thank you.
Can I ask him
Sam, then Lisa.
Yes, sir.
So if you were to look at this process going forward where we've ironed out a whole bunch of issues and now it's just new things that might come up or issues that went unresolved, would quarterly meetings be enough? What kind of schedule would you look forward to?
I think quarterly meetings would be great. I think some people were frustrated with the amount of time all of this took. We sort of thought we'd be getting some traction in the early spring of 2016, and here we are kind of in December getting that. So I think it's been cumbersome in that it hasn't been responsive, but I think getting it that way would be good. But I also think that we should have a process in place that, let's say, sessions does create this big wave that we need to deal with things a little more rapidly than quarterly. But I'd say quarterly, but let's have a provision for something that's a little more stopgap.
I will just point out you're dealing with a government body, and so it's probably not going to be as responsive as a small business. So
I've been dealing with you lovely folks for years and years. I appreciate that. And Lisa?
So my question had to do with, I personally like the idea of keeping the MAP group together, especially Katie and Armin's comments. Gives me encouragement.
Oh, right, I agree too.
And so I guess I'm wondering, the 55th annexed properties, they felt a little bit outside.
Right.
And they are coming with a little bit different perspective because they've functioned under different rules. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on keeping the MAP group exactly the same, or would you keep it pretty much the same, and would you add one or two people from the 55th?
Well, I'm not sure everybody wants to stay on the group forever. And I think vacancies ought to be filled, and I don't think necessarily the number of people on the board needed to be static. I think one thing that we've learned is that the annexation folks are kind of back where we were a few years ago, standing up here at the podium trying to say, you don't understand, I got this business there. We definitely need them at the table if we're going to do this right. And I think that their voice ought to be heard, but they also need to be hearing from the Boulder businesses that were concerned about maybe this moratorium on an enforcement for them was unfair to them. And if we're going to have collaboration between all of the businesses, certainly they need to be heard because they weren't able to be picked for the group. So I think maybe expanding the group a little bit or seeing if really who wants to be on it and see and try to make an emphasis to fill those spots with some of those people that are affected by this annexation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Mallory. Oh boy, here we go.
Good evening again. Christopher Mallory, representing Americana. So just first off, right off the back, we support in general what's been done with the map. There's been a lot of work by city staff, licensees, stakeholders, community members, so it's important that it moves forward. Is it perfect? No, but it's important that it moves forward. It's also important that processes like this continue, the transparency of it, the communication between all these different stakeholders in this, that keeps going. Being part of the annex businesses, we saw this in the county, and we met every 2 months, and we discussed things. The commissioner set it up that way for a reason. it's good to get that information going through your licensing folks, someone like Michonne who's been extremely helpful so far, and then telling you guys and going back and forth and keeping those communication channels open. I would also like to make clear the highlighting portions in the agenda. Basically, it's 4 things that added marijuana testing. It changed around the definition for financier, and there was one other thing, but those weren't our suggestions for MAP. That was just adding it to the MAP recommendations. So basically, we're gonna have a bunch of people coming up from the annex business in general, but there's 5 main things that I sent to you on Sunday. And we feel like these 5 things would make everything perfect. No, but it would make things better for all the businesses, but especially from where we're coming into the city. Simple things like the key holder definition for us is troublesome. We would like you guys to fall in more with what is written at the state level, where your definition of a key holder would basically be only high-level management. Our supervisors have keys to get in the building. We're not open to the public, but that person shouldn't be responsible to get into our safe where all the money is. That should be the owner and maybe a designee or 2 of the owner, and that's it. Licenses should be fully transferable. It's allowed at the state for both liquor and marijuana, and most local jurisdictions also do this. It should just be fully transferable. You should be able to do that. If you have a bad landlord, you should be able to transfer the license over. It will take the city staff a little bit more work to complete the stuff, but everybody has these fees in place and forms in place, state level and local, so consider that. 43 seconds, okay. Good thing other people are coming up. One other major point here is on 614.8, 616.8R, separation of marijuana businesses. One point in particular, number 1, the separate security systems thing is really frustrating. We have 8 licenses, 4 per building. They're all under one security system. This is how most businesses would work, one security system. The way it's written currently, we would have 8 security systems. With MAP, with virtual separation, if I'm reading it right, it'd be 4 security systems. Everything is covered. Matt Eaton walked through both of our buildings and approved our thing. Just consider that in the future. You don't need separate security systems for each license. Thanks.
Thank you, Christopher. Allie.
Hello, council members and mayor. I'm Allison Filer, one of the owners of the Annex businesses at 5565 Arapahoe. I had a lot of things written down, but I decided just to talk to you guys today about a few things. I think it would be impossible for me to get up here and to hit on all the minutia, specifically about the 5 issues that we sent to you and why they're problematic. I can give you an example, one being for the business manager term, which has now evolved into a key holder. The key holder still doesn't really make sense to us because what it's saying is that if you can access a safe, if you can arm or disarm my alarm, if you even have a key to the building, I have to qualify you as a key holder business manager, and I have to put you through a separate background check. In my facility, I have 30 people that work in that facility, and I've got 6 different licenses in that facility. So I have to have a separate business manager for each of those licenses. This also means that in my store, for example, where I have a recreational and a medical store, I technically should have to have 2 separate business managers because they're separate licenses. This trickles down to all the regulations because the city code is not written for multi-license facilities. The city code was written for one type of license in each facility, grow here, store here. But you guys have annexed us, and now we're here, and we're trying to figure out how we're supposed to conform. And for example, what Chris referred to with our security systems. Again, I have to have 6 separate security systems to comply with this regulation requiring separation of licenses. I have to have separate banks of accounts. So I have to keep my pencils and pens separate. I have to decide if my store says, hey, I need more pens, I have to decide if those were for the recreational side of my store or for the medical side of my store, literally down to the last cost. We keep our revenue, all that stuff separate, but what the city code is doing is generally saying that this is easy, and it is easy if you're not a multi-licensed facility. There's major issues with the organization of cultivation facility licenses. I'm really glad to hear that we're going to be having a meeting on the 14th. I'm still very concerned about the fee schedule. We've been told to apply by January for these licenses. We know we have till February, but we've been told by city staff to apply by January, and here we are beginning of December, and time goes quickly. So I hope that we're definitely going to get those answers. And also, as far as the MAP recommendations, I really appreciate Jeff saying that it's important for us to be involved in this process. It should be an iterative process. So we in the county had a bi-monthly system where every month they would come together, they would send out an email, they'd say, hey, these are the agenda items, come in with questions, and we would come in with questions, and we would talk about those issues, and if any other issues arose, we'd bring them up, and within 60 days, we would be back for another meeting, and we'd be able to address those issues. The county quickly realized that their regulations were all over the place and that they were developing them in a way that didn't align with the states. So what they did was they made a complete change and revision to their regulation and made it align with the states completely. Definitions like this key holder definition, which I understand the use for it. I understand that they want somebody who's on site at the property that can answer questions. But when you put something in a definition that says any person that can open a safe, any person that can arm or disarm a building, any person, that lends itself to a lot more people, and it restricts me. It restricts me from being able to operate my business effectively. It restricts me from being able to hire people to work in different authority classes, and I'm not giving this person managerial authority. So again, I think that the background checks, I have to pay another $190 for each of these employees, and I have to have one on site at all times. So that means if I don't have a business manager there, then I'm breaking code. And so that means if I do the math on my store, I have to have 6 business managers for my store, I have to have 3 business managers for my grow, and I have to have 3 business managers for my MIP. I have to have, so I have to have a total of 12 business managers that I have to go through this process of getting licensed for. And if one of them quits, I'm out of compliance. I don't have somebody that is physically working in that space because I haven't gone through the background check that the city requires. There's no grace period for this. So what am I supposed to do if one of these people who isn't actually an authority position quits with no notice, and then I have to try to figure out what to do? I've also been told at the most recent meeting that a owner does not qualify for this and that they actually were requiring an individual as a business manager for each license. So in my facility, I actually have to have somebody, even if I'm on site, I have to have somebody in each license working in this capacity. We already have key badged employees. They are already licensed by the state. They go through a background check. There is no reason that these employees need to have an authority position and additional background checks for good moral character when all they are opening a safe or doing regular business day-to-day activities. Please reconvene MAP. Please include these annex businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Ally. Lori? Thank you. And your 2 people, I guess I should be asking, are
they're here.
Thank you.
Good evening once again. I'm Lori Schwartz, otherwise known as Allie's mom. Also one of the owners of Organic Wellness, known as Green Tree. Since you're hearing from several people tonight, I'm not going to talk about everything. Allie and I kind of talked about it, and I got assigned the issues of the separation of the marijuana businesses and the issue of maintaining of business records. As you know, being forcibly annexed to the city as an ongoing, thriving business that's fully compliant with the state and the county mandates, it's difficult now to change a business that consists of living things that are not just simply something tangible that you can move from one shelf to another. Separation of the business licenses and the businesses in most of the annexed businesses is almost virtually impossible without rebuilding and gutting the entirety of the building. The rule would require us to have separate HVAC systems, alarm systems, rebuild walls to have firewalls. Our businesses have multiple licenses within one building, within one square building. We have 2 stores, we have 2 grows, we have 2 MIPS. With everything built as is, as fixtures, okay, we are to code, been inspected on multiple occasions. So without closing and gutting that building, we are not going to be able, for any amount of money whatsoever, to ever achieve compliance with this rule. We might as well demolish the building and start all over. It's not realistic for us where you have virtual separation of the licenses and multiple licenses in one building. Logically, rules are made where there's a goal, where there's a need to achieve something. For what goal, I have yet to try to figure out and come up with to figure out why I have to get a separate HVAC system for the portion that feeds my store versus my MIP or versus my grow. or, separate security systems. I'm not understanding that where we are compliant and have separate entrances and everything is clean and compliant and sufficient legally. Regarding the second topic, the separation of records, while clearly there is an improvement in the rule that is being proposed by MAP, it does not provide for the virtual separation that exists in our businesses. As I said, we have 2 stores, we have 2 grows, we have the double MIPS under one roof. We maintain very good records. And while revenue is clearly easy to separate with sales, and all of us already do that for sales tax purposes, expenses are not so easy to do. The rule requires us to have separate records, separate checking accounts and cash accounts for a medical store, for the retail store, for the retail grow, for the medical grow. Even though they're virtually separated under the one roof and within the same building. How do I divide the salaries of the same employees that work in both stores during that same shift? How do I divide the pens and the pencils, the toilet paper and the paper towel? I don't know how to divide that between, 2 stores and 2 grows in the same building using the same bathroom or the same desk or the same copy machine. How do you do that? Do I just guess? Do I just divide it in half? I mean, is that really compliance? Is that really what we're looking for here? I don't think so. I know it sounds silly, but it's really hard to grapple with this because it really doesn't exist, I guess, within the city that you have this, formation of businesses under one roof. And while I appreciate the need to separate gross revenues and expenses from the stores and the MIPS and the grows and keeping, each type of license separate is clearly easy to do, I don't understand why if the city collapses MIPS into one and there's no separation between a medical or a retail MIP, why the same can't be done for the stores or for the grows. It doesn't, I'm having a very hard time with that. And as the person who handles the books on a day-to-day basis and being a primarily cash business, I keep everything to the penny and every receipt has to tie out and everything must tie out. How do I resolve this and divide this stuff up? It's a big issue for us and one that I'm having a hard time grappling with, and maybe you guys will have answers. Shipping and handling of marijuana, all of that is well documented, well tracked, and easily trackable per license. But when you come to the day-to-day expenses, that's somewhat difficult. Thank you.
Sam has a question for you.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
actually have a question for the city attorney real quick, but it's to the points that we're here. So is it the case that for even virtual separation that you need to have separate HVAC systems and separate?
Sam, I'm not prepared to respond.
Okay.
You got the email on Sunday, we just got it.
I was just asking the question.
Yeah, well, I don't know
under
the answer.
current
So
city.
we will prepare a response, but
Okay, that's fine. Thank
it
you.
would be helpful if they copied us on those.
I understand, but I thought you might know.
I think the answer is that most of those things that she's concerned about are gone, but I'm not sure, and I haven't really had a chance.
Okay.
And it's not really a good position for us to be trying to figure this out right now.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Later's fine.
So-
If you knew now, I wanted
don't.
to hear
Thanks.
about it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Andrea.
Hello, I'm still Andrea Meneghel from the Boulder Chamber, 2440 Pearl Street. We're here to strongly support the MAP recommendations. I really can't articulate it any better than Heath and Kate did earlier about the successful outcome that panel came to and our experience participating on it. A big thanks goes out to the city manager for the dedicated time that staff gave to this, especially the city attorney's office, and their responsiveness to all the questions, all the issues that arose throughout this whole time. I've been in front of you several times speaking about this, and so I think you know that we felt it was a very positive experience that led to constructive outcomes that are good for this industry, for our businesses here. But as you've seen from your questions tonight and some of the comments you just heard, there's all kinds of nuances, there's all kinds of complexities to this issue. So we're always here to offer our partnership to the city and participating on any group that comes together to look at these issues to address what comes before you that sometimes hadn't been anticipated before. But is inclusive of the voices and those that are impacted by the new ways that these regulations hit our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Andrea. Dan?
Good evening. Dan Anglin, owner of Americana, 5575-5595 Arapahoe Avenue, part of the annexed businesses. I think what you're hearing is that this is a complex industry. The many rules that we have at the state level and the local level really require a lot of attention and a lot of concern by the business owners. And why you're hearing from those of us who've been annexed the real concern about the separation of our camera systems, the separation of our books. This is unique and foreign. We were not allowed to participate in the MAP because we weren't even informed we were being annexed into the city from the county until after the MAP had already closed for the year. So I really appreciate all the work that the folks in the city has done, and I support moving forward with what they asked. But I really would ask you, as folks who've either run businesses or are making decisions for people who do run businesses, what sense does it make that I have to identify up to 18 people who can be listed as a key personnel that does not have access to my safe, but under this key personnel identification may now be forced to have access to my safe, which has also been publicly announced, which now creates, for me, a concern about the public safety of the area where my business is located and the employees that I have, because people who are part of the cultivation department have no access to my safe. People who are part of the kitchen have no access to my safe. People who are part of the extraction team have no access to my safe. The only people that have access to my safe is my bookkeeper, my operations manager, and the members of the executive team that have anything to do with money. Our safe only contains money. Our safe doesn't contain any product. Those of you that have been to our facility have noticed that our space for product is much larger than any safe except for maybe Fort Knox. We have 5,000 pounds every day of finished product. There's no safe they make that would store that much. It's very concerning. Separate books. What other business that's operating within the city of Boulder has to have separate books? I don't understand what the purpose of the separate books are. I just put in a brand new security system. It cost me $42,000 for one of my two buildings, right? So $42,000 could end up being whatever the cost would be to now create a second server for that building, as well as 2 more servers across the parking lot. This is all one business. Out of my 8 licenses, I only have 2 that actually do business with other marijuana companies. So there are no real books for the other licenses. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any questions about how arduous that is. But again, we support the MAP for all the city businesses that work so hard on it.
Thank you, Dan. Sean.
Good evening, Mayor Jones, members of council. Sean Coleman, Director of Government Affairs for Terrapin Care Station, 5370 Manhattan Circle. I just wanted to say thank you to first of all, obviously the MAP panel staff. They worked for almost a better part of a year. Thank you to the members of council over the past few weeks who've taken a lot of interest in a lot of these nuances and getting further educated on that. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and talk direct to our elected officials. And I particularly want to thank the city staff. I think that the ordinance you have before you tonight really is a perfect memorialization of the MAP panel recommendations. Is the work complete? No, but I do believe that with the ordinance you have in front of you tonight, this is the big bite at the apple that you asked for last year. And because of that big bite, hopefully the remaining outstanding issues will be well within the appetite of the next MAP panel. So with that, thank you again for setting us on this process that has led us to now, I think, a much better working relationship with the marijuana industry and the city staff. And we're looking forward to continuing this working relationship and hopefully seeing less of each other in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Tim.
Mayor, Council, my name is Tim Galuzzi. I'm here on behalf of Green Dream Health Services, a dispensary out on Lookout Road. my law partner, Kevin Cheney, usually comes to these things. He asked me to tell you all thank you and to relay his thanks to the MAP panel as well, because that has been a tremendous success from his perspective. We did have some issues with the first reading of the ordinance. Those have been cleared up, thanks largely to the expediency of the MAP panel. So again, thank you. Given that the license transfer issue has been cleared up, we have no issue with the ordinance as drafted and would urge you to adopt it. Thank you.
Excellent. Chris Woods.
Yeah. Hi, Mary Jones, members of council. Mary Jones, I would say that it's awesome. It's not perfect, but I would say that I've been doing business in this town for the better part of 7 years, and this is the best process that we've experienced. So I would recommend that you would continue this process. It is quite difficult coming up here and speaking for 3 minutes at a time, trying to organize individual meetings. Obviously, everyone here has seen that this has been a complicated issue. I think there's been a lot of members of the community that have spent good time. I'd like to thank the city staff for reaching out. This is definitely something that we'd want to continue. With respect to liquor, I've been up here talking about this before. Liquor laws are constantly evolving. Obviously, this topic area is going to continue to evolve with the next administration, with iterations of different social issues such as smoking lounges and social consumption issues of public safety that come up. So yeah, I just really want to take some time to thank Boulder Chamber, members of industry, Heath Harmon, just really reflecting the community values and just a great process. I've been up here and much more tenuous times, probably representing the issues of the 55th and Arapahoe corridor. So I would recommend that they have a voice in this matter because it is a precarious situation. And like Sam said, it's something that's happened very rapidly that they're having to address. And I mean, like Tom Carr was saying, they don't have time to respond to something that's gone so very quickly. So just, I would say extending the MAP panel, maybe not at such a frequency that it was. I know it's been a pretty daunting effort, but like Jeff said, maybe quarterly or as needed. And yeah, just want to thank everyone here and have a good night.
Thank you, Chris. Is that it? Okay. We are going to close the public hearing. And with that, comments from council, discussion. Bob, maybe a motion.
Well, I can make a motion too. I was just going to make, I guess, a request. We're hearing kind of a lot of love about the map and how great the process was, which is fantastic. I would just hope that those of you who are working at the 55th and Arapahoe would be able to achieve over the next few weeks and months some of the same progress that was achieved this year on the map. It sounds like we've got a lot of issues that need to get resolved, and some of them have to be resolved pretty quickly. So I would hope that with whatever process you use, we can, come February or March, the folks from 55th and Arapahoe will be standing up here thanking the staff for all the wonderful work they've done to resolve the issues, just as we've heard from the rest of the industry. Thanks.
Sure.
I'd like to make the motion to adopt emergency ordinance 8157, implementing the recommendation of the Marijuana Advisory Panel by amendments to Section 42064 and 42067 BRC 1981 regarding medical and recreational marijuana fees, and Chapter 614 regarding medical marijuana and 616 regarding recreational marijuana BRC 1981 and setting forth related details.
Okay. You want to speak to it?
I think the MAP team did a wonderful job. Kudos all around. Great job choosing the team, Jane. And I would add to what Lisa and a couple others have said. I think we should continue this and trying to evolve to the next phase of trying to get the 55th and Arapahoe businesses wrapped into this. And so I know in the study session, we kind of said we would disband it, but I really think having the quarterly meetings would be a good idea.
Yeah, and I seconded it for this point specifically to make sure that this group does continue. And I know it's taken a lot of time, maybe not continue on a monthly basis, but it seems to me that this industry is still evolving and that we need to be responsive to their needs and that we're all learning as we go. And certainly we've learned a lot. I would like to see the group convened on some kind of regular basis that is good for everybody, you know, so that issues as they come up, as they arise, can be addressed. And I would also ask that we include, you know, a couple people from the 55th Street annexation so that they can get their issues brought up to speed, so.
Oh, go ahead.
You want to?
Well, I was just going to say, well, I want to echo the kudos. I know this has been a lot of work for staff over the last umpteen years. And I also think we did some public process right recently. Okay, so this map process worked, and that's great. And we know we're not quite done. So I guess I thank us for getting to this point. I feel like this notion of meeting quarterly over the next year is a good one, because I think there is going to be more stuff that arises, and we do need to get the annex businesses figured out. So I know that's probably not what I know staff was hoping to be done, but I don't think we're quite done yet. So I guess I would like to get a sense of whether people feel, how people feel about that. Maybe Jane wants to speak to that.
So I do want to speak. And of course, we will do what council wants. One of the issues, though, is that when MAP was created, the council created a charter and made a list of the kinds of people that were to be selected for the advisory panel, which was done. We're now in a new time in which we've got new marijuana businesses that we never contemplated would be part of the city, and there's a wish that they would be part of the panel as well. We'd either have to kick some people off of the panel, which perhaps maybe they don't want to be on it anymore. But I guess I feel that if you want to have a panel continue, that you should allow us to come back to you with a recommendation for, again, the kinds of people that you want on the panel, and certainly those that are on it now that want to continue could continue. But I guess I wonder if all of them really want to. They signed up for a specific job, and that job is completed tonight. And do they want to sign up for the next unknown period of time to wrestle with annexation issues and then quarterly meetings? So I feel like it's appropriate for us to make contact with everybody and find out, do they want to continue? Like an example would be the University of Colorado. There's a special spot on the panel for University of Colorado. I wonder if their concerns have been addressed and that they don't need to be on it anymore. So I feel uncomfortable just saying, oh, the panel can continue without being careful about who's on the panel and its charge, which right now seems to be to work on some lingering issues and in particular the annexation issues. So that's one issue. Another issue is that one of the major successes of the panel is that they had professional facilitation that cost a lot of money. And we do not have it budgeted for it to continue. You know as well as I do that we have reserves that could easily afford us to keep that professional facilitation, but I need to enter into a new contract with the facilitator in order to do that. So there's a little bit of process. And if you want us to do that, then we will find the money to do it and come back to you later to get your blessing that we did that. So there's just some issues to work out. And then finally, the issue that the mayor raised, I think is an important one, is that our staff is really burned out. They've spent a lot of time on this. And I feel like there needs to be an end to this sometime. So just for me, I'm worried about their capacity to keep doing this on and on and on. There's got to be an end to it. So those are my comments about it, and I will take your direction.
Okay, we had Sam and then Mary.
So I view whatever format this, well, let me first start off, step back. So I think the 55th and Arapahoe issues, many of them may be able to be handled outside of the map. You know, that's something that I think the city attorney's office and enforcement can work out. And if there needs to be statutory changes, we could think about those. If they're simple, we can think about them outside of some kind of process like the map. But on the other hand, we have like the BLA, for instance, right? And that is an ongoing group that meets to consider liquor issues in town, whether it's specific enforcement or whether it's general kind of issues that need to be addressed, ongoing education of the bars and taverns in town, things of that nature. So we might start thinking, going ahead with the marijuana industry, of having something like that. And so maybe it's not called the MAP, and maybe it's staffed differently, and maybe it uses fewer resources because it's meeting less frequently, because this was a heavy lift to really get things aligned with the issues the industry were having. So go away and think about it would be my advice, to and come back with a proposal that looks like something that has a longer lifetime. So it's not the intense heavy lift that the map was, but it's something where we're checking in, like say the county does, where there's meetings every 2 or 3 months that really say, are we having issues? Is there something that we need to look at here? You know, what are the status? So I guess my thought would be, sure, it's the holidays, but these folks at 55th and Arapahoe have a pressing problem, which is they have to apply for a license to get them started inside the city. And so we have to give them a little, I think, special attention just to make sure that we're going to get them licensed properly, and that the fees that they're paying are somewhat commensurate with what they paid in the past and budgeted for and can budget going forward. So I would hope that we can come up with something that isn't so hard on staff, but which allows the city and the industry to continue to keep the lines of communication open.
Mary? So I would concur with what Sam has just said, and I like the idea of something like the BLA, or even the BLA itself, to sort of evolving into a different kind of board, perhaps. And that might take some time to, you know, the education piece, because this industry is going to continue to evolve. And you know, and we saw again tonight where we had 3 or 4 speakers coming in 3 minutes, kind of repeating what used to happen the last couple of years. So that's the last thing we want to do, is do it that way. And that was cumbersome and painful, and the map was so successful. So, you know, I would have staff go back and even just think more broadly, maybe not the map panel, maybe some other way to do this that addresses things, because it is going to be ongoing. And it's going to continue, so we might as well prepare for it and think of it off into the future.
Good. Well, first I want to also thank the MAP for an extraordinary, a job extraordinarily well done. This is, I think, the best public process we've run recently. I really appreciate all your hard work, and that you could get to consensus on so many items, such a long list, is truly impressive. So I really appreciate that. It was extremely well done. We have sort of a curveball with these annexed businesses coming in at the last minute who didn't have a chance to weigh in, and that presents complexities. I'll agree with Sam and Mary that, you know, maybe we can resolve a number of those issues by just sitting down with city staff, and hopefully can work through some of the confusions or the difficulties fairly easily. You know, I'm certainly open to having the MAP meet again or periodically. Maybe less of a fan of a new licensing board, although I'd consider it. But I certainly am sensitive to Jane's issues about staffing and work and burnout and all of those things. So I'd love to see how far we can get with staff working with the new businesses and making a couple tweaks like that, because I feel like aside from the annexation issues, you know, the panel has done a complete body of work that we could rest on for a long time. So if we could take care of those annexation issues, hopefully we don't have to dive as deeply into this in upcoming months.
Okay, so maybe I'll sum up what I think I hear, which is
that the annexed business, we have a suite of issues specific to the annexed businesses and staff and enforcement, and y'all figure that out. Let us know if you need our help, but basically, yeah, that's a priority to help those guys. And that, Jane, maybe you can think about this and get back to us on this. I will say this notion of having a venue for dialogue between the city and the businesses that isn't here feels good. Not that we're always welcome to hear from you, but, you know, the 3-minute piece, it's true. It's hard to deal with complexities here. So what that looks like, I think there's a openness to what that is. So maybe you can tell us how that could happen. Because I think if we don't do that, then we're going to end up with a backlog, and then we have to deal with it. And so, anyhow, it seems like there's a way to do this that's smoother and less onerous on staff. Does that sum up where we're at? Okay. So with that, why don't we vote?
Okay, it's a roll call vote. We'll start with Councilmember Burton. Jones?
Aye.
Morzell?
Aye.
Weaver?
Aye.
Yates?
Aye.
Young?
Yes.
Brockett?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank all of you for your work on this.
Your second public hearing is a continued second reading and consideration of a motion to amend Ordinance 8119 regarding cooperative housing units.
No, then we have to stay longer.
Now we're good. Well, we're only,
Heidi, could you switch it over here? Heidi?
Switched. It's over there.
well, given that we had 60 people. Oh, Mike. Oh, here we go.
That's actually really
Suzanne, I'm ready to start whenever.
Oh, let's start with co-ops. Hey, if you all don't mind, we have a lovely lobby downstairs. Okay.
Is there pizza down there?
Wish. Pizza. Okay.
All right, so the co-op ordinance. The council held a last meeting about this on October 11th. Council directed me to do another draft and bring back some changes. There were 25 recommended changes that council suggested from the last version. I did a draft and I posted it on the hotline on November 17th. I then went through my calendar and my emails and found everybody who'd asked for a meeting with me and some people who hadn't, and scheduled meetings. I met with I called Lincoln Miller and representatives of the Boulder Housing Coalition, Zane Selvins and those folks. I met with Mike Marsh and some representatives of the Boulder Neighborhood Alliance. I met with the student and a faculty member from the CU Law School Sustainable Community Development Clinic. And then I met with an attorney named Jason Weiner, who's specializes in cooperative organizations, not housing, other types, but he had some interesting perspectives. And then on November 30th, I scheduled a public meeting. Actually, I scheduled a couple of times, and as you know, this is not what I do, so it wasn't really done as professionally as some of these other folks would have done. But we had a really robust meeting on November 30th at the Presbyterian Church. We had about between 80 and 90 folks showed up. That's me slouching in the front. They raised a lot of issues. I responded to 68 questions and comments during the meeting. We led for about an hour and 20 minutes. So I walked around with a mic and people gave me their comments. I assured them that I would relay their comments to you. So I'm going to do that for a minute or two here, maybe a little bit longer in a second. Also, 7 people filled out comment cards. The meeting was mostly, I would say, 70% of the folks who attended were against cooperatives. It had been and it doesn't really reflect what I've seen otherwise, but there were some very strongly held feelings. It was mostly respectful, good comments, good thoughts. It was a pretty typical Boulder meeting with people attending and interested in talking. So I'm going to go through these. There are a lot of folks who thought they should only be in high or medium density zones. There are folks who thought that the notice should come before, not after. And a lot of these issues, I was able to respond that council had spent some substantial time discussing them and had reached a decision, but I promised I would relay their views. They wanted to make sure that we hire sufficient enforcement staff. There was a lot of comments about enforcement of occupancy and that we don't do it well enough, and that if we're going to do this, that we should really focus on enforcement. One of my responses was, with so few, we will be able to keep a close eye on these licensees, closer than the 20,000 rental licenses we have with only 10 or a year. So we should be able to focus better. There was a comment that we should qualify all residents as low or moderate income. There was some question about whether or not people would actually be willing to invest in equity co-ops, and the market will determine that, but there was some concern. Several folks suggested that the occupancy limits should be lowered, and again, that's an issue that council has spent some time grappling with. There was one gentleman who said very clearly he wanted a yes or no answer, asked whether I had a conflict of interest because we represent the Boulder Housing Partners, and he seemed to think we also represented Bochoa. I answered no, because we don't. But we don't represent Bochoa, and our representation of Boulder Housing Partners is very limited. State law requires us to represent them. We represent them on government organizational matters. We attend their board meetings, but they have separate counsel for any kind of financing that they do or participation in projects, particularly city projects. I spelled organizational wrong. There was a question about whether or not we were requiring a specific organizational form. I mentioned that council had said that a group of individuals, unaffiliated otherwise, would be fine, and that the ordinance provides for organization under anything that's lawful in Colorado law. There were some questions about grandfathering, and I saw some email exchange with Andrew on this subject. There is no grandfathering in the ordinance. I have proposed a change that was brought up by the students at CU, and that's that the way I had drafted the ordinance, you had to get the co-op license before you occupied. And they said, well, what about co-ops that are currently in existence? You're going to make them move out to get their license, and that didn't seem council's intent. So I drafted some language that's in this current draft that says that for co-ops that can prove they're in existence today, so that we don't have a bunch of people forming, then they will be able to apply while still occupying their place. They're not getting any preference other than that. It's just that we're not making them, my recommendation is that we don't make them move out in order to apply for a license. There was some real questions about the parking in NPP zones, the proposal, which I'll go through in a minute, to limit the amount of permits and whether that was too many. There were several people who suggested it be a pilot or trial period. At one point, I may have lost control of the meeting, and someone stood up and said, everybody who thinks we should have a pilot, raise their hand, and 60 or 70 people raised their hands and said it should be a pilot. There was a lot of concern about impact on the neighborhood life and on property values and on the expectations that people had when they bought their houses. There was a lot of discussion about homeowners associations and their ability to prohibit cooperatives, and whether the city should be involved in enforcing restrictive covenants. That's something that I've always kind of recommended against, with the city getting involved in a private property relationship, a private contractual relationship. Nevertheless, an HOA could prohibit occupancy above a certain level. It would be their issue to enforce it. There was a concern about, sorry.
Can I just interrupt you on that?
Aaron, yeah.
Just to drill into that a little bit. Because an HOA, unless we specifically prohibit them otherwise, they can always make rules that are more strict than city rules, right?
Yes.
In any number of fields.
That's true. It's a voluntary association of folks, and they can do what they want. I gather that some folks are thinking about forming HOAs in their neighborhoods to limit co-ops. I mean, that's the sense I got from this discussion, and that may happen. And that's their right to do that. Yeah, sure. There was some real suggestions that the number of bathrooms might not be adequate. That we don't have anything in the ordinance that requires a certain number of bathrooms. I don't remember whether the International Property Maintenance Code has a requirement. I think it's just one. So there was that. There were those who suggested this was in fact a zoning change that should have been done in a zoning change. As you know, I've always taken the position that occupancy is not a property right. It's not a zoning right. Occupancy is a kind of use that you can regulate. We do that in part because we've always taken the position that the grandfathered occupancy is something that council could extinguish at will. You don't, but you could. And so we don't want to get this into being a zoning change, because in fact, it's just a change in occupancy. Should be required to comply with smart regs. I want to walk you through that just a little bit. So I had said at the meeting that SmartWorks isn't required by the ordinance, and that's sort of true and not true. And let me explain that. So I took out in the ordinance, the proposed ordinance before you tonight, the requirement that every co-op get a rental license. And I did that because we've pretty much copied the rules for rental licenses into the co-op ordinance, and it would be duplicative. What I didn't say, and should have said that night, is that if you're going to rent, you're still required to get a rental license. So one of the things, the confusions I was trying to avoid is, so we've created this right for a group of individuals to get a co-op license and walk it around and rent from somebody. The person they're renting from will also have to get a rental license, and that person will have to comply with smart regs. For the equity co-ops, they're allowed to rent. If they're renting, they're still going to have to comply with the rental licensing code and comply with smart regs. So, and I talked to Suzanne a little bit. She raised this concern at CAC on Monday, and in response to her concerns, I've drafted some language which is before you tonight that will add a sentence that says that nothing in this chapter exempts anybody from the requirements of the rental licensing chapter, to make sure that's absolutely clear. So will smart regs require? I've tried to treat them like everybody else. So when you own your home, you don't have to comply with smart regs, and you don't have to get a rental license. If you choose to rent your home to someone, you have to get a rental license and comply with smart regs by 2018. These folks will be treated exactly the same under the way it's drafted.
I'm a little unclear there. In the case, where we're talking about a rental co-op where, a group of people have a license and they shop it around and they find a landlord who wants to rent to them, would that landlord need a rental license?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then anytime renting is going on, you need a rental license, smart regs are required.
That's right.
Great, okay.
There was a suggestion that we consider reserving some license for senior citizens. There were people who complained about the process, said it was the wrong process. People who suggested we have fewer per year initially. There was someone who suggested that we consider cooperatives on city properties at Alpine and Balsam and 30th and Pearl. And I reminded them that at the council's concept review of the East Point development, several council members raised the question of whether or not they could perhaps develop with cooperatives in mind for that project. So I know I said it's something that council has thought about, and I pointed out that the Alpine and Balsam and 30th and Pearl projects are in the early sort of high-level review. They're not even at concept plan stage yet. So that is something that council may consider, but that's some way down the road before you get into actually designing the buildings. There were people who suggested it should be put to a public vote. The city should consider not licensing restrictive HOAs, and again, that's a question of the city getting involved in enforcement of private contracts. It's not something I would recommend. Someone suggested we should consider not allowing them in historic districts. There was a question, are they allowed in historic districts? Yes, because we haven't restricted it. You could, of course, restrict it. Someone asked whether I consider this a regulatory taking. I do not, but taking in violation of the Fifth Amendment. There were people who suggested that it should be limited to 1,500 square feet in low density and 2,000 square feet in others. And someone suggested, as you saw a letter in the paper, that there should be economic analysis of the impact, which, of course, we have not done. So that's my summary of that meeting. I have, as I said, there were 25 recommended changes in the memo. I have identified these issues as one I thought you might want a little bit further discussion on tonight. And again, following Suzanne's suggestion, I put the harder ones last and the easier ones first, but I'm not sure there really are any easy ones in this discussion. And then this list is a list of ones that there are changes where I didn't think that you needed any further discussion, but because I didn't want to ask you to discuss 25 issues, and I'm not sure you even want to discuss the 10 or so that I've got up there. But of course, I defer to council. If there's anything you want to discuss, please discuss. But my proposal is that we work off this list. And I've got slides for each one of these I can go through. And as I said, there are a number of amendments on your table. So the blue ones are, Matt wrote one of Matt's classic emails where he did a Matt, and it took me about 2 hours to go through and draft this, but if you want to adopt Matt's, and so also Matt's email had both There's a typo on page 406 sort of things, and those I fixed. And there were some substantive changes. I wouldn't recommend that you just adopt Matt's changes, but that, I'm sure you all read Matt's email. He wants a lower number of occupancy, but there were some things where I clearly had missed some typos in there or some things that weren't clear that I would recommend fixing. And I can walk through these if you'd like. The pink, I have made an attempt to codify Mary's suggestion, which was posted on the hotline over the weekend. You shall see, I think her chart should be in here. It's not.
It is, it's in a different color sheet.
Okay, sorry. And then,
So these go together?
Yeah.
yeah, sorry. So yeah, and it's, the buff is supposed to go between the pink pages. And then the green is the Andrew Shoemaker's suggestion. So I'm not suggesting that you adopt any of these. Oh, and I'm sorry, there's one more. There's one I am suggesting you adopt. There's one that I drafted. That's on the golden piece of paper. And it's basically summarized in the memo. There are a few small changes. So the first one would be that change that made it clear that rental licenses are always required.
Removing the listing of, or the registering of vehicles.
Yeah, removing the registering of vehicles. And there's a typo in the current code. You asked me to pick up the separation requirements from group homes and incorporate it into the co-op ordinance. I did. And Susan Richstone called me and said, Tom, you've got a mistake here. You call it an arterial collector. Well, arterials and collectors are different things. And so an arterial collector would make no sense. So a collector feeds into an arterial. The levels of streets are residential, collector, arterial. And so there was a typo in the current code. So this proposes fixing that by making an arterial, comma, a collector as a separating thing. But again, those are just there for you, and we can go through those in greater detail. I just wanted to walk you through what we had. So, zone districts.
Wait.
Yeah.
Can we just take another
Can
few
we take a
seconds
breath?
to look at the, yeah, that too. To look at the, yeah, not for further discussion, just want to look at it.
Of course.
Okay.
Can I make a comment on this?
Yeah.
So, Tom, I have no need to discuss the certification of legitimate cooperatives. I did want to just say that I thought that the changes that you made to that and the expert housing organization were both very good. Sounds like you had a productive meeting with the CU group.
They get all the credit for that. They did.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for working with them. I thought those were spot on.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Okay, thank you. That's enough for me.
All right.
These are things not for, let me bring up a minor point on the things not to discuss. There's in terms of the new definitions, you have the names for them.
Yeah.
In the group equity co-op, isn't that always going to be a nonprofit?
Yes.
Can't we just call those nonprofit? Because I would like to throw that out there, just because because we have private equity, every co-op is a group, so it doesn't really explain much, but nonprofit is, and then you don't have to explain what you're talking about.
They're also permanently affordable. Would you like nonprofit permanently affordable cooperatives?
Okay.
Bit of a mouthful, but yeah.
Oh, I like it.
That works. Fine. Okay, so just in terms of process, and I should just want to make it clear for everybody out there, the goal tonight is to give a lot of direction for Tom to draft, and it will go to a third reading.
So do we vote on the second reading?
Yes, we will have to vote to move it to a third reading, but I just maybe to point out the obvious, this is not the final vote. And we'll note that 2 of our members aren't here, and so that makes it even more appropriate that this won't be the final vote, just so everybody understands what we're doing. So if it works for us to kind of straw vote at least the easy stuff as we go, are people okay with that? Okay, and you can just sort of collect them. Okay.
Then our motion will kind of subsume whatever it is we kind of straw vote positive.
Right, and it may be that we have to vote on one of the, there may be a few provisions where we split, but maybe we can agree on most everything until we get to them on the hard stuff. Okay, so like I think we just agreed to change the name, right? Does everybody to nonprofit permanently affordable? What does that finger mean?
Which one was it?
I wasn't pointing to you. I was just waiting
I was just
to
like,
get your attention.
Okay, but is that a yes, or is it?
No, I agree with that.
Okay, so that's the first one. Okay.
I just thought before we dived all the way into this that we might just talk a little bit about what we're doing briefly.
Fair enough.
Because I think it's important that we set the tone with everybody who's paying attention to this, that at least my goal, I'll speak for myself, in this process is to get us closer to something that's going to get us real functioning co-ops in this town and do it in a way that really respects the needs and desires of people within whose neighborhoods these co-ops will exist. And so we are working very hard to listen to stakeholders from kind of all perspectives around this and integrate the best of what we hear so that we can achieve both of those goals. I just think it's important that one more thing, which is that we believe that all stakeholders who are commenting on the subject are doing so with the best of intent. We should at least assume that people are representing their views and representing their concerns authentically, and that we stay away from either making comments on other people's characters or imputing motives to other people. And we just try and at least approach this with the assumption that the people who are talking are talking from an authentic place. So I just wanted to.
No,
put
that's
that out
good.
there.
It's good to do it at the beginning. I was thinking we were going to do it at the end, but this is even better. I guess I would just add, I think I've said this before, but I think it's important to remember that we've been having multiple year conversations about affordability in housing, and this is one small piece of this larger effort that we're doing to address affordability in housing. And so we don't pretend that this is a meaningful but modest step, I guess is I think it was Alex Burness who said that to me, and I want to give him credit for that. I think that was a good way of summing that up. But it's a part of a much bigger whole where we're trying to provide a variety of housing choices and price ranges per the direction we received in the statistically valid poll as being the top issue that people are wrestling with in our city. Mary.
So I would agree with both Sam and Suzanne, and I would just add to that for myself, I'm approaching it in the spirit of compromise, and I hope that you all can understand that as well, both the opponents and the proponents of the cooperatives.
Aaron.
Yeah, I think, Sam, you stated the overall bit very well, so I won't kind of go back over those points. But I also just wanted to say to folks, we have gotten an extraordinary number of emails over the past couple of weeks. I mean, hundreds, 700, 800, 1,000. I mean, it's just an extraordinary number of emails. I'm proud to say I have read every single one of those emails. That feedback is incredibly important. And it has absolutely informed my thinking on the issue and what I will be talking about today and the discussions that we're having tonight. And I'm sure that's true of my fellow council members as well. And a significant number of those emails, I think, have said nobody's listening to us. And, you know, I sympathize with the sentiment. But the fact is that these emails are distributed across an extremely broad array of opinions. And what we come up with is not going to represent any one of those opinions. It's not going to represent any one of our opinions. So there's an incredible amount of listening and compromising going on here. So if there are pieces of what we come up with, whatever we might come up with, that any one of you dislikes, I'm sorry for that. But it doesn't mean that we haven't listened. We've listened to everyone, and then our job here as elected officials is to strike that balance between all the feedback that we've gotten and the city goals as we understand them.
Aaron said exactly what I was going to say.
And the only thing I would add is that, wow, exactly the same. That's pretty good. Is that we do have a.
He said a little better than I could have, so I'm really actually proud of what he just said.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Right. Yes, you said that very well. I would just note that we have an existing co-op ordinance that doesn't work, and that as we try to balance these goals that Sam said so well, in the end, we need to come up with something that works. So I will just strike out that put that out on the table too. Is if we split anyhow, that will be the goal, is to make sure that we don't just end up with a whole bunch of mush.
I did think of something new.
Yeah.
Just to follow on what you just said, Suzanne, I think it's also important for us to recognize that whatever we do tonight and on third reading probably won't. What? tonight and then later on third reading probably won't be exactly right. Just as we did with the short-term rentals over the last year and a half, we passed something that we thought was right and that would work, and then we have to live in the world of reality. And so there's a bit of an experimentation going on here, because after we pass this and after co-ops become licensed, we're going to learn things. We're going to learn things about some of the things we're going to do tonight and on third reading, and we will undoubtedly want to make, need to make adjustments and changes in the coming months and years with this. And I'm pretty sure that the community is going to help us with that. They're not shy about sharing their opinions. And so whatever we do is not the last word on co-ops.
Okay, anybody else want to pipe in on that? Okay, with that, let us start it. We'll see if you're right about the easy to hard.
So all zone districts except agricultural, industrial, and public.
That was something we already.
Yeah, are you fine with that?
Yeah.
We had some suggestions that sort of depended on zone districts, but I think
But I think that's more occupancy related.
okay, so you're still fine with this, okay?
Yeah.
One down.
But that isn't a change, right? Just
No.
so I'm tracking, okay.
And so one of the things that I wasn't quite clear on, and I went back and rewatched the tape, was this age limitation thing. There was a discussion, I believe Andrew suggested that we require that anybody with an equity ownership be 21 years of age or over 21 years of age. I put that in the ordinance. I wasn't entirely clear that that's what you wanted. So that's why I have it on as an issue, to make sure that that's something that you wanted, or of course we could take it out.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Is it legal?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was my question too.
It's legal to restrict, I guess, because they're getting a privilege, which is over occupancy. Okay, all right.
And that was the notion of.
So
Just getting at the-
his concern was that parents would put the house in a kid's name who's as a student, and it wouldn't be a real co-op. It would just be a way for parents to sort of overload a house. And that if you're going to do an equity co-op, it should be someone who's really there to participate in the equity market.
So this is a private equity one.
Yes, this would only apply to private equity one.
Right.
Is everybody on board with that?
I think I am, yeah.
You might not? Okay.
Well, except to the extent you can also own a small part of a rental, right? So rentals can have owners living there too, but it would apply to them as well.
Wait a minute. Say that again?
So a rental is defined as one that has at least 2/3 of the residents being renters. So you could have a third of the people who were owners who were living there renting to the other ones.
Basically, just that a rental co-op could have some people, partial owners as
A rental
residents.
co-op with multiple owners.
Okay.
All right, so we're good with this?
I have a question. So can that age restriction apply also to rental co-ops?
I'd have to think about that. So saying that you had to be over 21 to be part of a rental co-op? It does, well, I need to think about it. It doesn't have the same rational relationship that the other one does, and I can usually come up with something, but I'm not.
Well, it's still a privilege. I
Yeah.
mean, all of these situations are
Can you
privileges.
articulate for me why you'd want that? That's so.
And the reason I'm asking is to address some of the concerns that we've heard about these houses are just going to be over-occupied student rentals, to address that concern.
But you know, that could be, families can live with their teenagers. I don't, I'm not,
Okay, that's.
I don't think we want to go there. Or I don't want to.
Well,
I just,
yeah,
I mean, I hear what you're
yeah.
saying, but I think it's,
Okay, just asking.
no, I agree, yeah. Does anybody else,
Right.
are we cool then?
We're good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
So I've already discussed this one. This is the one about rental, and you've seen the language that I have before you. You want to amend the with the golden piece of paper, that first one
Okay, let's,
that says, nothing in this chapter shall relieve any person the obligation to comply with requirements of Chapter 10-3 rental licenses, BRC 1981.
And so this, Tom, only applies to rental co-ops, right? In other words, if they're equity, they don't, no, I guess it doesn't.
If they're renting to someone in the equity, they'd have to get a rental
all right,
license.
well, so then this is just fine. I think we should go with what's on the gold.
No, so just, if you would walk me through the process, just so I am clear on this, because, well, this would only apply to those folks that are already in.
No.
So walk me through the process then, so I can.
Okay, so let's just put the people who are already there aside for a second. I'll come back to them. Let's take the purer one, which is the way we're thinking about it to operate in the future. You have a group of people that, say, 6, 7, 8.
Say city council wanted to live together.
Yeah, 9 members, that's a good number. We've got 9 members of the city council who live all over the city and now want to come together, and you go and
We do live together here.
you qualify, but this isn't an allowable zone district. You qualify as a legitimate co-op. You get your certification. You do whatever parts of the application process you can do without having a house. So maybe you do your parking plan too, because maybe you know that only Suzanne and Sam drive. And so so you do those parts. And then you get your preliminary certification, which is allowed in the ordinance. You get your preliminary license, and you go out and find a place to live, right? So maybe you go to Mark Gelban and you want to rent his house. Because Mark's a friend, and I know he's a nice guy. You all go live there. So so then Mark has to go and get a rental license to rent to you. You then finish up the co-op license. You've got to deal with Mark. He goes and gets the rental license. You have to come back get the inspection that's required. He has to get it too. They can be the same inspection because it only says an inspection that happened in the last 12 months. So maybe you both pool and pay for one inspector to do the checklist. So you get the inspection, you do the certification for the carbon monoxide and the smoke detectors and everything else in the ordinance. A lot of that's going to be the same for both, but then you have 2 separate licenses. He's got a rental license, you've got a co-op license. Once they're both approved, you can move in. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make the question. If this band of folks goes to a landlord that is already gone through the rental license
Yes.
compliance, you say they can just use that inspection and everything else, or they have to get another one?
So the code says it has to have been an inspection that was done within the last 12 months. So if it's an initial inspection that's been done last 12, now remember the renewal inspections are different than the initial ones, and that's one of Matt's clarifications. So if they've done a renewal inspection, that's probably not good enough for the initial inspection. But if they've just gotten their rental license within the last year, then you can use theirs.
Okay.
And so the second part of your question, Mary, was say that you are a rental co-op, an equity co-op, but Sam and Suzanne want to rent. So the rest of you would have to get a rental license to rent to them.
After they've bought. So they've already gone through the whole co-op process. They've ended up purchasing the home and qualifying as a legitimate co-op, and then they can rent to us if they get a rental license.
Exactly.
As long as no more than a third of the residents are renters.
So I suggested 2, but out of the 9, but you could go with 3. Andrew could rent 2. Yeah. So exactly, and the challenge with the existing ones is we're assuming that the landlord already has a rental license, because then if they're not, they're in violation of law. And my guess is that they're not doing that. So, and the ones I've checked, the ones I know of actually do have rental licenses. Again, they would have to still go through the co-op licensing process.
Co-opers, not
the co-opers.
So we would still have to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So say you were already living together, and Jane's your landlord because you're actually living here. Jane has a rental license. You don't have to do anything. You just go get your co-op license, and it'll be a lot easier for you because you can do your inspection, you can do your parking plan, you can do all of your pieces because you're already living there.
So let me ask you another quick question. This is around the ICMP and what the inspection for the co-op is going to determine. So will there be, generally speaking, you won't be moving into a place that's being licensed in the previous year, right? So it will only have been renewals, and so the co-op renters will need to get an inspection done on the structure they're going to live in. And so I was curious how the ICMP, which is, defines bedrooms.
Why don't you say out that acronym?
I can't do it. It's
International
Property Maintenance Code.
PMC. See, I was saying it wrong. But it's also there are definitions in there of how big a bedroom has to be, that there can't be egress from one bedroom through another bedroom. You can't have to go through a bedroom to access a bathroom, things of that nature. So I was curious, how do those things interact? Is there any assurance that the structure that say 10 people are going to move into actually has enough sleeping space legitimately for 10 people?
Yes and no. So the licensing inspection is done based on a checklist that we supply to the inspectors. It's done by independent third parties.
remember.
I've just Googled that. You can find it on our website, anybody who's interested. Matt, actually, one of his proposed amendments was to have something that says that they have to give the city a plan to provide for legal sleeping spaces for the number of occupants that they're planning to have. And that, so Sam, I think if that's your question, there's nothing in the licensing checklist that says that there has to be, that the inspector's going to know how many people are going to be in there and that there's legal sleeping spaces for them. So if you want to do that, Matt's suggestion was to include that, and I've drafted language in those proposed changes to do that.
So I think we can bookmark that because we can come back to it, but I think that's an important question that we need to answer, which is we will know once people have their preliminary co-op license, how many people will be involved, right? At least for the initial application.
Yep.
So we could do that inspection, that initial co-op inspection with an eye towards, is this going to be safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
This gets a little,
Yeah.
this is where we start, I don't know. We got to think about that one because, like when a family moves in, we don't say, the house has to be legal, but you don't say, now tell me where everybody's sleeping.
Yeah, so I'm not thinking that they'd have to tell you where they were sleeping, but what they'd have to do is say, under the IPMC, you have to have, I think, 120 square feet in each bedroom plus 70. So you'd have to have legal bedrooms. So if you're going to try to put 10 people in there, you'd have to have legal bedroom space that added up to allow for 10. You wouldn't have to say, so-and-so's going to sleep here. You just have to say, so that we have some assurance that they're not counting on somebody sleeping on the floor in the garage.
Okay.
Or in the basement. And so that's why I thought that Matt's suggestion was that we do that and that we not get into where people would actually be sleeping, but that there be the capacity. And then the licensing folks would have to be able to say, okay, well, you don't have enough square footage, so your limited occupancy is going to be 9. And not square footage total, but legal bedrooms. Of course, you can always add a bedroom, but it has to be legal. And that one of the things that I think is the very positive about this ordinance is that we're actually getting towards the place where council's expressed a lot of concern, is that there are a lot of people sleeping in places in Boulder that could be dangerous. And so that if we can get some assurance that this ordinance is going to provide some protection for those folks, that's a major benefit. So I would actually recommend to you Matt's change.
Wait, can you point to it in this blue?
It's in the yellow. No?
Oh.
It's in here somewhere, sorry.
Oh, well, if we're going to go through and say yes to things, it's nice to look at the wording.
It's right below the bottom. It's amend section 1011-4B1G. A plan showing legal bedroom spaces for all proposed residents.
It's nice and easy. Works for me.
Oh, right there.
It's next to the bottom right here.
Yep, got it. Okay.
G.
Okay, is everybody nodding on that?
Yeah, just a process, but I wonder if we should do that. Are we going to jump back and,
Do what?
well, we kind of off of smart regs and onto something different.
Oh, well, since we're here, everybody cool with this?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so put that one on your list. Going back to this slide. Right. I think how you word that is on the, everybody has to have a rental license, anyone renting, you mean any landlord renting is required to have a rental license.
Well, also any co-op renting.
Well, I know, but then they're in a landlord situation. Just so we're clear.
Yeah. See, I see your point, because I'm not sure how I wrote it in the ordinance, but.
Well, maybe there
Yeah.
could be just a clarifying.
Well, so the language I have is nothing in this chapter shall relieve any person of the obligation to comply with the requirements of Chapter 10.3. So Chapter 10.3 says if you're allowing someone to live someplace for more than 30 days and you require, and you're getting compensation, you have to get a license. And then there's some exceptions for sabbatical and things like that.
Okay. I will say this, I heard from a lot of people, yeah, but it doesn't say smart regs, and I know this means smart regs, but I do sometimes wonder whether we shouldn't say such as smart regs.
Or including.
Including smart regs, just so that it's called out. And the other thing that came up, they are only words, was in compliance with the IPMC.
Got it.
Can we just say that, right?
Sure.
That way it's spelled out, everybody can see it. That makes
Then I would suggest that it be spelled out.
Correct.
Because people don't know, people here didn't know what the acronym was. So I think it's important, and I liked that suggestion of Matt because it is an egress issue. It is a public safety issue, so.
Yeah, so do we agree on that, to explicitly state requirements for smart regs and that all co-ops have to follow the requirements of the IPMC? Did I get it right? You did.
The International Property Maintenance Code.
Written out.
Written out, as
or
Lisa just said.
As Lisa just said.
Okay.
Now, is your second bullet point, Tom, with something different? Are you suggesting that equity co-ops have to comply with smart regs?
No.
Okay, thanks.
So, as I said, I kind of gave the answer quickly because it wasn't in there. And then as I thought it through, the model I have for the ordinance, it basically tracks what we do for non-co-ops.
Let me follow up on Bob's. It's 100% equity co-ops do not have to comply with smart regs, but any level of rental, okay.
Would have to, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
For now.
And then pretty soon we're going to make everybody do it.
All right, parking.
Go after them.
Sneak preview.
So this came from staff. I met with our enforcement staff, and they asked, why do you want to get the make, model, license plate number of cars? First, every time someone sells a car, they're going to have to do an update because we're requiring them to do 30-day updates of anything that they change. And two, knowing which cars are supposed to be there doesn't help us with the cars that aren't supposed to be there. And as we've learned from the short-term rental experience, just because a car is parked there doesn't necessarily mean it's associated with the house. And it's really hard to prove that it is. And it's not somebody visiting. And it's a level of intrusiveness that it's an extra level of work they'll have to do. It's an extra level of work that our staff will have to do, and it produces very little benefit.
So this could be fine. Just tell me when someone says, so how will you enforce? You would say
that you've done a plan that says that you're only going to have two. The provision in the code says that it has to remain compatible with the neighborhood. If we're getting a lot of neighbor complaints about parking, we're going to go try to work with them and figure out what that issue is and try to have them work with their neighbors to help relieve the parking issues. That would be my plan. But having a list of license plates isn't going to help that much.
And just to be clear, one of the things that came up on the evening that Suzanne and I were at the East Boulder Rec Center was the question about how will this be enforced? And it will indeed be by complaint.
I'm not sure that that's true. That's one of the questions that I have for you as you know, I'm very proud of the model that we've used for rental licensing, and that was basically at your suggestion. You said, hire folks to do this. And you saw from the numbers I displayed the last time you talked about it, the results are pretty impressive. So I think once we finalize this, we should really look at what resources we're going to devote to enforcing it and what level of commitment you want to make. One of the questions that you asked me was, come up with some sort of fee structure. Now, we don't do 100% cost recovery on rental licensing. It's about 60 or 70%. So the general fund subsidizes rental licensing to some extent. This is going to be very hard to get cost recovery on this with only 10 to 14 licenses. Even if you go, in the memo I put down what we charge for conditional use reviews, and they vary from about $500 to about $2,000 for that. And we're going to have to pick a number somewhere in there. At some point, we should address the resources we devote to enforcement and what level you want of enforcement. But I think that's a future conversation. Although if you want to have it now.
No, we don't.
No. I know it's late. I apologize.
Yeah.
No, is council okay? This is an amendment that's in the packet, so you don't have to do anything if you're okay with this. I took the liberty of doing this. Okay.
Everybody okay? Okay.
So this is also in the packet.
Not going to do it.
We're not going to do it.
We're not going to collect the licenses, and that's the way the packet is, so you don't have to do anything. The Neighborhood Parking Permit Program, also known as the NPP, the current program allows for 2 permits per resident, and then 3 2-week guest permits for each resident. And if you have 12,
Say that again, 3.
3 2-week guest permits per year for each resident. So the challenge was if you have a co-op and you have 10 residents, that means you could have 20 NPP permits and 30 2-week parking permits. So that didn't make any sense. So I arbitrarily said, okay, we could do 3 residence permits for each co-op license and 6 2-week guest permits. Well, it just seemed like a fair number. My assumption is that most families have 3 cars, and I don't know whether that's right, but I've heard that's a fair number. So 3 resident guest permits. We could make it less. I just picked numbers out of the air.
I was wondering why it's not like 2 residents.
Yeah, why wouldn't we make it consistent for all co-ops across the city?
Well, because we don't have MPP zones everywhere. So this would only be where the co-op's existing in an MPP zone.
I know, but why? Why would we allow them to have different?
Well, wait, right now the proposed ordinance says 3 cars.
Yeah.
So this says 3 cars, and then he just was trying to figure out what the guest permit should be.
Which is
And I'm
equivalent to if you
asking why I
had a
don't
2-adult
understand.
household.
I'm saying
right?
none.
Wait, no guest permits?
No, this is the neighborhood parking permit program. So this is how you park a car on the street in certain areas of the city, right? And so we're saying co-ops have a certain number of cars, right? That's kind of negotiated as part of.
Yeah.
It's 3.
It's 3.
It's 3 plus off-street.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that the way it is now? 3 on the street plus however many off-street.
So the idea is that you'd have permits for the 3 you have on street.
Right, and
so the
so-
challenge is the other one.
Otherwise, you're saying 0 on-street parking.
No, I'm saying 3, same.
Okay, that's what this says.
That's
This
what
is
this
just making it the same, whether they're in an NPP or whether they're in an area without an NPP, the number's still 3.
Yeah.
So
And-
you already said this, it's in the
It's in the proposed ordinance.
so it just makes it consistent.
What's the guest permit?
Well, it's just if.
You always have guest permits as part of an NPP. So if you're a resident in an NPP, you get a certain number of guest permits so your guests can park on the street.
The neighborhoods are going to say they have a lot more people living in the house, so are they going to get a lot more guest permits, which will cause more parking
Well,
problems?
so that's what he's saying, only this many.
It's 6 total
For a year.
per year.
So a total of 12 weeks, you would allow to have 1 extra car.
So that's as if 3 people lived in the house. Right, no, if it was 3 people, they'd get 9 guest permits. Is that right, Tom?
That's right.
So
So-
this is less than what 3 people
It's actually much,
living.
much less than.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So this is a way of restricting that.
Yeah, and so I, as I said, I just came up with these numbers. They seem reasonable to me, but I want to make sure they're okay with you. Because you talked generally about wanting to make sure that we did something about MPPs, because I had sort of forgotten. And I guess I didn't realize how many residential permits you got. Okay? Permanent affordability. So this was the recommendation of, you asked me to talk to Betsy Martins and Kurt Feinbauer from our housing staff. They suggested this as where we should go with the affordability. So the HUD low income level for our Boulder metropolitan statistical area, there's apparently a number. So they thought the equity for permanent affordability should be set at that. If we're going to have affordable rentals, they should be 60% of AMI.
Okay, so you've confused me by having equity there.
Yeah, me
So let's just use, if we're talking about nonprofit co-ops, call them nonprofit co-ops. And I thought those were the ones we were making permanently affordable. Okay, so in that context, what does equity and rental mean?
So you could have a mix. You could have some people who want to own equity, just like we have affordable equity ownership. So say you have a co-op and it's sponsored, and it's supported, it's permanently affordable. But if you want to buy in, it has to be made permanently affordable to someone at the HUD low income level. So
I thought it was owned by a nonprofit. So what do you mean by buy-in?
No, it could be supported by a nonprofit. They could, yeah.
So, okay, I think,
So were you thinking that?
This is a new beast.
That
This is not what I thought we were doing.
affordable would not have any equity, it would be all rental?
If there's a nonprofit involved, my understanding was a nonprofit or a group of nonprofits would own 100% of the equity in the home, and they would rent it out in a permanently affordable fashion. Is that not the way that, say, Chrysalis works right now?
I don't know how Chrysalis works. That's not the model I built in the ordinance, but I can certainly change it if that's what you want.
That's what I thought we were doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the definition. Currently, it says the group equity or nonprofit affordable housing cooperative means a cooperative in which a majority ownership interest is held by a nonprofit organization with a housing-focused mission.
Okay.
So by that definition, they could own a majority, but they could sell 40% or something like that to interested.
This is a pure policy question.
So.
I'm curious if that would ever happen.
Well, I think there were examples before, for example, a prior mayor who some of the people had ownership. So I think we should allow some flexibility for people to buy in.
I don't know there was a nonprofit component before it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't nonprofit, but
I thought that you're either equity or you become owned by a nonprofit. I don't know anybody that's like halvesies.
but we don't have very many. So
Well,
I mean, would you want to prevent it if someone?
well, no, but it's complicating things. If it's not realistic, we don't need it. So
Tom, where's the permanent affordability? How does that play in the ordinance? I'm forgetting where that comes in.
I think it's in section 1011.3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 1011.3E, and I can pull it up on the page if you give me a second.
wait, which one are you looking at? Oh,
It's
it's in the.
It says it's of the agenda of the total packet. It's page 406 at the top.
Okay.
So I mean, this, which does state any group equity cooperative shall be permanently affordable, which would mean that any resident would have to qualify.
Right.
So,
Well, and it's, the way we've drafted, and this again was the recommendation of the housing folks, that it be based on individual households. So it's households' income or households' affordability to the household, not to necessarily to an individual. But an individual, of course, can be a household.
So the price of any equity ownership interest shall be affordable to a household's earning no more than, so an equity ownership, so that restricts what the ownership stake can be sold for. So if you're, what does that mean if you're selling a 10% stake? So you got a nonprofit that owns 60%, and you're going to sell 10% to a couple that wants to move in, and they have they have a certain qualification. How are you going to determine what they should pay for that 10%?
So just like in our affordable housing program, the not-for-profit's going to have to subsidize that purchase in.
But what if they wanted 5% instead of 10%? How are you going to take the whole value of the house? I mean, how do you decide what they're buying into? What fraction of the overall? I kind of agree with Zan on this one. I'm not sure that we should have private ownership, because then it's got to be deed restricted, permanently affordable as well, so they can only appreciate at whatever the deed restriction rate is.
So should we change the definition to be 100% owned by a not-for-profit?
I'm going there. This is something that
and that's why I drafted this way, because there was a gap.
And if I feel like if we get concrete proposals after a year or two from nonprofits that want to come up with a different model, we could tweak that later.
I just wasn't sure how you apply this HUD limit, if it's 5% or 10% or 15%. Are you gonna? How do you figure out what
it gets really complicated?
So it's not based on percentages; it's based on what they can afford. So the idea.
Okay, so it's based on what they can afford. So they qualify to pay a $20,000 down payment. Okay, so their couple does. So if they qualify to pay the $20,000 down payment and they pay the $20,000 down payment, they get the right to have a bedroom and they get a certain fraction of the ownership.
Yes. And then they have equity ownership. It's deed restricted. It can't go up much, but they have something they can sell when they leave. And there's a modest increase as there is with our affordable housing program.
Okay,
But-
I cannot believe this is going to happen.
Well, it already does happen.
But where's a co-op owned partly by a nonprofit and partly by equity owners? Do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah,
That seems
it's a
unlikely
weird
to me.
hybrid. It seems unlikely.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is make this 100% owned by the not-for-profit and rental only.
Yeah, I think so for now.
Okay.
And then isn't there a rule that goes with if city funds are used to help the affordability piece, isn't that automatic? Isn't there a we set that?
Well, we're just saying these all have to be deed restricted permanently affordable.
I know, so at what AMI is that? Is it just, do we have to set it in the statute or is it just automatic?
I don't know.
That's what HUD's affordability is, 30 to 60.
Well, if we make it 100% requirement to have 100% owned by the nonprofit, then the only thing that matters is the rents, and then that would be 60% of AMI.
It does, I
Because-
agree with that, but at the same time, the nonprofit may sell someday or dissolve and go out of business, and so do we also have the deed restricted permanently affordable on the rate that home can appreciate, so that when it's sold in the future, that it has been permanently affordable from both the ownership perspective and from the rental perspective.
So there isn't a windfall.
I mean, but you're talking about a nonprofit. I mean, one of the things that the housing nonprofits do is that they do own some properties that are outdated, and they sell them and make a profit, and then they roll that into, a property where they're providing affordable housing to other people. I wouldn't try to lock that down for a nonprofit ownership.
Okay, well, I can let it go for now, but there's an interesting debate to be had around that as well, which is like, that's a piece of housing stock that you've given this over occupancy privilege to, and then you would like that, for that privilege to be permanently affordable to other people later. But
And on top of that, they won't be paying any property taxes. So
Right.
there's that other additional benefit that they're getting. So it is, we can put it aside for now, but
Okay.
Yeah.
I will talk to our housing folks and put more information in the third reading memo on this to see if I can help some. I think this is going to be the hardest one to build, so I don't know that we're going to have a lot of applications right out of the box for this.
I want to apologize that I didn't catch this subtlety. This
Yeah.
was an important one.
Yeah, what do you mean the hardest one to build?
Well, I think that the easiest ones are going to be the rentals, and the next one will be the equities. But finding a not-for-profit who's going to be willing to invest and go through all of this is going to probably be the heaviest lift. That I mean, not based on any experience, just thinking.
Well, just that the three ones we have are owned by
They're all
nonprofits.
owned
who've
by
been trained.
And
nonprofit.
they've created one every 8 years. So
And
it's been a
Well, I know,
slow
that's
process.
because
I think
I
it was a
can't
pretty heavy lift, and it didn't use our co-op code.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Anyway,
I think
yeah.
that's because there
But
wasn't a
we
lack of
wanna enable
opportunity.
it.
I know from the staff position, it was really hard. So,
Well, I know, that's why we're redoing our
Yeah.
co-op ordinance, because I think part of it was we made it too hard on this end.
yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
are we good on this?
Yeah.
So, no, I have one more question. So it's my understanding that the current permanently affordable co-ops do allow, make room for Section 8 vouchers. And I'm wondering what it would take for rental co-ops to allow for Section 8 vouchers.
I don't know. I mean,
I mean,
it's a good question. I can find out.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. I mean, we raise it with the mobile home parks and different places not accepting Section 8.
Yeah.
Well, I get, Mike, if I start to think about it, it seems like that would be the renter that the co-op is renting from would need to allow the Section 8.
The landlord.
The landlord. I mean, yeah, the landlord.
Okay, so let's put that one on the list of, it.
Find out.
I think it can happen now, but if it can't, then we should maybe want to make it
Okay.
possible. Okay.
So number of licenses, just confirming what you said, total of 14, 10 plus two in any category where there aren't a minimum of 2. Okay?
So I want to throw an idea out there. One of the things that we've been hearing from co-op advocates is that there aren't going to be that many. So I would like to throw out the idea of doing it 10 the first year to take care of perhaps pent-up demand, and then 5 every year thereafter.
Yeah, I mean, I assume there's going to be co-ops that are functioning as co-ops right now and want to become legal.
And that was what it was initially.
Right.
Well, it was 5 of each type initially.
Well, yeah, 5 of each type, so we could go back to 5 of each type.
Why? What's the motivation? Just to help me understand what you're...
To address concerns about it growing at too rapid a rate.
5 of each type could conceivably be 15 in a year.
No, she's saying 5 per
rentals.
year of all types.
No, she said 5 of each type when I asked her for clarification. So do you mean five rentals, 5?
Well, right now we're allowing for up to 10 rentals.
10 any kind plus.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, I'm just saying 10 the first year of rentals, and then 5 rentals every year thereafter, and we can talk about the other ones.
And so if I can just ask you about this, so on this year, you have a maximum of 14, so 4 of them would not be rental. Is that correct? If we got to 14.
If we got to 14. Yeah, the whole idea, I think, for going to 10 to 14 was because we assumed that the demand would be for rental, and so that would be to allow for the other 2 types.
So what would you do in following years, subsequent years? 5 of each type? Or 5 rentals?
That's what we said initially. So we could go back to 5, 5, and 5, just the way we started out. And then the first year would be the 10.
I'd just like to do a little bit of math. There's 46,000 units of housing in the city, and so 5 is 1/100th of 1% of that. So it would take 100 years to get to 1% at 5 per year. So I would keep it at 10. It would only take 50 years then.
10 in total.
Oh, you mean as
I
is?
would keep it alone.
Right. One thing is, I think Matt brought up sunsetting or something. I'm not sure that we should do something like that, but I think...
Is your mic on, Jen?
Yeah, I don't think you're.
Could we do something, say that there is a pilot for the first 3 years that limits it to 10 like this, and then have a real review at the end? Because that's one thing that a lot of the neighbors want, is to have a chance to review. And I know the co-opers really want that too. They're working very, very hard to build those relationships with their neighbors. And I wonder if there would be a time. I don't think we should sunset, because to go through this all again would be very painful, I think.
Well, and we don't have to, a pilot, if you will, if we did that, we wouldn't have to run it for the equity types and the non-profit permanently affordable, because those, it's a different situation.
So if we said 10 per year, and I think what we were doing with the +2 was just if that was to break it up. When the original, we had 5, 5, and 5. But just to say, look, if we got all 10 rental and we didn't have any equity, then a way to get a couple equities in there. Because I think we all want to balance this. And so if we had a real time of review of it after 3 years to just see what have we learned, and of course we don't want to wait 3 years to make all kinds of changes, but and then at that point maybe we decide on fewer or more per year.
So I guess my thinking is, we have in here already this notion of an annual, not the notion, a provision requiring an annual report each year. And I think realistically, just like on short-term rentals, the next council, I guess it's us for another year, but we'll revisit it if there's issues, and we'll have this report annually to prompt reflection. And I think honestly, I think that's sufficient. So I guess if my opinion is let's go with this, and we know if we end up with an outcome we don't like, we'll jump right in, because that's what we do.
And can I follow up on that? Because I'm in exactly the same place you are. We did it with short-term rentals, so we've shown that as a council, we're willing to be responsive. There's a lot more short-term rentals in town than there will be co-ops by the end of next year. And as Andrew has pointed out, in the case of rental co-ops, if there's a real problem, it's the easiest license to pull, right? It's a lot harder to pull an equity or a nonprofit because that's essentially a property right and it's indefinite, whereas rentals we expect to be more transient and change over time. They might last 5 years or 10 years and then maybe they disband. So I guess I'm willing to try this because a year from now we may have as many as 14, which is about a tenth as many short-term rentals or less than we've got. So I'm comfortable giving this a try, particularly since I think rental will be the number one draw here.
Yeah, and I'm good with that as well. I agree. I mean, Jen, with your point about a review, I think we absolutely want to have the intention of revisiting to tweak any issues that come up. And I think the model with short-term rentals has been very successful. And, you know, like, did we sneak in one small change early and then we did a little bit more of a review after, you know, a little longer? And that model, I think, is very successful. So I think we absolutely should apply it here. So I want to make sure, I think we should express that intention very clearly.
I want to throw in one more thing. We did put that in the legislative intent, I believe, that we want to review this relatively frequently.
Is that in?
I'm not sure it's in there, but we can put it in.
We should.
I think we just had the 1 year and the 1 year report.
1 year reports. Well,
That's
Oh,
all
no,
that's
we
in
did. I
there.
did add a sentence. It says, City Council intends to monitor the implementation effects and results of this ordinance.
I thought yeah.
So, and I think it's up to
That's up front.
us to
That's
do
the
that.
legislative
It's in the
intent.
legislative intent.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good with this then? Or shall I say, can we move on?
Yes.
Okay.
We're moving on. Allow existing cooperatives, well, this is the issue I discussed earlier. I don't know if you need any further discussion. This is just saying that if you're there as of today and you can prove it, then you can stay without vacating.
Just to clarify, only if you apply and are found to be a legitimate cooperative under all the provisions of the ordinance. So there's no grandfathering, like you say.
The only intent is that we're not going to make people vacate to go apply for a license. Okay? House size limitation. We're getting towards the big three.
So for sure, I want to support the 2,000 square foot minimum. Rationale for that was it's about half of the single family dwellings, which are reserved for starter family homes and medium income. I'd be willing to talk about what it applies to. I for sure want it to apply to rental. I don't know if people have other opinions, but I guess if we only apply it to rental and we get some smaller equity co-ops, that might be fine.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because I think you're entirely likely to get, 4 to 6% equity co-ops that would work very well in like a 1,200 square foot house.
In particular, the senior type.
1,600, yeah, exactly.
So folks, good with this? Okay.
Okay? All right. Occupancy limits. There's a lot of discussion.
We can skip this part.
Yeah. So one of the things I want to make clear is that the way I drafted it was that it's the total number of occupants. It's not unrelated.
Adult occupants?
All occupants. It includes children.
Okay.
So it's 15 human beings is the maximum that you can have in a high-density zone. 12 in a lower density zone.
So I always wondered about this. So let's say you have a family of 6 related people and then they have one tenant. Are there 7 unrelated people in that space?
Well, that would be a rumor, so no.
That would be a what?
A rumor? Is that a defined term?
Yeah. We are allowed up to 2 rumors.
A border.
A
border.
Not
I thought you meant-
R-U-M-O-R.
Can I make
People have
a
been spreading rumors up
brief
and
process suggestion here?
Okay.
There's going to be another one, maybe it's on here, maybe it's not, but it's square feet per person. So do you have a square foot per person? Okay.
No,
This is it.
This is what we talk about. What is your last one? Did you have one more?
Yeah, a separation.
Okay, yes.
And wait, these are the last two?
I think so. Yep.
Wait, let's draw this out. Okay. Okay.
Well, you may be speaking too soon.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep it light. Okay. Who wanted to speak to this?
Sam, go ahead.
Well, so in a lot of discussions in the community, there's been a lot of points made that one of the big things that determines the impact or the field of impact is how many people per square foot in a home. And we had that historically when we started this discussion. It was like a density issue, how many people per square foot. And so I guess from my standpoint, I would like to bring that concept back. It's not from me, I've heard it from many other people. So I think that would be one way to approach this, would be density and a cap. And so I'm not going to throw out a number yet. I'd rather just hear what people are thinking, if there's agreement on that. And
Yes, I'm sorry, we had a line. Aaron, Mary, Bob.
Well, I'll just say, I mean, I'm open to exploring that. And we've certainly, one of the things that we've heard from many, many people is oh my God, you're going to have 12 people in a 2,000 square foot house. How are you possibly going to cram all that in? So I'm open to a reasonable square footage per person control as well.
Mary.
So I think that was one of the things that I don't really recall how it dropped out, but we were talking about that in the beginning, and I think that setting the 2,000 square foot minimum and a 12 to 15 occupancy immediately equated 12 occupants to 2,000 square feet. So I would like to throw out there what I sent out in the table on the hotline, which was the first table, the one that went out on Friday.
It's on your buff piece of paper.
Buff. And then today I sent one out that was looking at it from the standpoint of the square footage of a lot size. So there's two ways that we can approach it. We can approach it by square feet based on number of people per square foot of lot size, or number of square feet per floor area within the house. The lot size option would address concerns that folks have in small lots. There's lots of areas of town that have really small, non-standard lots. So that approach could address those concerns. Or we could do it a hybrid, where we take a portion of the zones that are done by lot size, so that anything below 7,000 square feet is done by lot size area. I was thinking 8 in the RL1, RL2, and that's a number that folks have, that I've heard was acceptable to neighborhood folks. I know it's not acceptable to co-op folks, but I just did a little asking around and spoke to someone who is a realtor and also has a bunch of rentals in town. And he was saying that right now, a house it depends where it is, but like around a $625,000 house would, depending on neighborhood, rent at about $2,700 a month. So, and that a mortgage with a 10% down for that same house would be about $3,500 a month. So if you divide, if you look at it from the standpoint of covering a mortgage, the number of people renting to cover a mortgage, you could cover it by renting to 8 people, as well as the rent being at $2,700, which would probably go up. So it would be kind of a wash with investors. So that's
So
why I
Mary,
started out with
I
8.
just have to ask with that, do you mind if I, with the hypothetical example, if you're limiting us to, or if you're limiting the pool to houses over 2,000 square feet, are there any that are $625,000 in this town, or very many? I mean, our median home price is climbing towards $1 million, so I don't know that.
Well, that was just a hypothetical that got thrown out. So just we can increase it, and still, even if you divide 8 into 4,000, that's 500 per person, and that's still pretty affordable. And so I understand that some of the issues with how the workings of a co-op and the chores and how all of that works may not work with 8 people. I don't know. It works with less in other kind of situations, the division of labor. So I'm throwing that out there as 8. I think that 8 would take a lot of the friction with neighborhoods, address a lot of those concerns.
So Mary, I'm a little confused because you have the one that we have on the table here, which has 8, but then today when you consider lot size, you suggested 6.
No.
For RL1, RL2, at least that's.
No, that was for non-standard lot sizes. So for a standard lot size in RL1, which is 7,000 square feet. So if you divide that by 8, you get 875. So if you so for a standard lot, you would have 8 people. If it is any smaller, you start to reduce the number of people. And if it's any larger, you can add more people up to 10,000, which caps out at 16. So.
Well, okay, so can I make some comment?
Well, Bob's next.
Okay.
You can go after him.
Let me just kind of follow up with you, Mary. What's the reason? So basically, forget about lot size, and it sounds like we'll get into that in a second, and forget about the cap, but just looking at your occupancy per square foot, you've got 2 categories, the RRs and the REs at 400 square feet per person minimum, and then the rest of them are all the RLs and the mediums and the highs at 250. What's the, again, setting aside lot size, what's the rationale for REs? For example, I live in an RE neighborhood, but it's just as dense as I can tell you as an RL or even medium. We're pretty much on top of each other. What's the rationale for 400 feet in an RE and 250 in an RL? What's the human social reason that we would advocate for that?
Yeah, hang on. Don't have it. Or is it I have like 2 computers here?
Bob, are you reading from the sheet?
I'm reading for this sheet.
So Mary, it's this one.
Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't have the rationale on it.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
On the Deborah.
On the- yeah, it
And
has
the
rationale
people are
on it.
done out, it did.
People are used to fewer people in those areas, but if you do it, this changes when you do it by lot size, because when you do it by lot size, then you can have more people because you have more spacing in between the people.
Right.
Yeah, I was just reacting to the square footage per house, the people per square footage. So are you moving on to lot size then? Is that your advocate?
Well, I'm proposing 2 options.
Okay.
That we can talk about. And the 8 is based on the group home ordinance, and there are tons of them, and there are actually 2 group homes not very far from me that seem to function quite well. So there's a precedent, and there's a rationale behind the 8. If you think about the occupancy limit of 4 in the higher density zones currently, that's twice as much as that. So it's certainly a compromise on the number of folks. And I, again, I think that it would relieve a lot of the friction, that a lot of the concerns that let's put it this way, if we had made it 8, we probably would have gotten about a quarter as many emails. So.
Lisa.
So I basically agree with Mary. As I said at our last meeting, I think this occupancy of 12 and 15, it feels like they're just numbers that are pulled out of somebody's hat. And we have no precedent really for them. And we do have group homes, and I think the group homes have been in Boulder for several decades, and they have worked. And it has a good model where it's, the city manager approves 8, and if there's a demonstrated need or whatever, the city manager is allowed to add an additional 2 to that. I think the reaction we've gotten from people who have a really hard time with what's on the table right now is because I think 12 and 15 are extreme for low-density neighborhoods. And I think people feel very threatened. We got a really good email this afternoon, and this person, who I don't know, she basically said, why don't you do something moderate that, tries it out and isn't at such an extreme level that people would be more open to considering it. And we started right out of the box at 12 and 15, and people feel really insecure about that and really affected. And from my perspective, we're supposed to listen to both sides. People gave eloquent things about trying to listen on both sides, and not everybody's going to get their way. But I think 8 occupants is a lot. And I don't think co-ops are terrible, but I think there's a way to start this out where we try at a lower occupancy level. And I really appreciate what Mary's tried to do in looking at lot size and also, what is this, square foot.
So,
And so I guess I would ask that we really reconsider our occupancy limits and bring them down to something that's more palatable for a larger segment of our community, which would put it somewhere between 8 in the low-density neighborhoods.
So I would add that, if I could just add one more point, that a lot of the folks that wrote in, I mean, they kind of focused on these last 2 items, is the separation and the occupancy. And those were the variables that seemed to kind of it's the crux of the matter. And people, a lot of people wrote in and said, either increase the separation or lower the occupancy.
Mm-hmm.
So those were the variables that people were most aroused by.
Okay, so let's, I want to jump in and say, so I appreciate this conversation because I do think this is the crux of the matter. I will say that I think adding the square footage per person is kind of where we started out with, and somewhere along the line we got away from it. Anyhow, I think we need to go back to it. And I do think adding in a square foot per person obviously means then you scale up as the size of the house gets bigger, which is intuitively an obvious thing to do. So anyhow, I definitely like that principle. I think we should add that in there. And then if you have a 2,000 square foot house, you don't hit the 12-person cap, depending on what you set your square footage at. But anyhow, so it puts things back in scale. So I definitely support that. I will say this, that I do think what we want to encourage is real co-ops, we talked about that are functional and will last, and will be entities that can flourish. And so it is my understanding, it is my experience that we want to, the reason for the caps is in bigger houses in the right places, you want to have larger co-ops with more people. And I do think that, do you want me to, I think there's an economy of scale, certainly around affordability, but also when you have a dozen people, 16 people, I'm thinking of Masala Co-op, which I lived just right down the street for 10 years. you're more likely to have a carpenter or a gardener or an accountant, or you have a diversity of skills that help create this self-sufficient microcosm. So I do think we want to help make sure that we end up with the opportunity for real co-ops that are going to be successful. So I think that that's our goal. And of course, trying to figure out what the sweet spot is. But that's why I think the reason why you want higher, you want to allow for the larger ones to happen. So I'll throw that in, Aaron, Jim.
Yeah, Zan, I absolutely agree with you. This is well put. And I, like I said before, I think bringing back the square footage per person is a good control to have on it. But just the point that I wanted to make, in addition to what you were saying, is that when people think, well, 12 people in a house, like that's outrageous, and they think about that and they can't even conceive of it, and that we get a lot of emails about that. And I think the reason for that is because there really are not that many people who are interested in living in a house with 12 people. It's a strongly flavored thing. That's not an over-occupied student rental. It's if you have a functional, legitimate housing cooperative that works communally, shares tasks, shares resources, you're really talking about a limited number of people. I realize that that's not going to be a final assurance for a lot of people out there, but I just want to make that point that this is not something that thousands of people are going to be rushing to do. But I think it's an important option for the people that it appeals to, and I'd like to keep it open.
Yeah.
So I want to, let me start with an example. So we have an $800,000 home that has a 30-year mortgage on it. The monthly mortgage is $3,800 a month. That's what it costs. So if that home were 2,500 square feet, and we had a limit of, say, 250 square feet per person, that would be 10 people in that home. That would mean that the mortgage share for each occupant of the home would be $380. And then they would have their share of utilities and other expenses. So I can't tell you exactly what AMI that is. Some people here probably could. But that seems to me to strike some kind of reasonable balance between affordability, which is one of the goals that we're talking about here, and 10 people and, say, an RL district. So I'm thinking about this in RL, single-family dwelling that's that costs near the median for what single-family dwellings do in Boulder. So I guess I'll put out a bid for 250 square feet per person in RL and a cap of 10. Now, the question that will arise, and I think it's the only one, is 10 too many? And so for me, I think 10 would probably be okay if they're good neighbors in a 2,500 square foot home, provided it could safely house them. The only thing that would make that harder to take as a neighbor would be if you had a small lot. Okay, the smaller the lot is, the closer you're going to be in proximity to people who are making their phone calls outside or having a cigarette or a beer with a neighbor or whatever. You will be impacted more by the noise and the traffic that's generated. So I would take this proposal for RL and I would say if the lot size is smaller than the standard lot size of 7,000 square feet, you scale down the cap by how much smaller the lot is than 7,000 square feet. And I'm kind of doing this in the name of simplicity because I would do a similar set of things for the medium and high zones. I would set a different cap, I would set a different square footage per person, and I would just scale that with the lot size as well. So,
you have thoughts? I just don't want to interrupt you. But setting aside the lot size adjustment, because we can come back to that, do you have some thoughts on what the medium and high would be, both as to square footage and caps?
I would go to 200 square feet per person and 12-person cap. And the one thing I would add
in medium and
in medium and high. And so the one thing that I would add to this discussion is that I hope that we can have a provision where the city manager can approve something at either a different square foot per person or a different cap if there's a exceptional opportunity that arises. So something like Masala, Chrysalix, or Ostara, those qualified, I think, under boarding house kinds of conditions. But say there were something like those that became available, I would want us to have a relief valve where, if it's a really big house, an 8,000 square foot home on a standard size, or it can't be on standard size, but on a big lot, that the city manager could take a look at that and see if it made sense. But that process then could be called up by the planning board or council if there were a neighbor outcry around that. So there's a proposal. It's a different proposal.
Well, so the other thing that we could look at for the smaller lots is go to the table that I sent out today, where, I don't know if any of you have it up, but that factor is based on 7,000 divided by 8. So what's in there right now, 875, is 7,000 divided by 8. So per Sam's proposal, you could start with 7,000 divided by 10, which would give you 700.
It's the same basic thing.
Yeah, and then for smaller lots, it would scale down. For 6,000, it would be 8 people. 5,000, it would be 7, so on and so forth.
I hear where you guys are coming from. The problem that I know in the past that made it difficult to have more Astaras and Masalas is finding, well, there were a lot of, I think, impediments in the existing ordinance, but it's the opportunity. And I think if you look at, if we start layering on different requirements, we're just narrowing the opportunities. And so,
so we could start this way, Suzanne. We could start this way, and then we're going to be in the legislative intent. We've got the promise to monitor it. If something like that came up, we have a basis from which to say, here's an opportunity, and review it, and what can we do?
well, but I guess don't we want to start with the, I guess I would want, it's certainly in, we can argue about the RL 1 and 2 zones, but it seems to me we want to allow for large co-ops, certainly in medium and density if appropriate, and not assume that we're going to make them go through a process just to hit, right now we have 15 or 16.
What's wrong with, I think 12 is a pretty reasonable, I'm sorry, Bob, it's your turn.
I was just going to actually agree with you, if I can interrupt and agree with you. I want to come back to the caps and the lot adjustments, because those are kind of interesting discussions, but we're kind of trying to do about 3 or 4 things at once here, so I want to kind of try to do them one at a time. I know they relate, but maybe if we can zero in on one thing, then it maybe helps us get to the next one. So I want to agree with you, actually, on the 200/250, or stated differently, the 250 in the low density and the 200 in the medium high. I think those are good numbers based on what I've seen here, based upon what our housing mix is in the community. It just feels to me like a good number. I want to talk about the cap and whether there's adjustments to the cap, but I just want to go out and voice, at least for that point.
Thank you.
Actually, why don't we just pause there and just have people riff on that?
I can work with those numbers. I mean, although they play together for me. I think I would really like to see the cap of 12 in the lower density districts, but I am open to the idea of scaling it down as for smaller lot sizes. So I know you told me to work on one thing, but to me they pull together.
But the 200, 250, I think that's in the right ballpark, and I'll just weigh that. I'll weigh in. I know you have your chart is a little bit more complicated than that. Jan?
I think the square footage is about how can the co-opers make it work financially and make sure that it's feasible for them to get enough people in a house that they can pay for it. And then when we talk about the distance, that's more about how many houses they can find, and that would have to do with the caps as well. So, yeah, I think we're in the ballpark.
Okay. Okay, so not for you and not for you. Okay, but that at least gives us, okay, did you want to then move to the next? I mean, you said they're interrelated, so.
Well, I think Aaron did, but I actually agree with Aaron that I think we need to be more in the direction of 12.
In low density.
Yeah.
The cap.
The cap, yeah.
So that means.
The cap.
You wouldn't hit that till you're at a 2,500 square foot house. We don't happen to have the.
No, that'd be 3,000 square foot house.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
In low density, 250.
Yes.
Into 3,000. So, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be 8 people in a 2,000 square foot house and
12 and a 3,000.
3,000. Assuming you can sleep people safely.
Correct. We don't have the bell curve of the housing sizes, do we?
Yeah, well, it's half at 2,000. So as you go higher, I mean, it's.
I mean, is it a, I can't
We have
remember.
this in the upper corners here. We don't have, it doesn't break it down
Let's see if
above.
I can pull it up. We had it from before.
You got to be about the 85, 90 percentile at 3,000 feet.
Yeah, residential building sizes. So I do have it here. I can tell you as a fraction how many are there. So there's the curve of house sizes in Boulder.
Can you just quickly?
Sam, can you email it to me? I can put it up on the screen.
Take a screenshot.
That'll help.
I'll email it to Tom. Hang on.
Why don't you email it to all of us?
Okay, I'll email it to council. Then everybody's going to have it tomorrow morning when they get into work.
We won't be able to find it among the hundreds of emails.
What's that? All right.
What's it called so we can search for it?
Right.
I was trying to look something up.
And I know we did at the last meeting, we had majority support, including Matt and Sam. Sam's here, Matt and Andrew.
I can't believe you just did that.
See, it's not just me.
You guys look so much alike. It's like you're like Andrew without the beard.
Okay, so where are we?
So, Tom, I just sent it to you. I forgot to do council, so you can forward it to council. And it's going out right now. Come on, go out. There it is. It's not quite gone yet.
While we're waiting for that, I just want to observe something that's kind of interesting in this chart that we all have on our desks. In the upper left-hand corner, it says residential unit size. If you look at what the staff has done is they've taken and broken the house sizes up into 4 categories of size. And if you look at 2,000 feet or larger, we've got about roughly 11,000 units at 2,000 feet or larger, but 9,000 of those 11,000 units, or about 80%, are in low density. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is we're probably not going to end up with a whole lot of co-ops in medium and high density. And so I want to talk, I think we should spend a lot of our time about the cap and the low density, because the rest of it kind of will follow. And I'm not sure it's going to matter a whole lot.
So I'll point out that in Matt's email, he suggested a cap of 10 for rentals, okay?
Okay.
And so I think he might be at 10 rather than 12, because he had said 12 for equity. And I can go along with that. I will also point out that, as I said before, for affordability, an $800,000 home that's 2,500 square feet, that would be 10, is $380 for the mortgage part. And then you can assume utilities will be another 50 or so on top of that. So you're talking about a rent of $420, which is significantly less than market rate rents in this town. So I guess I don't feel like a cap of 10 really dooms affordability from that, policy standpoint. So 12 is a little bit better. It's 20% better, right? So what's that mean? That's another $40 off the rent or something, but no more.
Although you have to get to 3,000 feet to get to, 3,000 feet to get to 12, in which case the value of the house is higher.
Has gone up, right? So the affordability.
Yeah, so I think it's somewhat self-adjusting, I guess, is the point I'm making.
As far as affordability, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I look at this as less of an affordability issue and more of a impact issue, which is how many people do you want living next to you?
Right.
Right.
And lot size, I think, has as much to do with that in a sense. So you could have a 3,000 or 2,500 square foot on the same footprint, and one would have 10 and one would have 12. And so the impact on the neighbors goes up by 20% as you go back up to 12 from 10. So as the house got bigger, so I guess it's just a matter of, do people spend more time inside one way or the other?
So you started to float a proposal where you said, based off the standard lot size of 7,000 feet, and I think the number you had was 10. Could the adjustment go either direction? Could it go down or up? I mean, that's what kind of Mary's chart does.
It does. I was thinking it would just go down for the beginning, and we would see how it worked, because
Down for the beginning.
in the first stages, when we pass this, in an abundance of caution, it would just be, you would scale down if the lot size was below 7,000 square feet. So you'd scale the cap down if you had people closer together.
And how are you proposing to scale it the way it's done per this chart?
It is, but you don't have the 8,000, 9,000, and 10,000.
Right, no, so you would just do it from here down?
Correct.
Yeah.
But then you end up with,
Yeah,
so you're going to have no, can I say, robust co-ops. The opportunity for that is significantly limited, given that the vast majority of the housing stock is in low density, and if you're starting with a lower cap and you're going down from there.
Yeah, but it's only small lots. There's not that many of the small, the sub 7,000 foot lots, like up on the hill on 9th Street. There's
Goss Grove has a lot.
There's some small.
Whittier has.
Do we have we don't have a distribution of lot size, do we?
Aaron does.
I had a version of that.
So,
I mean, most of them are 7,000 square feet. But there's a significant number that are smaller and a small amount that are larger. I mean, I think what Zan says, I mean, as you start to add more and more limitations, you just, you get fewer and fewer opportunities to actually create a functional cooperative house. And so with the 2,000 foot minimum and then a cap of 10 and then separation requirements and, and particularly if you're scaling down on lot size, you're getting a smaller and smaller subset. And we're going to a great deal of effort to make this happen. And I just want to make sure that we create something that's functional. Like I said before, I don't think there's a demand for hundreds of these. So but the ones we want to be able to create solid functional ones.
So if I might point out, because Bob did some math like this before that I thought was pretty interesting. If we get to 50 co-ops, 50 rental co-ops, that's 0.2% of the 22,000 single-family dwellings. So it doesn't have to be very many. If we've taken some small lots off the table, maybe that's an appropriate thing to do, especially when we're getting started, because you won't need many opportunities to be able to make this function. So I think we're horse trading now, and I think we're horse trading between 10 and 12. It sounds like we have some consensus on square foot per person. Does that sound?
So Sam, are you saying to take anything below a 7,000 square foot lot off the table? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think we're talking about the caps at the moment, and the distinction between will capping it at 10 take too many homes off the market, and it doesn't take any homes off the market on the basis of a home size.
No. Ed, for me, the 10 is more about creating a functional organization. So it's about being able to have a functional. Sorry, it's getting late. A good co-op. So it's less about restricting the number of houses and more about whether you're able to make them happen.
But many co-ops in single-family dwellings, if you look at the number of people, with one exception, I think most are 10 or below. Now, people here can shake their head or say no, but I saw some that were 8, several that were 8. So I guess I don't know if that really does do that or not. I mean, that's just something that we have to see. I know that that's an assertion.
Sam, I think I could live with a lower cap if the lot size adjustment went both ways, because I'm envisioning the 3,000 square foot house sitting on the 10,000 square foot lot, and back to Zan's point, that calls for a robust co-op, and that's where I could get comfortable going up to 12 because 250 into 3,000 is 12.
I could go there.
Yeah.
I could easily go there. We could do the lot size adjustment both directions and have a square foot per person and the cap can go up or down.
But
which is kind of like what Mary did, except for maybe slightly different numbers.
Well, I would put, it also depends on where you put the cap. So if the cap is, 12 for a 7,000 square foot lot, and you go down from there.
No, I think Sam was suggesting going up or down, but 7,000 would be
10, cap of 10 in RL, right? So we're talking RL. We haven't got to the.
So for example, I'm not sure if I'm going to agree with what I'm about to say, but you could take Mary's chart basically and do add 2 to the maximum occupants. So 7,000 would be 10, Sam, and 8,000 would be 11, and 9,000 would be 12, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if those are the right numbers, but that's kind of the
So
concept.
it's basically saying we do 10, that's the standard which most homes are going to be next to each other at. And we're saying for now, in RL, we're doing this because we've heard concerns about, this is the crux, because we've gotten so many people who are very concerned about what the impacts on their property values will be, the impacts on noise, and so on. And so from my standpoint, I'm trying to be responsive to those.
But it's not.
Apparently not responsive enough for Lisa, but again, that's part of the balancing act. And so 12 for me seems like an awful lot for a standard size lot in a 2,500 square foot home.
But it would be a 3,000 square foot house.
It would, but you're still on the, your
I just mean
separation,
that
the separation between the neighbors is still the same, whether it's 3,000 or 25.
I see where you're going, Sam. I will note that many of the emails that we've gotten have zoomed in on what people consider the worst-case scenario, which is 14 per year, 12 people in a 2,000 square foot house. So, if you have say, well, it scales by lot size, people, I think, a lot of people will still focus in on what they consider worst-case scenario.
Yep. So if we go with 250 square foot, the worst-case scenario is 8 in a 2,000 square foot house.
Yes.
Right. So anyhow, that is, I think, very responsive. That is directly related to what we're hearing. So, okay, we do need to sort of land someplace knowing that we can tweak it, but I guess I will also note that I do want to be responsive, and so, we'll work this out together. But almost half the emails we're getting are supportive of co-ops and want us to maintain where we're going or go more. So I just keep that in mind, is when we talk about being responsive, half the people want us
To go the other direction.
yeah. So again, we got to some of these places through compromise, like taking 2,000 square foot and below off the table for rentals, and those make sense to me. But I think we're kind of at the edge of, hitting a balance point. If we had the square foot per person, I think that's very responsive to what we've been hearing. Suddenly, the worst case scenario is 8 for a 2,000 square foot house. So yeah, I guess I'll just put that out there, and I'm gonna go to the restroom. Y'all figure it out.
Suzanne has left the building. The mayor's left the building.
Anybody got any good jokes? I have one.
Bye, son.
What did the mother buffalo say to her son when he went off to the river one day?
Bye, son.
You told us that one last time, man.
I was just seeing if anybody remembered.
And by the way, it was on television. Again. You're killing our ratings, Lisa. So,
Speaking of our ratings,
can I summarize where I think you are? Sure. And then you guys
let us know where we are.
go, well, I'm hearing that that you want it, and I could be completely wrong, you want to keep the ordinance sort of as it is, and then add a limitation of at least 250 square feet per person.
In RL.
Just in RL?
No lower density districts.
And then 200 in
RL, RR, RE.
all the lows.
All the lows, and then 200 square feet per person in the medium and high-density zones.
What about small lots?
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet, just as far as the square foot per person in the house.
Yeah, because I think that we've consensed on more or less. That piece.
We could also begin a conversation about caps in the higher density, because that's not something we've touched on yet. it's at 15 in the ordinance, is that where we want it to stay?
But you know, the nice thing about I mean, I kind of like Mary's approach. I don't entirely agree with her numbers. If we do focus on lot size, we don't really have to make allocations between RLs and mediums and highs. I mean, I think they're self-defining, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because again, really what we're talking about is impact.
You mean on the lot size?
On the lot size.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the cap, since you're scaling the cap,
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think if we do it on lot size, it doesn't, if the cap is dictated by lot size, I don't think we have to have a separate set of criteria, do we, for?
Well, I mean, there's a theory was that medium and higher density districts were areas where you're more accustomed to having more people, and actually the lot sizes tend to be smaller.
Right,
Okay,
exactly.
you guys know more about this.
And I mean, I live in a medium density district, and the lot sizes are pretty small, but we are used to having more people around, so, you know, it works out.
I guess I was thinking that we would go to a higher cap, which would also allow you to scale up or down, and the higher cap, I would propose 12. So I'm starting the bidding at 10 in RL and 12 in RMX, and if you have a bigger lot, then you scale up to more than that. And then again, I want to reiterate that if there is an opportunity that's higher than that, I feel like you'd be able to apply for an exception.
For a nonprofit or for all kinds?
I would do all kinds personally.
In a way, you have a cap when you set it by 250 or 200, because you just divide it, the square footage of the house, by the.
Well, just because you could end up with 20 people in a house.
It's a lot
But if it's a 4,000 square foot house and you divide it by 250, then, yeah, it's.
16 people.
And we just have to look
So
at,
then I can definitely see where a small lot size, you would want to control that. But if it's a big lot size, then maybe that's the right number to make it work as a true co-op.
That's right. So if you were to set the cap at 10 in RL and you had a huge lot, you could get up to 16 because it's the cap that scales up.
I mean, maybe this is a question that needs to wait for a full council to get its final answer.
Okay.
Yes. So in the interest of time.
So I have a proposal for that.
It's legitimate.
Which is we have a couple options come to us on third reading. So we can do one that's 10 and a 12 at 200 and 250, scaled by lot size. And we could have another one that was a higher cap. And those options just come back to us and we talk about them and pick.
I would definitely want to keep the 12 and 15 as an option for sure. Like Zen said, we had a solid half of our emails saying you should be less restrictive than that baseline of 12 and 15. So
we had half saying that this is crazy. So
yeah.
just.
So I'm just saying to keep it as an option.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and I do think that
well, let me ask a question.
the square footage would go into both, right?
We've agreed, I think there's a consensus unless somebody objects, 250 is what was in your proposal as well.
So let me ask a question on the cap, and maybe this is probably for you, Aaron. Setting aside the numbers that correspond to the lot size, are you okay conceptually with the cap scaling up or scaling down? And this would be for each district; they'd have a different threshold. But so there's kind of a median. There's a median lot size in each of these districts, and there's a number. I mean, Sam suggested 10, but maybe that's not the right number. But there's a number, and that scales up or down depending on lot size. Is that concept, setting aside the numbers?
I guess if we were going to take that approach, I would be willing to do it with our, starting out with, like, say you have a full-size lot, 7,000 square feet, and you had the cap of 12, scaling that down with a smaller lot. Like, so I mean, Sam's getting too restrictive for me, but I could work with scaling down as the lot got smaller.
Okay.
You mean going with the caps we have, but scale down if you have a smaller lot?
Yeah.
That might be a compromise that we could explore. So let's have a.
So can I articulate what I'm drafting in my head?
Mm-hmm.
That would be helpful. So you have the ordinance as it is. You have 12 and 15 in the two different sizes of zones. You limit the low density to 250 square feet per person, the high density to 200 square feet per person. And then you say that those numbers are allowable if the lot size of 7,000 square feet. For each 1,000 square feet of lot size above that, you go up one, and for each 1,000 feet of lot size below that, you go down one.
Sure, that sounds fine.
That's low density.
No,
That's in all densities. The lot sizes were regardless of the area.
He said caps of 12 and 15, so 12 in the low, 15 in the high, and the caps just scale with the lot size.
And there's a cap on square foot per per person too.
Well, there is a assigned square foot per person, right? There's
a
200
requirement of a
required
person.
200
Yeah.
or maximum 200 square feet per person minimum in in medium and high, and 250 in low.
RRLRE.
Yeah. So the only thing I would like is an option. I would propose, if nobody else goes with me, that's fine. I would like an option brought back with the caps lower, with the caps at 10
Sure,
and 12
that's
rather
easy.
than 12 and 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so those two options, and I guess I would also, we're going to try this lot scale thing. Imagine those two options with and without scaling of the lots.
So you want 4 options?
Yeah, but hopefully, and we'll just see the implications for, because I do think we're making
Not difficult drafting. It's
no.
But it would be helpful if we're going to kind of start picking these numbers, if staff could give us lot size averages or ranges or, bell curves in each of the 3, because I don't know what 7,000, I know you folks said 7,000 is average in low density, which is great, but I have no idea what the average is in medium or high.
It varies, so.
Yeah.
So
Was that request clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then, yes, I don't know if there's any easy analysis that goes with that.
There's one variable to this, and this is, we'll call it the MAT variable. He wanted to have different caps, occupancy caps for rental than for equity and nonprofit.
Okay, well, let's.
So he had proposed in his email.
Yeah.
A cap of 10 for rental co-ops and a cap of 12, and this is low density in ownership. So if you want to bring back those options, Matt wants them.
Okay.
But since we'll be in, those we can just, or whatever, easy enough to slot in if we decide to do that.
Yeah. I mean, that's just changing a number, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant, but yes, we should keep that in mind, that might be a way forward. So the,
Screen has gone dark.
No, it's fine. It's all good.
Okay, so then the last question is
spacing,
separation, concentration issues.
Yep.
We need to extend this meeting.
Yes, we do.
Move we extend the
Second.
All those in favor? This half the room's.
Oh, yeah.
You actually have to vote if you're going to do that.
Second.
Okay, everybody but.
Lisa's.
You were, everybody, Lisa, okay. With George.
Can I make a
Yep.
jump in on this? So I did some math on separation. I know, Tom, the way Tom wrote the separation was from the, correct me if I'm wrong here, Tom, the house of co-op A to the lot line of co-op B, is that right?
Lot line to lot line.
It's lot line to lot line?
Yeah.
Okay. So lot line to lot line at 500-foot separation, and assuming for sake of discussion that an average lot size of 7,000 feet, my math, and people can check my math, although a few people have already checked it, is that means a co-ops at 500 feet separation, there's one co-op about every 21 or 22 acres. So for me, it's easier to understand it by acreage than it is. 500 feet is a little more challenging. I don't know if that's a block and a half, whatever. But if you think about these radiuses we got on the maps here, at 500 feet plus the distance between the house and its lot line, if you do that math on it, it comes out to about 21 or 22 acre spacing.
It's helpful.
Yeah. So I guess I would just leave it like it is.
I would agree.
Yeah, me as well.
I've got a quick question.
Okay.
Are these drawn like this or like that?
Somebody want to talk about the circles?
Yeah, because these,
I mean, I think the new one is correct because the way it's done is that no co-op can be less than 500 feet separate. So that means that their circles can overlap. So the circles that can overlap because each circle is 500-foot radius. So I think this is accurate. Although I don't know, in that example, theoretical example in Martin Acres, that didn't look at house size, did it?
no.
No.
So I mean, since this is pick.
So those circles were intended to depict 500-foot circles. That's all. This is intended to depict the separation between co-ops. If you assume those little blue rectangles are the lot lines.
So that's the theoretical minimum spacing.
And theoretical maximum number of co-ops.
Yeah. But of course, many of these homes are not 2,000 square feet.
Okay, so, hey, if nobody's going to put up a lively disagreement, let's go with what we have.
With the correction that there should be a comma after arterial and the Article A before collector.
That could be the most important decision we make tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so I just summarized all of the amendments here. This is the last slide I have. I think you've taken care of them all with your discussions, unless there's something I'm missing. Andrews, I don't know that you discussed.
Yeah.
Oh, let's discuss. I think that's worthwhile.
Yeah, Andrews is printed here somewhere.
It's on the first.
I think it's green, but yes, it's green.
Have you added that, or?
No, I printed it out. I just got it last night.
So what I'd say on Andrews is, I'm fine with the concept that somebody can't take a house that's below 2,000 feet and bump it up to over 2,000 feet in contemplation of turning it into a co-op. It just seems to me that the 5-year timeout's a little bit long. I'd probably live with something more like 2 to 3 years.
Mary?
So on that one, I would think about that ability to allow for a co-op modification or add floor area a little more broadly. I think it's kind of inequitable to limit it to an 1,800 square foot house that goes to 2,000. I think just do it for everybody. And so that when so do it for everybody. Put the restriction on any house size, any addition for any house size. And whenever they come in if they come in to get a co-op license, then you check to see if there's been a permit for square footage within the last 2 years, and you reduce it to 2 years for everybody. It just seems unfair to me to just do it for
So, but this is
anybody that's under 2,000 square feet.
Well,
because you're sort of
Oh, to get over the 2,000.
to get over the 2,000. Yeah, you're just.
I'll tell you his reasoning if this helps. We want to make sure we're not fueling the conversion of small, single-family starter homes into co-ops. And this would effectively prevent anybody that's thinking of investing to don't bother, because it's going to be 5 years of waiting. And so that's to squelch throwing, moving into the co-op category. That's why he did it that way. It's just about single-family houses.
Yeah, but I think
So
Mary's, and I appreciate that, and I like that, but I think Mary's point is she wants to do it across the board. So even including 2,000, but if it's a 5,000 square foot house and somebody wants to add on to it in order to convert it into a co-op, isn't that what you're doing?
Yeah.
That we should apply it to across the board.
So, but all that would affect would be the limit. So let's use real numbers. Are you saying that if somebody had a 2,250 square foot house and they expanded it to 2,500, and now using Sam's number, instead of getting 9 people in there, and I can get 10 people in there, we should prohibit them? Is that what you're saying?
No, they can do it. They just have to wait 2 years.
2 years to get 10 instead of 9.
Right.
I see.
But why? Because then we're kind of taking housing off the market.
I mean,
No, you're not. You're just taking, they can still do it. They could still do 9.
I would be, if what you're saying is that that if you do a square footage expansion of your home, that for a period of 2 years, the occupancy for a co-op or ability to be a co-op would be based on the pre-expansion square footage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could look at it that way.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, I do think what I like about Andrews is it's targeted to a certain thing that we want to preserve, which is preserve single-family housing. I don't think we're against, if you want to expand your rental
Right, I mean, the co-op.
That just provides more housing units. This is not necessarily a bad.
I don't think we want to be too restrictive on pulling housing off the market for the co-opers, because they're trying to live in a very efficient manner. And I definitely get the idea of taking small homes and making them bigger, but why would we want to take a 2,500 square foot lot off for the co-opers if they're the ones that can negotiate the right price? Because I know what we're trying to do. We're trying to eliminate these investors to rape the market. But these co-op people are smart business people. They're making good business decisions. It's a little different than college students coming in and don't have the negotiating capability because they're coming in and not really knowing the market and all that stuff, right? So I would tend to go with Andrew's proposal just on the small end and not expand that to the rest of the houses.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this?
Just for moving forward, I would like to support Andrews the way it is. So it's just trying to prevent people from going from non-qualifying to qualifying.
Cool. Does that reflect the majority?
It's fine.
Okay. All right. What else we got? Do we have to go through every one of Matt's typos?
No, well, no, I'm going to just suggest that you accept the first 6 on the blue paper. They're all just corrections and clarifications. There's no substantive changes there. So that would be amend 10.1.1, amend 10.11.3, amend 10.11.3, 10.11.4, 10.11.4, and the one you've already accepted is the 6th one.
Yeah.
Well, the other one is his occupancy suggestion. Sam just asked me to bring back. It's late.
Oh, and not as late as it's going to get.
Later.
Yeah.
Why to dye your hair purple or something?
Okay, so let's keep this one in our pockets for when we revisit.
So I would like to make these changes because they make sense.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Is everybody okay with the typo part?
Yeah.
Ones. Yeah. Shout out to Matt for the difference between less and fewer.
He's done that to me before.
Yeah, that's important.
All right.
No.
It's less important than some.
No, yes. Okay, what else we got?
That's it. I'm done. Thank you. Unless I missed something.
Okay.
So what are our
Can I
next
have
steps?
a motion? Oh,
Okay.
the next step would be a motion to move this to third reading.
Okay. Well,
Motion to approve is amended tonight orally.
I move that we approve the cooperative housing ordinance in front of us tonight as amended. Tonight?
And is it going to be continued or?
No, it's going to
Go to third reading.
Third reading. Okay.
So I second that.
Okay. We did some
There will
good,
be a public hearing.
Well, you have to decide that.
we can just,
I mean, there's substantial changes in this, so I think there should be a public hearing.
Let's vote.
what?
Let's vote.
Let's vote. Okay. People can weigh in, and you know what? We're going to have a retreat in between then, and we can figure that out. So can we go ahead and vote on this to move it to third reading?
And it's got multiple options in there.
Yeah, it still has the
One
multiple
section.
options. We agreed on a bunch of stuff,
So
and
you're
then there's.
passing it
multiple
as
options.
amended, and you're instructing me to bring back other options on occupancy. So I'm going to leave it as it is on occupancy in the version that you're passing and bring you back alternatives for third reading.
Good.
What?
So we're passing second reading.
You're passing
that-
the
is that
second
what
reading
you're
now
saying?
as amended with the amendments that you've approved, but you've asked for other issues to discuss on occupancy.
It probably would be helpful for you to include the 200, 250 in there, because that's in all of our 4 options.
It's just the cap, it's really the cap that we need.
Okay, so you want a cap of 250 per square foot?
It's not a cap.
It's a minimum.
It's a minimum.
A minimum, sorry.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's open is the cap. Well,
Just because people are going to be looking at this draft version, and I think that's an important,
Surely, I can do that.
it's a step we took that's
That's an amendment.
significant.
The two things that are options are occupancy in low and high, and whether we do the scaling by lot size or not.
You
they all
mean
relate to
caps
cap.
and low and high?
They all relate to cap.
Caps.
That's relate to the cap. So I said.
You said
caps.
occupancy.
I said caps.
Got it?
Occupancy limits.
Got it.
Caps in low and high, whether or not we scale by square footage. And then Matt's got the wild card of you do occupancy limits different between rental and equity.
And when he said scale by square footage of the lot.
Yes, of the lot.
Okay,
Got it.
cool. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
We're passing 2 second reading?
No, just
Passing,
one.
we're passing second.
This is the second reading.
Passing second.
Passing this to second reading. So it looks like
6.
6, all those opposed?
Yeah, and I have a comment.
Okay.
So I think this needs a lot more work. And I woke up this morning at 3 in the morning, and the thought went in my brain that this is exactly the same process that we went for Folsom. And we know when we tried to do right sizing, it's the same people. That was a disaster. And I think this is going to be a disaster. And I think the other thing that is really worrisome to me is this whole issue of overoccupancy. And there's a lot of people, I think there's a majority of people who are living, or a lot of people, let's just say that, who are living somewhat overoccupied for financial reasons. And these people are people who are literally occupying one person per bedroom. So you have a 5-bedroom house, and there's 5 people living there. And my concern about passing of this ordinance tonight, well, not tonight, but the way it is right now, is it's going to be a witch hunt on all of those people. And we're going to be exposing those people, and they're going to be thrown out on the streets. And we are not resolving the issues here, I don't think. And I think, and we haven't heard from those people who are 1 bedroom, 1 person. And most of those people, they, because I've lived in these situations, most of those people are just busy working people. And they don't have enough money to afford a normal house. And they also don't have enough time to want to participate in a co-op situation. They basically want to have their room and have eating and, normal things of the house, but they're working all the time. And so they're not interested in having a kumbaya, and they're not interested in really having communal living. So I don't think we're addressing that. I would like to do something where, you can have co-ops and you can have overoccupied houses.
So you're just interested in raising the occupancy limits broadly?
I am, but through an application process where somebody would come, and I wish we had a housing board. I've been trying to push for a housing board for several years, and we've gotten no traction on that. But what I would prefer is something where a co-op or a group of people living together and not disturbing anybody's peace or whatever could come and apply for an application. There would be a limit in terms of separation, all this stuff. And there'd be a notification. And there would be an ability for people to live peacefully and somewhat overoccupied, but not really overoccupied. I mean, I think it's more of the norm of people living by, 4 to 6 people in a home. So right now, I think this is headed the same direction as Folsom.
That's not fair.
Well, I have a right to make my comments, Tom.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't interrupt. So let me finish.
I'm just Folsom. It's not.
It is Folsom from my perspective.
All right.
And I think this thing is going to end up in another political mess. And I think, we've heard from a lot of people who want these higher caps, and everybody most people made these eloquent things that we're trying to listen, but, we haven't moved anywhere tonight, really, hardly. And I think we're going to continue to get an outpouring of letters of people who feel very threatened and feel not part of this process. So I just will leave that, and those are my comments.
So can I just comment on that? So Lisa brought up a point that actually does concern me. So about what we've been promising in parallel with this is to enforce over occupancy. So if we, you know, pass the co-op ordinance, then we have to abide by what we've been saying, or else we won't be living up to our promise of enforcing over occupancy. That means that all of the people that are living one per bedroom, perhaps, people that are living 4, 5, 6, will be vulnerable to over occupancy. So either we're going to enforce the occupancy limits,
It shouldn't be an either or. It is the law.
So, okay, so then I'm correct, and Lisa, in what Lisa has brought up, Lisa's correct, that we're going to then be enforcing people that are living 5 and 6.
Yep.
Okay.
That's real inclusivity.
There's nothing inherent about the co-op ordinance that involves an occupancy crackdown. That was a previous council's decision to begin that process. Through some kind of tangled mess, path, that they became linked, but there's no inherent link between them. So,
Okay.
and we could change it if we wanted to.
So we have 3 other major issues. So if we could leave it here right now, I think that would be best, and move on. Okay.
Yeah, but I hope that people do think about that, because we're either going to enforce occupancy limits, as we've been saying all along, or we're not. So just saying.
Okay. Go to the beginning of this ordinance, and it's partly to be able to enforce occupancy limits, so.
Okay. All right, with that, let us move to matters.
Your first item under matters is Boulder's climate commitment.
Okay. Everybody stand up and stretch.
Co-ops. Feel good resolution.
Yeah, I don't even know.
This isn't a first part of, marijuana's a first world problem.
You go here,
I think the co-op is like, I'll let it be a joke. I was gonna say, but I think co-op's slogging through like the crux of. Okay, so here we go. Hey, if we can transition quickly, we might get out of here before 2. Okay.
We're going to have the short version of this. Let me introduce David Driscoll.
I thought he'd already left.
Yeah, not yet.
It's not David Driscoll.
It's not David Driscoll Day yet.
He only wishes he already left.
I wanted your last meeting to be memorable.
Yeah, exactly. I can go into the next day. No, just quickly, I'm excited to be here for this final item. It's my last agenda item, and it's something that I care deeply about, and we've been working on a lot, and just, it's incredible how far we've come in our understanding of this issue in 8 years, the depth of analysis we've been able to do, and the level of action that we're engaging in. And I just want to call out that Brett is here presenting, but he's the spearhead of a large cross-departmental team that's working on these issues, and very importantly, a broad partnership with the community. And I just want to thank everybody who has participated with us so far, and all of the challenges and adventures to come.
Good evening. Delighted to see you all, even though it's so late in the evening. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. Our objective this evening is to formalize a long-term climate emissions reduction goal for both our community and for our city. We are currently operating without a climate action goal. Our last one expired in 2012. We've spent almost 3 years working to build the capabilities of projecting what the emissions reduction abilities of our existing programs are, and also to build a mechanism to monitor our progress going forward. As a result of your feedback, I should also note that since our May session, we actually have revised downward a few of the interim targets that we've set so that we could make them both ambitious and achievable. So this is a process, though, that has involved a significant amount. These are the 3 motions that we are asking you to consider this evening: the long-term goals for both community and city organization, and the adoption of some sub-goals, particularly the 100% renewable electricity by 2030. This is a process that we've been deeply engaged with our community about for almost 2 years. We've had literally 2,000 direct contacts with people. Over 600 people have responded to our survey. We did many, many presentations, and we've had 15 structured community dialogues with all types of different ethnic and interest groups in our community, as well as 4 professionally facilitated focus groups. The feedback from this is very clear and very consistent. Over 95% of our community thinks that climate action is happening. Over 90% are taking action in their own life to deal with it. And thanks to the recent daily camera survey, we know that about 83% of our community says that climate action is either important, very important, or extremely important to them. It was actually the highest ranking priority over housing, homelessness, or congestion in our community. There's also a very clear set of priorities from our community's feedback. The first and foremost is installing more renewable energy. The second, we continue to be concerned about how we use energy. Several issues around transportation, both more emissions, low emissions public transportation as well as EVs, and also taking care of our landscapes. Really, though, climate change is not the problem, as we know, and from the document, the Climate Commitment, we've really pointed out that it's about action in these other systems that humans have, our energy systems, our ecosystems, and our resource systems. And as a result of our community feedback, we've also gotten the resounding sense that we need to also address social equity. As someone said very eloquently earlier this evening, you can't have real sustainability without social equity. So energy is the focus of our action, but I think one of the things that we're trying to also illustrate in how we approach our climate action is that it's not a trade-off of climate action versus other community priorities. It's really about how we address these community priorities in ways that actually address climate issues. So I'll give you a few examples in relationship to the energy systems change that we need to effect. Around affordable housing, we've worked quite closely, for example, with our own housing department and also with Boulder Housing Partners to look at ways that we can design affordable housing in ways that reduce the low families' monthly expenses, as well as improve air quality, increase their energy security, and create even opportunities for ownership of those renewable assets. In transportation, our whole transportation master plan is built around this idea of reducing emissions while generating co-benefits. In public safety and security, we're actually involved right now in 3 really interesting projects with VIA, with Boulder Housing Partners, and with CU, in which by combining solar, storage, and backup generation, we can actually reduce the emissions of each of these facilities by over 50%, while also creating the capacity for them to be able to island themselves if there were actually a power disruption. All of this actually in ways that will also reduce their overall operational costs. And in terms of human services, again, a theme that we've heard a lot tonight, through the work that our community's been doing with us, we're actually looking at ways that this transition in energy actually creates job opportunities, creates new small business opportunities, and through work that Jonathan and others have been doing, we're actually looking at ways that we can create ownership opportunities in solar for our lower income parts of our community. So really the point we're trying to make here is that climate action really equals how we approach building sustainable systems in our community. This is really actually something, though, that goes beyond our own community. This is a copy of an email we got a couple of weeks ago after a Scottish delegation came through the city about 2 months ago, and they basically literally said they're now looking at how they might update their own country's climate action plan based on using Boulder as a case study. There are other innovations that I could talk about. I'm not going to try to go through all this evening, but I will just note that in September, as a result of a project that was funded through our Boulder Housing, our Boulder Energy Challenge, Boulder has become a leader in looking at how we would actually get off of natural gas. This work was so convincing that 5 other cities, including New York, Boston, DC, San Francisco, and Burlington, came together with us, along with all the other major heat pump manufacturers in the world, to talk about how we could aggregate our work together and create the kind of market forces that would actually lead to large-scale market transformations. Also, our net zero building code work has actually been a leader in the country as well. We've joined with 10 other cities to start figuring out how we could codify that and create a streamlined process so that other cities around the world would be able to do this as well. This is going to bring funding to the organization too. These organizations that are listed below are going out to raise over $2.5 million that would be split among these cities to help do this work. There are costs and benefits to climate action. In terms of the costs, I think the thing I just want to underscore in this slide is that so much of the work that we're doing is not about the general fund. It actually comes from the cap tax. It comes from special assessments. It comes from grants. It comes from things like the trash tax. So we're being able to leverage all of this to accomplish the work that we're doing. There are, of course, many benefits, though. Also, the city actually saves $600,000 annually now because of the energy performance contracts that we've done. We've actually been paying for all of the upgrades that we've done in those buildings through those savings. We've also been adding solar in places like the Batasso Water Treatment Center. That's the slide or the picture in the middle. That will actually enhance that facility's capability of being able to operate if there were a disruption. And we're doing some very interesting work with our wastewater treatment facility that's actually looking at being able to become net zero because it could use its methane generated to actually produce renewable natural gas. This work, because of our leadership, actually is bringing other resources to the community as well. Over just the last 3 years, we've tallied up, I think we've raised something like $1.5 million in direct funding or leverage funding through all these different sources to support the work we're doing. So just to bring us back to where we are, we're asking this evening that you consider these goals that we're asking for us to adopt so that we have this leadership and this guidance within our community and within our organization. Why we think it's important to act now is because early action makes a big difference. This is from the analysis that we showed you in the memo. The more ambitious the actions we take, especially around decarbonizing our electricity sources now, could lead to dramatic reductions by 2030 and then help us achieve that overall goal by 2050. Now, an analysis that the Environmental Advisory Board asked us to do was to say not just what is our emissions level at 2050, but what is the difference in these scenarios in terms of the accumulated emissions that you generate between now and 2050. And this was a very interesting exercise. So these are the different levels of emission in the different scenarios. The one on the far left is if we didn't do any further improvements after 2020. The other scenarios show a sort of gradual increase in the ambition of the work that we're doing. So I wanted to just show you the difference. The difference between sort of a baseline, fairly modest level of action now and the one that would take more ambitious action is essentially equivalent to 16 times the annual emissions of our entire community. So it makes a big difference how soon you start this process. So but this is not, of course, the only reason that we're doing. As I've said before, there are so many local benefits that come out of this climate action as well. So how are we going to do this? Well, it's clearly not just the city. It's been a part of a collaboration, and one of the things that I'm most excited about over the last year and a half is to see how many different parts of our community are really eager to step forward and do this. And of course, this is for a lot of our community that actually right now can't take action yet. So I would just say in closing, in terms of what you might see next year, there are a number of things that are moving forward in terms of energy codes. You'll get an update on our 2015 inventory in Q1. We'll be giving you an update on the building performance ordinance. Our Boulder Energy Challenge is going to go through its second iteration. We're also working on an IGA with the county around developing an energy impact fund. And then there'll be other work on things like the resource center. Energy is the focus in 2017, but we're looking at ecosystems becoming a major focus, hopefully in 2018, and then shifting or expanding to include resources in 2019. 2020 is going to be a major milestone check-in, and as I think you heard earlier this evening from Tim Hillman at the Environmental Advisory Board, they're very eager to work with the council to go through those kind of milestone checkups. So I just want to say in closing, it's kind of sweet bitter to be here tonight in this regard. It's sweet because it is an enormous honor and privilege to work for a community that cares this much about this issue. It's also something that's very near and dear to my heart. My own son will only be 38 in 2050, and he's very likely to be able to live to see 2100. So I feel very strongly that we need to take action. But it's also a little bit bitter because one of the people who's been so important in our work in doing this is now taking another role in this world. We're very appreciative to have David here with us. He's been so inspirational to all of us, and I think it's hard to underestimate how much he's contributed to this effort. So with that, these are the three motions that we're asking for you to consider this evening, and we're certainly open with other staff here also present to answer your questions.
Could you just riff a little bit on the, oh, never mind. I'm good. I take it back.
I have a question.
You have a question.
So fantastic work. I mean, what you showed us in your presentation is just the tip of the iceberg compared to what was in the packet. So I really, really enjoyed reading through the packet, which makes me a geek for sure. I do want to ask a question about the local renewable energy generation goals, because that's not shown here and wasn't shown on the first slide. So I want to at least call it out and understand it a little bit better. It's 50 megawatts by 2020, 100 megawatts by 2030, and 175 megawatts by 2050. And all of that past 2030 is renewable. So right now we're at what, something, I assume these are baseload megawatts that you're talking about?
These are nameplate capacities.
Oh, it's nameplate capacity?
Yes.
As opposed to
kilowatt hours.
Kilowatt hour equivalents.
Correct.
So when you say 175 megawatts by 2050, that's all renewable, right?
Yes.
And so is that our entire energy supply that we need at that time?
But that again is nameplate capacity. That's not the total number. We would need, it depends on how much storage is available at that point. But, our, maybe Sam, I'm not sure I entirely understand.
How much would come from outside? How much is not local?
Well, we figured that at 2050, if we were converting most of our natural gas and petroleum uses to electricity, our total energy demand as a community might be somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 350 megawatts.
Okay, in that way. Okay, thank you. That helps me completely.
So the local generation that we're talking about isn't just electricity, it's also heating.
That's all.
Right?
That's all electricity.
Oh, it is all electricity.
That's a renewable electricity supply.
I thought you said natural gas.
So this is saying about 2/3, a little less than 2/3 is local of the electricity generation.
Not really. Yeah.
Does my question make any sense on a kilowatt hour basis?
The kilowatt hour basis, do we know the rough percentage?
Oh, you have to come up. You have to introduce yourself.
So right
Introduce
now,
yourself.
oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Kendra Tupper, Energy Services Manager. So Sam is right in that if we achieve the 2050 goal of having 175 megawatts of installed local generation capacity, that would be about 2/3 of our projected peak demand. And that, I don't know if that number that you quoted, the 300 to 350, includes increased demand for electric vehicles? It does, okay. So it would. And so the rest we estimate would come from more centralized renewable electricity, community solar or wind farms, et cetera, so that the goal by 2050 is that we will have converted everything that we can off of natural gas onto electricity, petroleum cars off of petroleum onto electricity, and they're either being powered by that 175 watts of local generation or from the clean electricity coming from the grid.
Sure, got it. And that's all I was trying to understand was what fractions these represented to see how attainable are they, in a real world scenario. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
There's one.
One question? Go ahead.
What does the third one mean? City organization goal?
Yeah, so our own city organization has an emissions goal, or we're proposing one. So, we have been analyzing our own emissions, and that's where I reported. We've actually reduced our city organization emissions by over 30% since 2008.
So this would be all transportation, all
buildings.
Building.
Yeah.
Yep.
It would include all of the city buildings' use of electricity.
All of our petroleum and other uses of fuel. We actually account for our own procurement emissions as well. So.
And you can track that.
We do, yeah.
And where are we today?
We're at 35% emissions reduction below 2008. Our city baseline is 2008 just because of how the data was collected. So we're 35% below that.
And where will we be by 2020?
I think that the goal that we set is 50%.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have one more question. On item number 2, the electricity, would we have the capacity or the capability to get there no matter which option we took, municipalization or negotiation, and with Xcel and remaining with Xcel? And I know you can't project that, but I just want to make sure that since we have said to the public that we're looking at both options, that both options are available to us before we adopt this.
It's my understanding that that standard is what's being used as a part of the discussions.
Okay. And then my final question would be, what are we going to do about transportation? Because we're really not making any progress on transportation.
Well, I'm not sure I would say that's exactly the case. I think there's a very significant move just in the last couple of years around starting to work on the electric vehicle infrastructure. There's some very exciting work that's going on around the use of some of the rideshare programs and looking at helping them electrify. So the Downtown to Door program that former Councilman Karakinen is working on, it's very interesting. We're actually working with them to look at the development of solar-based electric vehicle charging in our parking infrastructures that could be used for those Uber and Lyft type of vehicles. I think we're very close to a breakthrough in this, and we're going to see some big movement there.
Cool. Well, I think unless anybody has questions, what we have left to do is gush. Sam asked to go first on the gushing. Why don't you start?
So I'd like to make a motion. I would like to move to adopt a community-wide greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal of 80% below 2005 levels by 2050. I'd move also to adopt sub-goals and progress indicators related to energy system change, including a community-wide goal of achieving 100% renewable electricity supply by 2030, with local renewable electricity generation objectives of 50 megawatts by 2020, 100 megawatts by 2030, and 175 megawatts by 2050. I'd further move to adopt a city organization greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal of 80% below 2008 levels by 2030.
Second.
Okay, so I have a few things that I want to say about this. Climate change is the single biggest challenge facing humanity today. It's existential in nature, threatens human existence as we understand it today. And so I'm very proud of our city for addressing this threat to future generations of living beings on the only planet that we're aware of that supports life. The staff work behind this measure is extremely thorough and impressive. I want to thank you again for that. I want to remind people that at the Climate Action Conference in April in DC, it was emphasized over and over again how important local action is on this front. 2/3 of the world's citizens live in cities, so municipal action of this type is absolutely crucial. And now we've had the November elections, so the political environment in which we have to function on these subjects is going to provide a lot more resistance to the energy system changes that we need to mitigate this dire crisis. So because this is such an important step, this is a huge deal for us, we are actually going to adopt these goals. I want to take just a brief time and read you a couple paragraphs from a book called Learning to Die in the Anthropocene. It's written by Iraq war veteran Roy Scranton, who's now an academic. And I have to say, this is one of the most important books I've ever read on the subject of climate change. And he says, the crisis of global climate change, the crisis of capitalism, and the crisis of the humanities and the university today are all aspects of the same crisis, which is the suicidal burnout of our carbon-fueled global capitalistic civilization. The odds of that civilization surviving are negligible. The odds of our species surviving are slim. The trouble we find ourselves in would likely prove too intractable for us to manage well if we can manage it at all. Yet, as German philosopher Peter Sloterdijk observes, it is characteristic of being human that human beings are presented with tasks that are too difficult for them without having the option of avoiding them because of their difficulty. We cannot escape our fate. Our future will depend on our ability to confront it, not with panic, outrage, or denial, but with patience, reflection, and love. Our choice is a clear one. We can continue acting as if tomorrow will be just like yesterday, growing less and less prepared for each new disaster as it comes, and more desperately invested in a life we can't sustain. Or we can learn to see each day as the death of what came before, freeing ourselves to deal with whatever problems the present offers without attachment or fear. If we want to learn to live in the Anthropocene, we must first learn how to die. So I want to thank staff and everybody for doing this great work, and I'm very glad that our city is taking the steps we're taking. Thanks.
Whoa. Hey. Let me just add quickly by saying this is one of those issues that unites our city. And only in Boulder would doing this be one of the least controversial things we're going to do tonight. Yeah. And I love that about this city. And I am also proud and of us, of the efforts that have gone into this. And I'm glad that we are trying to do our part to help lead, and that we'll be joining, I think, some 17 other cities that have adopted a 100% renewable electricity goal. I agree. This is a big deal, and it's really important that we do this. I guess I want to quote. I'll have a much smaller quote. It's a quote from Bill McKibben, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but basically, this is a war that if we win slowly, we lose, and that's why I think it's important that what we're doing is bold. What's also impressive, though, is that it's achievable, and what I like about this plan is that it lays out the steps to get there very clearly, and you guys, have researched this very well about the different pathways to get there and the trade-offs, and that's why I have a lot of confidence in this. And I will say that I have shared the draft everywhere I go, and other cities have asked for it. I also say on the heartening end of things that CML, of all entities, just had a meeting, and there were like over 15, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I don't know, 15 cities participating in this conversation about how can we set up some conferences and trainings that CML is going to lead in the coming year on climate change. And Greeley was on the phone, and Lakewood, and they're like, we want to know what we can do to start moving forward on this, which is just, it's amazing. I feel like finally the Titanic is turning. So anyhow, I also just want to note that this document is also impressive because it not only lays out the energy and the transportation goals, but it also acknowledges the water, waste, food piece of it, which not very many other cities are really grasping, but get at consumption. So I think that's really important. And then, of course, the ecosystem portion, which is all about the promise of carbon sequestration in our soils and other things we can do to help solve climate change through those efforts. So I'll quit gushing, but I thank you all. I'm very excited and proud to be a part of this, and it's good that we can we have this action plan that we can really go now and walk our talk.
Suzanne?
Oh, sorry. Aaron and then Mary.
Good. Thanks. I won't say quite as much thanks to you both for your comments, although when we look at the larger country, I get depressed because I think with the Titanic analogy, the last election may have been an iceberg. No. But I'm so proud of our city for doing our part and leading the way, and we are an inspiration to many other cities in this country and in other countries. So thank you for the extraordinary amount of work and the high quality, and the analysis blows me away. I too enjoyed the packet. I geeked out over it as well. So just my one comment or request, that the thing that I'm interested in tracking as well, I've talked about this before and mentioned it, we discussed this as well, was the tracking both aggregate and per capita values on this. Obviously not with the 100% renewable electricity, but with the greenhouse gas reductions, just because we do on average live a much lower carbon lifestyle here in Boulder. And if someone comes to our town from an ex-urban place where their emissions are much higher and they move here with much lower emissions and have much lower emissions, then we have made the global problem better, even though our aggregate emissions have gone up slightly by them joining our town. So I would like us, as we move towards these goals, to track both the aggregate and per capita measures. So that's my request.
Mary.
And so I would just like to second what Sam and Suzanne said, and I want to thank staff for all this great work. And I want to recognize Brent for back when this came through as a draft, there was a glaring piece that was missing, and it completely it overlooked the social piece, and you took that to heart, that feedback to heart, and you came back with something that's just like blew everything out of the water. And so I want to compliment you on that, and creating that collaboration with the university is just fantastic. So thank you for that.
Anything else, y'all?
Great kudos, and it's an easy one to pass. It probably wasn't so easy to work on. And so I really appreciate everybody's efforts on this. And it's so important. Like you said, it's our most important thing we do.
Jan.
Thanks for all your comments, and I'm not going to repeat anything. One of the, I think the recommendations the EAB had was to have a joint meeting with the council every 6 months to review our progress. I really like that idea, because my sense is we've got maybe 20-25% of the community that's really bought into this, but a lot of other people who aren't as involved, and that might be a way for us to both track the metrics and also, Jane, putting into the, kind of the milestone tracker that we're going to review next. But then also ways to get people, try to get other people involved who aren't quite yet involved, and give the EAB the kind of mission to make that happen. I'd love to see that. Thanks a lot.
Anything else? Okay. Shall we, is it a?
Next item.
Oh, no, we had a vote.
We voted the.
Oh, it's matters, right.
But can I just say that, my mic's on, I don't know if I have any other people also support the measuring per capita, but I don't know if we can register that in some more than just a comment that I threw out there, if there's people are willing to get that.
I'm totally fine with that, as long as we own that it's, in the end, it's the total that the physics cares about. But yes, I think it's useful in tracking behaviors and motivating people.
We can absolutely include that in the metrics.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item is update and council input on the community dashboard.
What you gonna say?
I'm going to say I would like to talk to somebody offline.
Good night. Oh, I see. Oh, I thought you were going to say this. How do you
No.
deal with this?
Oh, well, no, yeah, I don't want to deal with it tonight. Can we put it off?
I don't know that we can.
We can.
Problem is, we set this at 2 hours.
My thing keeps turning off tonight. I'm so sorry. Let me introduce a person who you all know has joined our organization for the last several months, but this will be her first time presenting to you. Tanya Anji is our Deputy City Manager, and with her is Chris Trice. And Tanya and Chris have been leading a group working on a community dashboard. I'm just going to say this one thing. When I came to the city over 8 years ago, one of the things that I had in the back of my mind as a goal was to create a community dashboard. And I am so thrilled that we have these great people, and there's many more in the audience that have been helping to create this. This is our first cut at it. It's very important. It's the way that all the best cities are going. This very council has said over and over again they wanted more metrics, more ability to take a look at how we're doing in so many different areas. And so this is the beginning of it. We're going to do a great job. We want your input tonight. So let me turn it over to Tanya and Chris.
Thank you, Jane.
And hey, can I just butt in and just say, given the hour, it may be that we don't get to give you all the input we would tonight. And we will give you a lot more via email and in other ways.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
And I was actually going to make that suggestion in respect to everyone. And actually, I want to say it's refreshing sitting up here because I was sitting underneath the vent in the audience, and it was a little chilly. So we're glad to be in front of you tonight. And Chris Trice has taken on the project lead of Boulder Measures. He is our Information Resources Manager. And just for the sake of time, I'm going to go through the intro, even though they're having some difficulty pulling up the PowerPoint. So why a dashboard? What is a dashboard? It's an online tool. It's the ability to share data, to measure progress, and identify opportunities and trends. So similar to the metrics that we just talked about in the last presentation, in the future, those types of indicator metrics are good subject matters to be on the dashboard. That way, Jan, to your point, how would the larger community know this information? It would be in a web-based environment, that it would be easy access for those that may be interested in climate, interested in transportation, fire, et cetera. It also, for the council, can be an area that can be used for decision-making processes, and that would be something that the council would have to have conversation on how you would want to use that. So phase one, as Jane had alluded to, this is just the beginning. So we all need to remember that. And this is putting the framework, the dashboard in front of you, and also it will be in front of the community to get input. What do you want to see in the future? What would be beneficial to you? Phase one, we had to start somewhere. So we focused on primarily existing council goals and also departmental master plan goals. Chris?
Great. So Boulder Measures uses a sustainability framework as a way to organize all of the metrics that are in the dashboard. The project, we focused on creating an iterative process. We defined program goals, identified metrics, defined the process of gathering data, building the pages. We tested and ran the pages and the visualizations, and then we'll assess the effort. Currently, the project is at that purple arrow, where we'll be reaching out and engaging stakeholders to get their feedback. The dashboard is designed and built on a software called Tableau, which is a data and visualization software. In October, the team reached out to the library patrons to get some basic initial feedback on the site and use that feedback to redesign it to improve usability. The site is interactive. It has interactive visualizations. It's mobile friendly. And it's searchable both from the city's webpage and from just Googling it. Tableau has excellent visualization capabilities. These are 3 examples that I just pulled off the internet that are, I thought were fairly interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to give you a demo at this time. I was trying to pull it up on the internet here, but.
The internet seems to be down. I'm not getting it.
Oh, your internet's down too? That's great.
The demo does.
Yeah, but you guys have a link to the site, and I'll can provide additional information, or if you have any feedback, that would be great.
So I just want to walk through some high points. So we'll just use our imagination of what's on the site. So we've embedded, and this is important just for council information as you provide feedback, that there is feedback loops on each page that you're on. So is it useful? Is it beneficial? What information is not on the page that you would like to see? The 2 measures that we had planned to show you tonight is the greenhouse gas emissions, which really aligns with the council action just taken, and also our fire emergency response time. The slide that Chris has up shows the phase 1 metrics that are currently displayed on the dashboard. The metrics that you can see in the right-hand column are organized in accordance to our sustainability framework. Users can also search that just by an all metrics category or by the sustainability framework. So next steps. So January will be the public launch. So we'll be soliciting council feedback between now and then and looking at opportunities to improve and incorporate that feedback. I know right now Chris and our fire department are working on some mapping integration into the fire response time pages. So once we once we launch a page, in February, we will be starting community feedback sessions. And we will be not only seeking community feedback on the dashboard, but also our existing open data catalog and our open data work. We'll be working with representatives from Sunlight Foundation who focus on open data. And I'll touch on just briefly what our relationship is with Sunlight Foundation. All of this information, so information from the council, our community engagement strategy, will then lead into phase 2 scoping. So we don't have phase 2 determined yet. We need to hear from you. We need to hear from the community to inform us on what phase 2 looks like and what the next steps. So related to the dashboard, we have been selected by Bloomberg Philanthropies What Works Cities to be a member city of their work. This is technical assistance and peer-to-peer assistance, and it's working with Bloomberg Philanthropies, Sunlight Foundation, who focuses on open data, Johns Hopkins University, and Harvard School of Government. We're focusing on 3 areas of work. Open data, looking at our existing open data catalog, what are our inventory processes, processes for improvement, performance analytics. Can we just go back to the, just since I'm on this slide, just the reason, or are you connected? I'll just finish this. Okay. Performance analytics, and our performance analytics scope of work will be focusing that on the human services strategy. As the council is aware, we're revising the human services strategy, the goals and priorities. Through that process, we'll be establishing metrics that lead up and meet the goals and strategy. Also, we will be engaging in a performance contracting scope of work. And the performance contracting scope of work is also within the human services area, specifically aimed at our service agreements with other providers. So how are we meeting the goals and strategies, once again in the human services strategy, and linking those goals and strategies and metrics within the contracts with other service providers so that we're meeting council goals and community goals. So with that, and I apologize for hopping around, we're wanting to do this in the spirit of time, even with technical difficulties. We do have the website up, so we'll do a quick demo, and Chris will focus on navigation of the site and greenhouse gas, and then the fire department response time, those 3 areas.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the help.
Wow, if you're getting technical help from Tom.
Everybody gets technical.
That's right. So this is the landing page on the site. It's organized by the sustainability framework categories with the addition of an all metrics category. We also have a link to our open data catalog, as well as a link to provide feedback. If we dive into one of the framework categories, we have 3 different metrics along with the goal associated with each of the metrics, and then whether or not we're meeting the goal or not. So for this particular one, this is the GHG emissions from city operations and facilities, where the goal that you guys were just discussing, 80% reduction by 2030.
We haven't met that yet.
So I'll show you real quick what we were thinking with this page. Just make it a little bigger there. So each of the pages uses this accordion design where we're providing information on the definition of the metric, providing information on the target, providing information on the significance, as well as information on the overall trend. This design right here follows the city's design standards for the website. As we dig in, this is where we start to utilize Tableau, where you get additional information. And where we were saying that we were meeting the target is that we were trending. This is the trend line here, and this is the overall 2030 target. So users have the ability to isolate some of the data. As you scroll down, users also have the ability to manipulate these different emissions by source information. So you can turn them all on and off. You want to look at buildings and facilities on top of business travel, that kind of information. And directly from this page and all the other pages, we have the ability for users to provide feedback. Was this helpful, yes or no? Do you have any questions? And then you can provide your information for direct feedback. Let's back out to look at the fire department's page, which is in the Safe Community Framework category. The fire department has an emergency response time goal of 6 minutes or less for 90% of the responses. And we're again following that same where we have definitions, targets, significance, and trends. And we provide additional breakdown on what actually composes a response time call. And some of the significance, and then a trend. And what I really like to highlight for this one is the fire department's done a great job outlining some steps that they're taking to improve their response time. And that's what we'd like to see in moving forward with all of our metrics that aren't meeting the targets. Users also have the ability in here to scroll around, get more data. You can see the number of calls. We have the high and kind of the low. And then we also have this 6 minute target line. Another visualization we have here is just the total amount of calls, both emergent and non-emergent. So the final thing that I'd like to show you all is this all metrics category, which just is a quick way to take a look at all the 23 metrics that we have in phase one, as well as the targets associated with them and how we're doing, whether we're meeting them, not meeting them, or if they're still tracking.
What does tracking mean?
Either it's something that we don't have enough data to have a target, or we don't have a target identified, or it's something that we're calling community indicators or foundational data. So say retail sales tax revenue, for example.
I'm sorry, I looked away for a moment.
Oh, sure.
How did you get to the page where it listed all of them at once?
All metrics.
It's on the sustainability framework page. On the lower, it's an all metrics button.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Are you done?
I'm done.
So the question before council, and in the spirit of time, we can take feedback on an individual basis after the council meeting through email, or if you wanted to sit down and kind of walk through the pages too, we'd be more than willing to do that, get feedback, compile that, and share that back with the council if that would make sense. Once again, January will be the public launch, and then February will be commencing the public engagement, where we'll be reaching out to the public to ask what they would like to see in the dashboard.
So this is really cool. I will say, just off the top of my head, and I guess we should take all of 2 minutes here. The target met when we're trying to meet trends. I would think about, these aren't static, they're dynamic. Mm-hmm. And anyhow, I think having a more complex thing that's either trending the right way or meeting the target, or as opposed to, if we, when we meet our affordable housing of 10%, then we can say we met it. But most things are, we are meeting, if we're meeting it, because we got to keep meeting it. Tomorrow we got to get the fire rate right as well. So anyhow, but this is really, really exciting. Any other quick comments?
Yeah. So I like your initial phase one metrics. I will throw out there that things around housing affordability, growth, and enforcement are very hot topics. So if there were ways that we could track enforcement cases for rentals, and Tom has shown us some of these, but when I say growth, I mean things like square foot of building permits pulled by month, every month for commercial home, because I think it'd be great for the community to access that. I mean, there's one place I find it, which is the community update that we get annually, but if there were something that we're tracking it that came out of the building department, I think that'd be very useful for people. But other than that, I think this looks like a great interface for transparent data.
Aaron.
Yeah, just to reiterate Suzanne's point, but this is exciting. It's going to be great. This is kind of in my professional field, so maybe we can sit down at some point. I'd be happy. I'd love to go over this in detail.
Thank you.
Mary? So thank you for this, and I want to thank Jane. I think I remember talking about this my very first night on planning board back in 2009 or something. Oh gosh, that'll never happen. So here we are, and that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so just to tie a bow on this, when would you like input from us by? We like deadlines, or that's what spurs us to action, perhaps I should say.
By the end, I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I would say by the end of the second week in January would be very helpful. What we can do to ease that is I will send out email to each of you individually that we can maybe get together, sit down, and just kind of talk through this too and work through the pages.
Great.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Do you plan on doing something on Channel 8 with the kind of public rollout and doing some kind of example of how you get into this, how you use it and stuff like that? I think that would be immensely valuable.
Thank you for that, and that actually is in our communication plan.
Okay, great.
Yep.
So you hear that, Bob? We're supposed to get any input in by the second week in January. Okay.
Come on.
Only 2 other major topics.
Good night.
Your next item is background information regarding sanctuary cities.
You want to talk first? Or I'll start. All right. So at the last council meeting, council asked me to provide some more background information about the sanctuary cities, what they mean, what other people have done. So I did a memo, which you can find in your packet, that has a whole bunch of information in there. I asked at CAC what kind of presentation was necessary, and the response I got was have Greg here to answer questions about what we're doing now and provide options. So that's what I've done. I'm not planning to do any detailed presentation tonight, but what I'm looking for from council is direction on next steps, what you'd like us to bring back, when, and as I said, Greg's here to answer any questions about what our current policies are.
Okay, why don't you just say 2 sentences about how sanctuary cities aren't really a thing, but the policies that contribute to them maybe are.
Can I have a few more sentences in that?
Yep.
Okay, so the sanctuary city movement goes back to the 80s, and the idea was that it started with Central American immigrants who were being deported, even though they were victims of persecution in their home countries. And the idea was not that you could actually create a sanctuary, because you can't. No city can declare itself free from federal government intervention, but the realization that the federal immigration services have limited resources, and they rely very heavily on local resources to augment those to actually do their jobs. So the sanctuary city movement began by just denying the assistance to the immigration services of the local police and jails. The concept has expanded a little bit with a realization that it's not just about going to jail, that our folks who are not documented pay taxes, have the right to use local services, And if they're afraid, for example, that they're going to be asked for their immigration papers when they go into the rec center, which sounds like something no one would do, but in a lot of countries it's not unusual to be asked for your papers when you do something like that. So giving some level of reassurance that you can access the library and the rec centers without being asked about your immigration status. And most importantly, that when you're a victim of a crime or you see a crime, you feel comfortable to call the police and know that the police are not going to ask you for your immigration status and potentially put you at risk. So cities have developed different policies along the lines, and I happened to be a Seattle City Attorney when we drafted the ordinance that I attached for you, and that was back in 2003. So I remember that discussion very well then, and I think that's a pretty good ordinance, but there are other ways you can go. So what we're looking for is there some of the examples. I think I gave you Davis, California, which just declared themselves a sanctuary city and do it, and that's fine. That sends an important message to the community, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's also more detailed things that you could do. You could ask us to come back with an ordinance, and I've given you some examples of things that we could do. I think, and Greg can elaborate more, that our police department doesn't ask about immigration status, doesn't discriminate based on whether someone's documented or not. But as you heard from one of the presenters, back in 2014, all of the sheriffs in the state of Colorado declared that they would not honor ICE detainers. And an ICE detainer is the Immigration Naturalization, so the Immigration Customs Enforcement Service takes the position that they can just issue an order to detain someone regardless of whether or not there's probable cause for arrest. And some courts have held that that violates the Constitution. The sheriffs could be personally liable for that. So the sheriffs in Colorado said they wouldn't do it. So ICE can send them to detain, but they won't hold somebody. The other side, there is some risk to not holding some folks. So my recommendation is if you ask us to go forward, that you allow for some flexibility, and most cities have done something. San Francisco, for example, has a policy regarding felons or active felons. One of the suggestions you've heard is say you can't use any city funds for immigration enforcement. That's fine. I would want you to be clear about what you mean by that, because arguably when I answer a phone call, I'm using funds, and you wouldn't want to be violating the law. So I'd really want you to put some parameter about what you mean by that, and so that particularly not me, but the police officers have some idea what they're supposed to do and what they can't do. So that was more than two, Suzanne, but
No, I think that's helpful. And maybe, Chief, you're going to talk a little bit about what we're currently doing now?
Yeah, so, hi, Council, and Mayor Greg Testa, Police Chief. State of Colorado used to have a law implemented in 2006 and was repealed in 2013. That information is in your packet that Tom had supplied. That law required specific things of local government agencies and police officers and officials. That law is repealed. There is currently no law, no requirement in the state of Colorado for law enforcement to report immigration status to the federal government. So the Boulder Police Department does not ask. We do not detain anybody based on immigration status, and we do not report immigration status to the federal government. So that's our current stance and our current practice.
Did you hear this woman tonight who was speaking in Spanish, and she talked about her husband getting deported, and I think she said it was the Boulder police, or it happened in Boulder, she said. Do you think that was the federal agents? Are they active here?
Jan, I'm trying to remember what she said, but it was somewhat unclear to me. I was unclear whether the action taken on her husband happened in Colorado or happened in Boulder or not. That's a great question, are immigration officials active in Boulder? And my honest answer to you is I don't know, because we don't have direct communication with them. I was trying to, in anticipation for our conversation, I was trying to think of the last time that either as a commander, a deputy chief, or as the chief of police, I had conversations with with Customs and Immigration Enforcement where, they said, we need information or we're coming up to take some action. And I can't recall that. And that has been many, many years. Now, we have heard through our community meetings, and I have participated in 3 community meetings. The district attorney, Stan Garnett, has been involved in, I think, 4 and throughout the county. So we have heard stories where people have told us that at maybe a Department of Motor Vehicle hearing or after a court hearing for either a minor or maybe a serious violation, that an ICE agent or a federal immigration agent is there and will pick them up and will detain them. And so the assertion is that somebody is telling them that. Stan Garnett or myself could never say that's absolutely not the case, but I feel very confident in telling council that the Boulder Police Department or Boulder police officers aren't notifying ICE saying, hey, heads up, Greg Testa is going to a DMV hearing at 2 o'clock and he's going to be there. Most of the time, officers have no idea, unless they're subpoenaed for that specific hearing, that those are even occurring after a detention or arrest is made. And as Stan pointed out, most of that information, if not all of that information, is public record. And any one of us or anybody can, if you're looking for somebody, those are public record documents. So, long answer to your question.
Thank you for that, Greg, and thanks for participating in all those meetings that you've been going to. So one of the speakers tonight, Ana Casas, I'm very familiar with her story because I've watched her. She's been part of this monologue series that was put on by Modus Theater. And so I watched her tell the story of her brother, Luis, which she mentioned tonight, who was caught in Boulder and deported. And so I'm wondering, I guess I would be interested in learning kind of how that happened so that folks know, because if it was one of those cases where he was caught in Boulder, and in the story she talks about how he was caught with marijuana and was deported for that. So how did it go from there to deportation? And maybe there's some clues there as to what things we might be able to strengthen. Now, you're talking about the public record piece, so.
Right, and I don't know that I can, Mary, I don't know that I can answer that question. I can tell you that if a police officer in the state of Colorado or a Boulder police officer arrests somebody, so it could be for a municipal ordinance violation, it could be for an arrest warrant or for state charges, and they are taken to the Boulder County Jail. We do an arrest report. We fill out whatever paperwork we need for the jail and for the Boulder Police Department. In other words, we document the arrest on an arrest report, and we're done. We leave. We have no further involvement with notifications, nothing. Previous to 2013, when that law was in effect, we had a legal obligation to notify immigration officials. So how we did that, our policy was a teletype was sent to immigration, and I'm not specifically sure what it said, but it probably said name, date of birth. We have probable cause to believe that so-and-so is not in the country legally, and it would be short and succinct. And then we were required by law, the head city official, so it would have been the city manager, but it was defaulted to the police chief at the time, where you had to keep an annual log of that to prove that you were indeed complying with the state law. None of that occurs now.
With respect to marijuana?
No, with respect to any notification. So in other words, we drop somebody off. If they're arrested on a marijuana charge, I don't know unless it was a warrant, and I'm talking recently now. Okay, I don't know the time frame of that. I don't know whether this was a year ago, if it was 3 years ago, if it occurred during when this law was in effect. But I can't imagine that why we would arrest somebody on a marijuana charge short of if it was a felony amount or there was a warrant for that. If it's marijuana usage and there's any enforcement, it's a municipal ordinance ticket. But to get to your point, I don't know how immigration officials are notified. They're lodged at the jail, we do our paperwork, and our officer leaves. It goes back into service.
Okay, thank you.
So for the purposes of this evening, I think it would be useful for us to just kind of get a sense of council about kind of what we want to direct staff to do. To that end, I have a question about, I see that Seattle's is kind of written like a resolution, but then is an ordinance with.
Yeah, they actually put in their code.
They put it in their code. Okay, so that's the difference between doing a resolution. Lafayette, our neighbor, just did a resolution and that also does some of the same things. I think maybe they did it last night or they're doing it tonight, which talks about the same sort of things about not asking, not spending city resources and sort of reaffirming commitments to basic rights. So, okay, so that's my question is one, it goes into the code and the other just merely kind of restates practices. Could I just a relative, one is a lot quicker to do than the other, for example. I don't know.
Or is that a question? I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
I mean, if we already do these things.
It's not substantially more work. You can do a resolution in one reading. Regardless of which way you act, staff will comply. So the form doesn't matter. And as you know, we're probably doing most of it today anyway.
Yeah, I just meant about whether it needs to be an ordinance or whether a resolution.
It doesn't have to be, no.
Or do you have a recommendation?
No.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a quick question. So, Chief, when you were talking about the policies with respect to not contacting immigration and such, is that written down anywhere? Is it like just in a handbook somewhere? Or at what level is that documented?
We had a policy when the state law was in effect because it was very specific. Once that law was repealed, we did away with that policy. So we currently don't, but I've taken a look at our policy manual, and I think that there's a change that we could make, an addition that I think would be valuable, and that's in our discretion arrest enforcement policy, which Tom has put a section in the information packet.
Right.
On page 4, where we talk about law enforcement decisions. It's under it's on page 4 under the anti-profiling language, and
packet page 466.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, my page 4 is not your page 4. So the language that you see here was really language that Hillard Hines had given us, and then we tweaked it to make sure that it was in compliance with Colorado state law, so we had to add a couple of caveats in there. But I think we can certainly add in immigration status. And that's really what I alluded to last night at the community meeting. You know, I felt it was important to really go through and highlight each one of those caveats because of the myriad of folks that who potentially were present at the meeting. And so I just added immigration status in there.
So I'm interested in one of these options that you were discussing, Dan, but could just from council direction tonight, could you go ahead and proceed with making that change to that policy, or do you need an ordinance or a declaration or something?
Do it.
Okay.
Oh, your boss said so.
Yes.
That's called progress. Thank you. So, and then can I address what you're, so I'm done with my questions. Do you want to start this?
I just have one more question for you about, and and maybe it's in here, but it says about not giving information to ICE unless we are forced to, right? Or unless we're required to. That, I didn't see that as that's not spelled out specifically, or anyhow, would that be a thing as well? Is that internal policy? Because that's not, how is that? Sorry, it's late.
Mayor, are you talking about in the options that Tom has?
Well, I don't see it in the options, but you were talking about how before you were required to turn over information to ICE, and now the sheriff said they don't. Would it be worth us saying, and we don't either? Or is that already said somewhere in our policies or anything?
It's not explicitly written in there, and I can certainly craft something to do that. Now it's going to be in the police department policy, so it's going to be applicable for police employees. It won't be citywide, it'll be police employees. And I need to...
Well, so that's a question, which level would that be appropriate, in the police manual or in the city ordinance? Or both?
Most of the folks who are going to do immigration enforcement are the police officers. So I think if it's in their policy, it's going to cover. But if you prefer to have it in an ordinance or resolution, we can certainly do that.
Suzanne, can I speak up here? I think there's a couple paths for us. One would be to make direction about what we want the police to do, and then memorialize that with a resolution. So in other words, we've got it in, we know we're going to get it put in the manual, so we go through the checklist. But the other would be we do an ordinance. And the ordinances would then apply to all city employees, and the ones that would be most impacted would be the police. So I think we should make a philosophical decision, and then I think we can go down the list and either get it on police manuals or put it on an ordinance.
Okay, so Aaron is also wanting to riff, but Mary...
Yeah. Well, you're, okay.
You can go next, Mary, it's all right.
No, well, I was just going to ask, teeth-wise, does an ordinance have more teeth to it compared to the first path that Sam described?
I guess I will not.
It's theoretically, yes. So if you could prosecute someone for violating an ordinance, and most municipal ordinances, you get a fine. If an employee violates an ordinance, generally it's grounds for discipline and often discharge. For the police department, if you disobey a police policy, it's a grounds for discipline and potentially discharge. So as a substantive matter, there is no difference, because we're not going to put anybody in jail for violating this ordinance, but the police take their own general orders and guidelines very seriously, and they have a whole disciplinary process, and it would probably have exactly the same result.
So that would be true in this case, but there are several other recommendations in here, or just an itemized list of things to do, like the refusal to allow use of local funds. Now, that would be outside of police scope.
Yes.
And so I don't know that we can make a general blanket philosophy as you described, because there are some that could be done sort of police-wise, and others that need to have an ordinance and be broader.
So, I mean, I guess that to me is an argument. I'm just trying to move things along a little bit.
Right, and Aaron wants to jump in and...
Yes, I wanted to propose a course, which is that I think it's important to make a statement and to make substantive changes. I think that the community is looking for both of those things. There's a lot of fear in the community and uncertainty, and also desire by people for us to make a strong statement. So I think that, the police department is already doing the right things, which is wonderful, right? So I think what we should do is do something official from the city council. And what I would propose would be something that's a combination of the resolution with an ordinance in it. I liked that format from Seattle that has the whereases, that lets us, talk about our legislative intent and what kind of community we are and want to be and remain. But that also includes specific code changes that codify some of these things. So about police policy and procedures, and also potentially about funds, so that it does have the force of law and also gets that level of reassurance out to the community.
Good. I'm happy with that. So that's just, we can not worry so much about what's in police procedures now if we think they're doing the right thing, but ask Tom to bring an ordinance to us.
Although, we just,
I like
something was,
seconding.
okay, I agree. Jane just told him to make a change to the
Right.
manual, and that stands.
Yes, we got that
Yeah.
in.
Right,
Okay.
that will happen.
Okay.
But that gets done, right?
No,
But
I was just
still-
clarifying.
Still to the point that I think I agree with about Aaron is we might as well put it in code, right? Because then we've like put it out in front of the whole community, and by having it happen tonight, we know it's the right things are going on sooner.
Does everybody agree with doing a resolution/ordinance?
Have to see it, but.
Well, yeah, I meant as a vehicle, sorry. Okay, then, in terms of elements we want in it, one is about not asking about immigration status. Yes? One is about not spending, and we'd have to word it correctly, city funds and resources in enforcing immigrant.
Why not do all of them? I mean, I'd like anti-profiling in there as long as we're doing it. So I think A, B,
It's just not this list that we're looking at, so I was going.
No, I'm looking in the packet, I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. What page?
Packet are we?
Packet page 466. So there's the list of measures that may be considered, and I guess I don't see one on the list that I wouldn't want to put there unless Tom said you shouldn't put that in law for some reason.
Yeah, agreed.
So there's 4 there.
Yeah.
So, okay, that sounds good to me. Does that work for everybody? There's also, I think, as part of the resolution, though, the things that we want to affirm about recognizing human rights and sorry, I thought Lafayette worded some of this really nicely about trying to foster an inclusive
I haven't seen this.
community. I'm sorry, it just came out. Anyhow, that we affirm basic human rights and and supporting the civil rights of our immigrant population. That we're also doing other things to promote an inclusive city. And they also have something in, but anyhow, I think there's a few provisions like that that also is what the community needs to hear as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. And so maybe we can both contribute those to Tom ourselves, so we can offline here say what the whereases we're hoping for would be.
Yeah, does that work? And I will forward the Lafayette one for inspirational purposes. We also have our own inclusionary policy resolution.
Yeah, that we did.
That was
we
about a
can
year
integrate
ago.
some of that
Right.
language and those intentions.
Not at all.
And I mean, I would be interested in, I know this is maybe a little risky, but getting that concept of the sanctuary city in there, even though I know it has no legal meaning, but it is.
In the whereases, you mean?
In the whereases.
Yeah, no, I think that's good too.
Well, so in what sense? Because how would you want to, because we can't, because we're not allowed to give sanctuary, how would you?
Well, the declaration of the concept is one that means a lot to people. You know, that it offers that reassurance, I think, that a lot of members of the community are looking for, to use that language, even though it has no legal implications.
I got some feedback from some folks from the Colorado Immigrants' Rights Coalition, and they said what matters is that we have the force of law behind it, and not so much that we hear sanctuary city. That was the actual, that we walk our talk was more important to them than talking the talk.
But what if we do both?
So the only reason that I have heard is that it's somebody else's label for us. I don't know. We could debate that one. I do think as long as we have the important stuff in there, that's great. That's what's important. I'm sorry.
And I guess the other thing about not saying sanctuary city is that we can have the effect of that without risking the possibility, however remote it might be, about losing federal funding. So there is that threat out there. So
We can have a further conversation about it. I have a feeling if we have an ordinance that lays out all the policies, we'll be as much at risk as if we have the words attached. But
Do you have enough from us?
Yes.
Okay. Is this captured it for people?
Thank you very much. And what kind of a time frame do we need for something like this?
Problem is the council's agenda, not mine.
So I guess I would put out there, somebody mentioned about kind of the importance of having this in place as before the new administration comes to office, or at least in the ballpark of that, and that seems to be a meaningful goalpost to shoot for.
First meeting,
Yeah, I'd say a great way to start the new year.
Mm-hmm. Sometime in January, anyway.
Yeah, I think January 3rd is a bunch of smaller stuff, if I remember correctly.
I guess we have a council on the 17th.
We have one on the 3rd and the 17th. If it's not going to, the whole idea is that you don't want people working over the holidays, so we're not asking that.
Yeah, no, it would have to be done before the holidays for January 3rd.
Yeah.
There's
No,
3033.
The 17th.
3033 Broadway is on for the 3rd, right?
Well, it's just a question of, do you want to call it up or not?
Yeah.
Right, we don't have to.
We have to hear it.
We'll have to have a hearing on it.
Yeah. Okay, so CIC can wrestle with this, but sometime in the first half of January to at least take it to the next step.
Got it.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, your final item is consideration of a motion regarding Resolution 1200, declaring support for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe.
Okay, who owns this one? Well, I meant, is it staff?
I guess it's hard to know, but Karen's here, so I'm going to say that Karen will kick us off and that others can join in.
Okay.
In your December 6th packet, there was a proposed resolution based on HRC support of a resolution in opposition to the construction of the pipeline through the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. So that information was summarized in your packet. We sent out this afternoon a revised resolution based on action that the Army Corps of Engineers had taken on Sunday. So that was sent out to you over hotline today. So we just wanted to make sure that you received that. And we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, I didn't receive that. That would be a nice thing to have, but it is in an
Just
email from you.
Search for Karen Ron.
Yes.
You
Okay.
want copies?
Well, it depends on what you're going to tell us.
Yeah, and
No, you might need that. It's okay. All right.
and the
And is there somebody from HRC that's here that wants to speak to it too?
Got a couple back there. Hey, guys.
Yeah. Lauren and Nikhil are here.
Okay, well, one of you come up and speak briefly to it. I think that's what we had said at CAC.
Thumb wrestle for privilege.
And then Mary, you weigh in. Okay.
Oh, really? Why would that be?
This is a resolution that we were.
Can you introduce
I'm Lauren
yourself?
Gifford from the HRC. This was a resolution that we were always behind, but I think after our last HRC meeting, when we had, would you say, 30-some people speak up about feeling uncomfortable, feeling possibly unsafe, vulnerable in Boulder, we really wanted to push the importance of this resolution because it's symbolic, because it, sorry, I'm falling asleep here, because it is symbolic of a larger movement to amplify the voices of people who are feeling particularly vulnerable, marginalized, disenfranchised at this moment. And
So you're talking about the Standing Rock line?
yes,
Okay.
so the Standing Rock, obviously we want to support the indigenous peoples at the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. But we also see it as broader and representational of a broader climate that we're dealing with, a broader social climate.
Okay. Would you like to briefly add?
Yes, just that we had.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sorry, Nikhil Menkekar with the Human Relations Commission. So we spent some time, the staff spent some time drafting that and got input from the Native American Rights Fund in drafting it. And based on the community support we had at the meeting, like I had said in my public comment, that we had about 80 people showed up, many of whom did speak to it, and even those who did, and of the 80 people in the audience, all of them loudly clapped in support of it. And based on community outreach we did, community outreach I had done since the Indigenous Peoples Day with many of the Indigenous groups and peoples that performed and continued contact with them. There was constant and strong support for this, and I think that the Commission as a whole, we feel it is reflective of what we committed to in passing the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, and that was an initial step that was going to beget further steps that included renaming public lands and trying to set things right with our Indigenous population. And this would be an excellent step to take, second step to take to follow up with that. So if you have any other questions, you can.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Okay, Mary, speak to us about this. Here's more copies. If you want yours back.
Well, I guess I have questions for Lauren or Nikhil about the, I don't know if you've seen the one that was sent to us today. Okay, so you might want to take a look at it.
We have some.
Do we have extra copies? Yeah. And there's.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to.
Yeah, so it was substantially shortened, and one thing in particular for me that was taken out that I think was very important was the section that you had in there regarding disproportional responses. So if you could talk a little bit about what you chose to put in there from the beginning and what the supporting sources were for what you put in there, and I guess the reliability of those sources, if you could address that.
Did we copy another? We were inspired by other cities, right? Go ahead, Carmen.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I'm Carmen Atilano, Community Relations Manager at the Human Services Department. What happened was, subsequent to the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, there was members of the Indigenous Peoples Day Committee that wanted this resolution passed. So they worked with members of the HRC to work the draft. They modeled a lot of the language of it from the Seattle resolution. So a lot of the different whereases that appeared in the resolution 1200 that was attached to your December 6th memo was based on that. And that is why one of the first whereases in that resolution referred to the Seattle resolution in affirmation of those clauses.
But it seems that more than that just first clause was removed from the version that we received.
Right. So then what happened, if I may, then based on the feedback received and the recent decision of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, staff submitted to you earlier today that revised alternate resolution 1200. The council, we asked council to consider. So in addition to reflecting the latest decision of the Corps, staff also made the changes that were necessary to remove references to resolutions adopted by other cities and to delete assertions, delete assertions that the city could not substantiate or find reliable sources for. So we were trying to find the sources, but because of time constraints, is the revision that you got today. Or yesterday.
So the HRC passed a resolution without sources to substantiate some of the information that was in their version?
They substantiated it by referring to a Seattle resolution, but they did not look at clause per clause to substantiate any factual information based on any of the whereases. So then, as indicated, so then when the U.S., the decision on Sunday of the Corps of Engineers, then staff took the next step to come up with the revision that you have there tonight. And in your December 6th memo, that is why there was the staff recommendation put forward to you that further analysis of the different aspects or clauses of the resolution needed more time to be looked at. And that's why the staff's recommendation that was in the December 6th memo was different from the HRC feedback that was forward to you as well.
And if I may ask just one more question about the removal of the disproportionate responses.
Okay, anything that was removed and that was presented to you in the alternate resolution was just based on things that staff felt comfortable that we did have information to affirm different things that were in the resolution, and we removed those things that, because of time constraints, we didn't have the time to substantiate those assertions.
So with a little more time, you could likely substantiate all of
Definitely,
this?
yes.
I'm
Lauren,
curious
please.
what substantiation would look like for the council, just because these numbers are pretty standard, like the numbers of barrels of oil, the numbers of.
So you're looking at a version that I think is considered substantiated. The one that you guys passed was the one that.
Oh, is that the one that's the
issue?
question?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking about.
So, well, here, I want you to finish, and then I'm going to try to get us out of here by one.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
I think, if I may, I think a good model that staff would base it on is the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, where, if you would recall, there was a number of citations that were attributed to regarding the different whereases in that resolution.
So a couple things I would jump in and say. I do think at our retreat we need to kind of clarify what's the best way to go about such things, kind of going forward, such that we don't want to end up with resolutions at the last minute. But HRC, to clarify this process of when staff comes in and decides if things are substantiated or enough, which is a totally legitimate thing. So I do think that. So we'll clarify our process, I think, or I would suggest that. The other thing is, I'll just weigh in. I would like to pass something tonight. And one of the things that the memo said is that staff felt like they needed to do more research, which I don't think is necessary. And if this is maybe the compromise that allows us to move forward, I think it says the most important things that we want to say. And if you concur, Mary, I understand that the process was a little rocky, Mary, but I guess if you can live with it, I think it captures the spirit of what we need to say, and I would love to be able to say it tonight.
Well, I would be okay with that if we council were open to adding the section 2 that's in our packet regarding the disproportionate responses.
I'm sorry, who's next? Go ahead, Jan.
I actually like the way the staff cleaned it up. I think it's more, maybe it's a little bit more, pertinent's not the right word, but it brings it back to what we have previously done with the Indigenous resolution and some other things, and is not so much focused on what other cities have done. And I think that's what some people in our community may have a problem, that we're getting involved with, national affairs. And I think if we can bring it back to what we already stand for, that to me is it ties it together better.
Okay, Aaron?
So I thought here, generally, Jen, I agree with you. I think the new one is tighter and more substantiated. But Mary, I also have the sympathy with you about that clause, because I was also very troubled by the issue called out in that one. But it does have two pieces in that section. I'll just read it real quickly. The City of Boulder condemns the militarized and disproportionate response to the water protectors, which includes but is not limited to the use of military-grade weaponry and material, as well as drawing upon out-of-state law enforcement and private security resources. What if we cut off that sentence at water protectors, so that we say the City of Boulder condemns the militarized and disproportionate response to the water protectors, stop, which gets our point across, but maybe doesn't include these details, which I think are not necessarily relevant, and I personally don't have the facts at hand to say that's exactly what happened.
I think that would be okay.
Cool. Okay, Nikhil, we're going to let you say something real quick.
We had a section in this that talked about something that was mentioned by the CU Indian Law Clinic in the keynote at the Indigenous Peoples Day, which was express versus implied consent, and what that means in the litigation of this. And I know that, Suzanne, you had mentioned that was something meaningful to you on that day when you asked me that maybe the commission could take this up and present something to you. I don't see that line in this, so I understand you guys do want to pass something tonight, and we'll find something appropriate to you. But I do feel that that idea of the doctrine of discovery and implied versus express consent, and the basis of that in this struggle and in the lawsuit, was something quite significant, and it was mentioned by our local law school who was helping with it, and it's something that stuck out to me. So if within the time, if you can find a way to include that, cool. If not,
Nikhil, I'm not seeing any language about that in the resolution in the packet from a week ago.
So I can read it. I have it. It's at the
point
top of page 505.
Okay.
It's a whereas.
No,
I assume the problem with it is it refers to several treaties which we haven't read.
Gotcha.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Yeah. I will agree. The lecture that you gave about this issue was pretty moving, about the evolution of Indian law and the importance of both getting, what are the two C words?
Consent, implied, and
Yeah,
express
consultation and consent. I'm not sure how we can definitely put that in there without.
Which is the whereas? I'm not finding it.
It's at the top of page 505, very first clause.
Okay. Yeah, that would, and I would agree, Suzanne, that was really, really significant in her discussion or her speech.
Well, the other thing we could do is put it in our section 3 at the end and say, including but not limited to finding an alternative route, something about.
And ensuring compliance with.
Yeah, and ensuring both consultation and consent. Ensuring is a strong word, but, okay. We have to resolve this really quickly. Are we good on adding in section 2 that one sentence? Is everybody fine with that? The Aaron suggestion? Okay, and we want to give you time to talk? Okay, so we're good with that. Anybody going to help me with consult and consent?
I didn't hear about this concept, so I'm.
Whereas failed to. And
Well, how about this?
Don't have wording. I have some language if that helps.
Could we stick it in on line 19? We have a longstanding policy of inclusion and respect for all people and believes that they should have the ability to protect their lands, people, and waters, and give both their
It should be
consultation.
in one of the section.
May I make a suggestion? At the end of section 4, where it says ancestral lands, waters, and sacred sites, and honors the tribe's legal right to consultation and consent.
Are you looking at the first one?
I'm looking at the one, I'm editing the one,
Section
the one you just had.
I thought we were editing, Tom, aren't we editing
Yeah.
this one?
He's stuck in 2, so it made this one 4.
Yeah, so I added 2. I'm sorry.
Okay, I got it. I
Oh,
see.
so you added the disproportionate response.
I ordered the city condemns section 2, the city of Boulder condemns the militarized and disproportionate response to the water protectors.
Great.
Okay.
And then section 4 would read, respectfully calls upon the President of the United States to take swift and meaningful action to address the concerns of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, including but not limited to finding an alternative route for the DAPL that minimizes environmental and social harms to the tribe's ancestral lands, waters, and sacred sites, and honors the tribe's legal right to consultation and consent.
Yes.
Good.
Brilliant.
Thank
You're hired.
Got it, all right.
Okay. Before we vote on these things, I would like to let Bob speak.
Is there a resolution, is there a motion in this one?
I think you can
Yeah.
make a motion.
I move that we approve Resolution 1200, a resolution declaring the City of Boulder support for Standing Rock Sioux Tribe's opposition to the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline.
Second.
I'm going to read this because I want to make sure I get it right. I will be voting against this resolution, not because I want to take sides in this dispute. It's because I don't think we should take any side in this dispute. I firmly believe that this dispute lies outside of the jurisdiction of the Boulder City Council and has little bearing on the interests of our community. This is a legal dispute between a Native American tribe and a private company over the routing of a pipeline in a certain location in North Dakota. There are many legal disputes right now throughout the country involving various Native American tribes, yet the Boulder City Council has not taken a position on any of them. There are many pipelines being built in the United States, some right here in Colorado, yet the Boulder City Council has not taken a position on any of them. But tonight we are choosing this one Native American legal dispute in this one pipeline in North Dakota on which the Boulder City Council will take an official position on behalf of the people of Boulder. The people of Boulder did not hire us to take official city positions on legal disputes between parties in another state. The people hired us to take care of the interests of Boulder. Any connection of Boulder to this North Dakota pipeline is strained at best. And if my colleagues believe that a legal dispute over the routing of a pipeline in North Dakota is within our purview, then there really is no limit to the scope of our jurisdiction. With this precedence, we can take positions on legal disputes between parties in any state, in any country, and on any topic, regardless of the relationship to Boulder. This will distract us, and tonight it has distracted us from doing the job for which we were hired. I do not know who is right in the legal dispute between this Native American tribe and this company over the routing of this pipeline in North Dakota. I am happy that the United States government said on Sunday that they will require that the pipeline be relocated to a route that is less troublesome to the Native American tribe, because this will undoubtedly help de-escalate a tense and unsafe confrontation. But it is a step too far for the Boulder City Council to insinuate itself in this North Dakota legal fight. I cannot, in good conscience, support this unfortunate precedent. Thank you for listening to my concern.
Thank you, Bob. And
could I just clarify one thing, if I may?
Oh, do you, okay.
Yeah, I do. I just want to just clarify that we weren't hired, we were elected.
Okay, fair enough. Bob, I totally support the space for you to say that, and I respect that. I will say this, and that is, I am moved by how many people in our city are engaged and affected by this fight. I know that where I work, people left to go up there to spend Thanksgiving there and take supplies, and it made me really realize just not just how symbolic, but how important this this battle is, I think, to the larger narrative going on. And not to mention, as it was eloquently discussed at our Indigenous Peoples Day, about the rights of Indigenous people and the evolution of Indian law to try to undo some of the harm that was done and right some of the inequities. So anyhow, I totally respect what you're saying, Bob. I'm wholeheartedly supporting this resolution, though, and thank you for your guys' work in putting this together.
I'll briefly say that this ties a whole bunch of threads together, and people have already spoken about the indigenous peoples' rights, but I will point out that what will flow underneath these water sources is fossil fuels, and fossil fuels is what's killing our planet right now, the burning of them. And so it ties a lot of different pieces together. So I'm personally going to support this, not only because of the social justice issue, but because of the climate justice issue.
Okay. Does that sum things up for us? Okay, I think that's our last matter, so we can start to vote.
We have no one signed up to speak.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
They already spoke.
I was going to say, do we have to speak on matters? Okay, yes, I guess we do. All right, so with that, can we vote from?
So you want to open and close the public hearing?
I'm sorry.
You just did.
No one signed up to speak, so we're going to close the public hearing. Okay.
So the first motion is 3 different motions regarding the climate commitment.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, all, okay. Oh, can we vote on them all at once?
I think so.
Okay. All of those in favor of the 3 climate goals, raise your hand. It is unanimous.
And the next one is a motion to adopt Resolution 1200.
Resolution what?
1,200.
Standing Rock.
Oh.
Sorry.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, 6-1. Okay, and we already gave our direction on sanctuary cities. So, anybody have any debrief? Yes.
Well, I mean, it's 1 o'clock, and look, we still have 20 people in the room. I'm so impressed with you. Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks for sticking it out, and thanks to all the community interest on all these big topics that we've been working on. So.
Okay. Does anybody want to say anything about this meeting other than it was too long?
It was too long.
I will say this.
Come on.
Oh, hey, no, it's all about all the things we want to get done by the end of the year. And I just want to say, we are getting a lot done. So, thank you.